Hello, everybody, and welcome to the North American Challengers playoffs. That's right, we're done with the regular season. We're here in the playoffs. We've been in the playoffs. Today is day 3, but not only is it day 3, we're going to be doing the upper bracket semifinals today. This is a big day because it's the day where these teams really get whittled down to those top two, or the two that most likely people will think of as the top two. And not only that, the teams that win this have the opportunity in the upper final to qualify for ascension without having to go to the lower bracket. So there's a lot on the line for these teams right now. And yeah, we've got some pretty exciting series today. Now, my pick'ems have been right. They were completely correct in these past 2 days. So everything is still here. So my predictions or my pick'ems for what I think is going to happen in the upper semifinals are as follows. I have M80 beating Oxygen Esports, and then probably a little bit of a controversial pick. I have Moist Moguls beating the Guard. We'll get more into that second pick when we near that series, but for now, we're talking about M80 versus Oxygen. Why? Because it's our first matchup today. So, what is M80 versus Oxygen? Who do I think is going to win? Well, obviously, I showed you earlier. I have M80 beating Oxygen. Now, the reason for this is pretty clean cut and dry. M80 is the #1 seed, #1 team throughout the entirety of Split 1, Midseason Faceoff, and Split 2. Oxygen Esports is only #4 seed. And although they were able to beat G2 Esports, that's not a series anybody was expecting to go the way of G2 Esports with the way G2 was performing in the in Split 2, especially towards the end of Split 2. It did not look that great. So everybody was sort of anticipating a loss, maybe not a 2-0 loss for G2, but it was not a very big upset to see Oxygen beat G2. And now we're coming into this M80 versus Oxygen Esports matchup, and you can probably tell what's going to happen. Although M80 didn't have a flawless Split 1 or a flawless Split 2, they did have a flawless midseason face-off, which was a bracket with the top 8 teams, and M80 was able to win. They made it all the way through the upper final, or to the upper final. They won the upper final, and then they won the grand final as well. Although, they were up against G2. A lot of people thought they'd be up against the Guard, but they weren't. Regardless, they did take it. So now that we're in the playoffs, we expect a similar sort of story here, where M80 is going to be beating everybody and making it to Ascension. I have that as my predictions. I have M80 making it all the way to the grand final and even winning the grand final. But let's go ahead and take a look at the map picks. Before I talk more about my decision, we've got Lotus picked by Oxygen Esports, M80 picks Pearl, and the decider will be split. Now, these are interesting picks. Pearl, of course, is picked up by M80 for a pretty obvious reason. It is one of M80's best maps, maybe next to, I believe, Fracture is a good pick for them, maybe even Haven, but against a team like Oxygen, whose best map is Haven, you can see why M80 is going for the pick of Pearl this time around. And then Lotus was picked by Oxygen. They're pretty decent at Haven, or it's one of Oxygen Esports' better maps. So picking Haven is likely for that same purpose of having the advantage on the 3-site maps, like we've seen with Oxygen Esports in the past. So pretty clean cut and dry why we get those map picks. Split being the decider makes sense as well. Both of these teams seem to just be okay with it. We know how expansive M80's map pool can be, so I expect them to do pretty solid in this series. I expect a 3-map series. In fact, I expect both of the series today to be 3 maps. I don't think Oxygen will go down without a fight. They are sort of the underdogs coming into this series. Both because, they're not as highly performing as any of the other or they didn't place as high overall as any of the other teams in the semifinals, but also just because they're up against the highest team right now, or the highest placed team right now of M80. So Oxygen Esports is the underdog coming into this match, and they're going to have to put up quite a powerful fight if they want a chance to win this series. So let's go and talk about the previous performance before we jump into this series, this first map, because I do imagine it's going to start pretty soon here. Let's just recap how M80 has done. Throughout Split 1, they nearly went flawless, only taking a 2-0 loss to the Guard, but it's pretty much all of their wins were a 2-0 win, with the exclusion of OR right at the beginning, and that was the beginning, right? So nobody was playing at the best yet. They were still working out some of the kinks. They go to the midseason face-off. They started off by destroying Disguised, and then we go to the upper bracket semifinals. They 2-1 Moist Moguls. Although Moist was able to get a map up, which was a little bit unexpected, they do still take the series. M80 does still take the series. Then we have M80 going against the Guard, which they win, and that was the upper bracket finals. Then they make it to the grand finals after a long time of the lower bracket finishing up. G2 ends up making a really impressive lower bracket run and making it to the grand finals, where M80 wins 3-1. It was not a very close best of 5 series. Then Split 2 starts, and M80 pretty much destroyed, other than a very upset loss to Shopify. It was nearly a flawless run. And other than this upset, which I think a lot of people assume is sort of a fluke, it does seem as though M80, for the most part, is indestructible. And they even beat Oxygen Esports to finish off Split 2. So this is a rematch which Oxygen would love to have going for them. Now, Oxygen's a little bit of an inconsistent performer. Right at the beginning, they took a loss to Breakthrough, now Moist Moguls, but at the time, this was not Moist at their peak. It was a Breakthrough roster, which was still trying to figure some stuff out. Then we go to week 2, Oxygen beats Shopify Rebellion, which at the time was an upset, but at the same time, everybody sort of expected that. They lose 2-0 to G2, which this was G2 when they were looking much better than they do now, so this is not unexpected at the time. Then we have Oxygen 2-0ing FaZe and 2-1ing Turtle Troop. And this was sort of like looking at Oxygen, you're going, yeah, they're pretty decent. You know, they're beating the teams that they should beat with the exclusion of Breakthrough. Had I think they've been more prepared for the start of the split, I think maybe they could have beaten Breakthrough to go 4-1. But, you know, at this point, they were looking pretty average. Then they come into the midseason face-off. They beat G2 to start off, which was a rematch and a little bit of an upset, which did knock G2 into the lower bracket very quickly. They do lose to the Guard. They're able to beat TSM, and then there's a rematch in the lower bracket against G2, and they lose that series. So a little bit of a rivalry there. They come into Split 2. They beat Disguised. No upset there. They lose to Turtle Troop, which is a little bit of an upset. Or this is sort of another game where you can sort of look at Oxygen and go, yeah, they're pretty average. Then we go into week 8, and Oxygen 2-0 CSM. They then 2-0 Shopify Rebellion. They do take a loss to M80, but they are able to get a map up, and then they 2-0 G2 Esports at the start of the playoffs. So they're looking pretty solid. Again, they're top 4. They're 4th place or 4th seed overall coming into the playoffs, which does tell you they're decent performers. Are they top 3? Probably not, but I do think they view themselves as players that can get there if they can push for it. And I think a 2-0 win over G2 yesterday, absolutely, or not yesterday, I believe it was, 2 days ago at the start of the playoffs, was definitely a really good way for Oxygen to get some of that confidence up of, yeah, we may be the underdogs coming into playoffs, but I think we can win this thing. And I think that's where Oxygen is sort of viewing themselves at this point. Now, I expect a 3-mapper. In the previous 3-map series that Oxygen had with M80, it was a 3-mapper, or best of 3, not 3-map series, but it was a best of 3, and it did go to 3 maps. So I do anticipate another 3-map series. I don't know if a whole lot would have changed from their previous series up until now, where Oxygen will be able to catch M80 by surprise. To be fair, Oxygen did make quite a few player roster changes in Split 2, and so having some time in between the end of Split 2 and now in the playoffs, they've had time to sort of figure out some of those role issues, adjust. But the same can be said for M80, who's definitely just gotten more powerful with their core roster than they were in Split 2. They've probably only increased since then. And if we just look at M80's match against Shopify Rebellion, which was a rematch, because I'll remind you, their last match against Shopify, they lost 2-0. In this rematch, it was a pretty big decimation, 13-9, and then 13-2 for M80. And that was on Pearl, which M80 does pick again here against Oxygen. So I expect M80 to take this series. It's pretty clean cut and dry. I expect Oxygen to put up enough of a fight to get at least one map up, but yeah. I'm not expecting any big upset in Oxygen winning here. So yeah, although, of course, like I said, Oxygen definitely wants to view themselves as one of those top few teams. I just don't think they're quite at that level yet, unfortunately for them. So yeah, there's still a lot to talk about here. Why do I think M80 is going to win? Well, obviously they've been performing very, very highly, and I mean, you could just look at overall their stats. And again, like I mentioned earlier, Oxygen is still working out some of their player performance issues. Like they've had a little bit of some of those role changes, and I wouldn't say it's impacted them badly. I honestly think they're playing about the same as before the role changes, if not better. So I do think that they're on the up and up, and they are improving quite a bit. But I don't know if it's, again, I don't know if it's enough to beat an M80 roster, which is still looking just as strong, with just as strong fundamentals. And again, M80 looks almost indestructible, and I don't think Oxygen, who again has not had the most consistent performance coming into playoffs or throughout the regular season, now they're coming into playoffs. I don't expect them to put up some crazy performance that is able to take out M80. And I don't think M80 is willing to let that happen either. I think M80, of course, is going to view this unlike I feel like M80's previous match against Shopify Rebellion, where I'm sure M80 was just thinking, all right, let's get this out of the way. I think now M80 is looking at this Oxygen series that's, all right, we do need to take this a little bit more seriously. And I imagine they're viewing Oxygen as a very powerful opponent, but I don't think M80 is going to just let Oxygen win that series, since it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a stall. Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay, that was a little bit strange. Since it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a stall in between the start of the series, what I can do is go ahead and give a brief rundown of why I think Moist will pick, why Moist will take this series against the Guard. Obviously, we just saw Moist Moguls and the Guard play yesterday, and the Guard did 2-0 FaZe Clan. I mean, so did, and it was a pretty dominant series as well. 13-2 for the Guard against, in favor of the Guard on Fractured, then 13-6 in favor of the Guard on Lotus. So very, very dominant performance from the Guard there. Then we go to the Moist Moguls versus TSM. Maybe not as dominant as the Guard versus FaZe, but at the same time, FaZe is definitely not as challenging of an opponent as it was, or as the Guard was. But without further ado, let's stop talking about the second series we have today. Let's talk about the first series that we have today. We're going into Lotus. This is the map pick of Oxygen Esports. I'll turn the sound up just a little bit. This is the map pick of Oxygen Esports, so they should be able to take it. This is the map I would favor them taking. Let's go ahead and get into the agent select. Redux and Nismo both going to be on Raze. Interesting there. John Cutie and Rustin both going to be on Killjoy. And it looks like that's where the similarities end and the differences begin. Both teams have a controller, but M80 is running a double controller setup, whereas it looks like, oh, sorry, I thought they were just going to get right into it. So we'll wait a little while longer, and then they'll throw it over to the casters, and then they'll get back into it, and we can talk about it more. But we saw that Gecko come out from Oxygen Esports. Gecko, I believe we've seen on Lotus in pro play before, but it's not really a character or an agent that has been used very commonly on Lotus, simply because although teams did seem like they wanted to test it out and see how it would work, having it now is a little bit of a controversial pick, because it seems like Oxygen is trying something new now that we're coming into the playoffs, which if there's a time you want to be testing out some new comms, it's probably not in the playoffs. I am interested to see if they can use the utility well. The main issue with Gecko's utility is a lot of it can either be broken or it's pretty fairly easy to... I mean, yeah, no, most of it can be broken, especially that ultimate can definitely be destroyed pretty easily. But let's go and take a look, because there's a double controller setup for M80 with a Harbor, or sorry, not with a Harbor, with an Omen and a Viper. Sometimes you'll see Harbor and Viper on this map, and they've also got a Fade as their one singular initiator. I would like to point out, Koala Noob is not on the duelist this time around, it's Nismo. Typically, Koala Noob is the star duelist for M80, but Nismo is also a very high fragging. He's got some good numbers behind him as well. And then, of course, Oxygen running a double initiator setup with Breach and Gecko, and then they only have one controller, and it is Astra. So we'll see if having only one controller will weigh on this Oxygen roster. Oxygen starting on the offense, and this is a very offense-sided map. I talk about it often. So we will see how M80 decides to play this defense. Of course, a lot of teams will have had quite a bit of time to practice Lotus. Even though it is the newer map, it does seem as though a lot of teams have taken a liking to it. And at the very least, a lot of teams often let it through to be picked. Similarly to Haven. You know, Haven's another map pick that I think a lot of teams are really good at, but most teams have in their good map pool. M80 is, of course, a team with a very, very wide map pool. We see Oxygen going to be posted up in C Mound or on C Mound, sort of just waiting it out. Oxygen wants to see if M80 will budge or try and bait out a rotate, but M80's actually gotten 3 on C, and although they lost Koala Noob early, M80 is definitely willing to stack this site and do some damage. Ooh, the Gecko util comes through, and it perfectly blinds Nismo. Xander able to try and get a trade pick by taking out Scuba, but he gets traded off. Rustin going to take out Xander, but EU locks it down, taking out Rustin and Verno. John Cutie able to take out Mitch. Redux going to take out John Cutie. It's a 1v1. EU is down to 10 HP. Redux knows this. He's sending a grenade through, hoping to maybe find something. He's going to plant behind this wall. EU seeing if he can peek up and maybe catch the plant, but it's not in the typical default plant site where you can see it from main, so you're going to have to play retake here now, and Oxygen, of course, or sorry, Redux does have 100 HP, and EU only has 10. This is not going to be an easy fight at all. I believe EU is one shot to this Frenzy, so unless maybe it hits the legs, but I don't think Redux is going to be hitting the legs on this shot. Yep, and there you go, right into the crosshays of Redux, waiting patiently, and his patience is rewarded. 4 kills for Redux this round, and Oxygen takes that first round, but like I said, it's a very offense-sided map. So for M80, they should just be trying to get, 4 or even 5 rounds if they can. Tying it up, of course, is going into the second half is, of course, the goal when you're on the defense of Lotus, but it's not completely out of the picture that you go into the second round with a round differential that is not in your favor and still being able to turn it around and go into your favor on the map. That being said, I did say I expect a 3-mapper, and if there's a map Oxygen can take, it's probably Lotus. Although the first 2 days of the semifinals, or sorry, the quarterfinals, the first 2 days of the playoffs did end with 4 2-0s in a row. I expect to see no more 2-0s as we move forward, and sort of the more evenly matched opponents start facing each other. The reason there was a lot of 2-0s was just the way seedings work. You put the best players against the worst players. It's going to result in a lot of really quick matches. To start it off early, and then those lower teams end up in that lower bracket, and then they'll be in a more evenly matched bracket, and then the upper teams play each other. So I don't expect any 2-0s for the remainder of the playoffs, although I could be proven wrong. Nismo's grenade actually going to clear out Redux, and off of that, Oxygen's going to rotate over towards B, it looks like, because their pusher of Redux, who's trying to entry into the stairs, gets taken out. Now Oxygen, they're actually going to send, they're going to send Wingman to go plant, and of course, Xander, a little bit baffled, just going to destroy that little buddy. No more Wingman for you. Spike is picked up. Xander definitely saw that, so spraying through the smoke does happen. Rustin and Verno are now down to half HP. Should be pointed out, this is the forced buy round for Oxygen. It's an eco round for M80. Ooh, Mitch pushing aggressively out into CT, hoping to find something. And he doesn't. He gets shut down, but Rustin going to be able to find a pick. It's returned with a pick from EU, who is then traded off, which does leave M80 with the player advantage. Oxygen has managed to rotate through Waterfall into C site, and the 2 players now going to be getting that spike down. But as Verno goes down, it's now down to Scuba. He does have the gun advantage here in a 1v3. He only has 6 bullets in this gun. They peek him. They could get him, and John Cutie does head tap with the ghost, going to finish him off. In this round, although it's an eco round, turns into a win for M80. Oxygen, of course, not going to have the best econ now, although 2 of their players did save and take an eco themselves with some pistols, but it may have to result in a save, possibly for Oxygen, or they may just go for a half buy on those players who can afford a buy. We will see what ends up happening here for Oxygen to try and manage some econ here. The fact that M80 does end up with that second round win is actually really, really big for them, because it means any of that early eco advantage you may see Oxygen gaining early is denied by M80. Now, M80, of course, winning that eco round, going to be able to get full loadouts here. You even see Xander and Koalanoob with around 3,000 credits, which would mean some really good econ momentum to work with. If they can win this round, M80 should be able to stabilize their econ quite easily, redistributing some wealth there. Oxygen actually going to force a buy here, and I don't disagree with this decision. They would like to deny that early eco backboard that M80 is in a position to get. John Cutie using the Nano Swarm, going to prevent that push into B. EU then going to return some fire, find 2 picks himself before getting traded off. A 2-for-1 special on the menu for him. Birdo going to be able to take out John Cutie. Then Xander going to trade that off, which does leave Scuba in a 1v3. Wingman was sent to go for the plant, and, well, M80 just destroyed it. I believe that was the Nano Swarms that had been put down that ended up taking out that Wingman. Now, I've talked about it before, but we haven't seen a Gecko in a while, so I'll talk about it again. But the reason Gecko's a tough agent to use is because oftentimes you see teams do what you just saw. They send Wingman through to get the plant in order to protect themselves. But that's not what you want to be doing. you want to take site and then use wingman as though it's a second player, right? Like, you would not send a player to just go plant the spike in the middle of an open site which you haven't cleared, right? That's what Oxygen has been doing with wingman, which of course essentially just gives wingman to those people that are watching the site. It allows them to take wingman out and just get the spike down, and now it's in the hands of M80 like you saw in that previous round. So I'm not entirely sure why Oxygen is playing a little bit riskily with this wingman. Maybe they're hoping they can get an easy plant off, but it is definitely going to cause some issues for them if they continue to try to just send wingmen in for the plant without first taking site effectively. Something you'll see sometimes with Gecko is a Harbor Gecko comp, because you can throw that little orb down, and it does protect Gecko and allows him to get that spike down, but it can still result in a similar sort of issue, and of course Oxygen doesn't have that Harbor this time around. Redux, speaking out of A, does get taken out by the hands, or from the hands of, I actually don't remember, I think it was EU, but EU does get traded off. So now it's a 4v4. Player advantage no longer there for M80. It looks like Oxygen starting to find some difficulties because they lost that previous round and they had forced a buy. They're now on an eco round, which means, although, you know, M80 already had an eco backboard to work with after winning the second round, now they have an even bigger eco backboard to work with because they won that with the majority of their players alive. Oxygen can't really put up much of a fight this round because they're on an eco round. So this just is not looking good for Oxygen early in this half, and this is their offense side. So losing this many rounds is not good for them because it immediately gives M80 an edge when the sides do change, and M80 is going to be on the offense where they'll have the advantage of the map. Oh, Mitch going to peek out a tree, and although Nisma's waiting for him in drop, the reaction time going to be better for Mitch. That's called Peeker's advantage. Wait, the Gecko ult. The Gecko ult goes to clear drop, and it returns, so that way it can be picked up by Verno. It actually hits Mitch, but it doesn't matter. Still going to find the pick on the player dropping from drop. Not Randy Savage. John Cutie going to find a pick. I believe he got traded off. It's now a 1v3 for Koalanoob after some very chaotic play there. Gecko's down, so that ult orb not going to be picked up there, or the Thrash orb not going to be picked up there. Turret does spot Koalanoob. They now know he's getting ready to clear this site. It's a 1v3. He just needs to isolate these fights. He's clearing drop first, but unfortunately his back is turned to the hands of Mitch. And Mitch does find the pick under Koalanoob. So the eco round actually turns into a win for Oxygen. By some miracle, it does. And now it's looking like M80 going to be in a little bit of a tougher spot than they would have been had they won that round. But they do have some econ to work with after winning that second and third round. So they will be able to buy this round, but if they would like to continue to get some momentum moving, they do need to win this round. Oxygen able to keep the majority of their players alive on that round means that the majority of them got to pick up guns, which means you see some really good econ stability already in the hands of Oxygen. So now M80 is probably going to have to win about 2 in a row to really destroy that eco advantage. Ooh, an aggressive push out from Koalanoob results in a pick onto Redux, who's watching the main entrance rather than the wraparound from Mound, and Koalanoob able to find a nice little, I wouldn't say easy pick, but definitely an easy-ish pick, which does now leave M80 with a player advantage in this round. We'll see how they decide to play that player advantage. It looks like they're going to continue to leave 2 on C. You saw EU rotate over towards C, but he's just going to be watching B at this point. There's 2 on A, 1 on that little A main site, and the other one was in stairs, or is in stairs, and sort of not peeking out, just looking a little bit. Now John Cutie wrapping around, maybe thinking about going heaven or rope, drop. We'll see what ends up happening. It's actually EU who's going to rotate over towards heaven with Xander, but it doesn't matter because Oxygen is going through breakable into B. Prowler comes out, Mitch destroys it. Rolling Thunder comes out onto A, and it's a bait, and it's a good bait. M80 buys the bait. Fade Ultimate comes out, but Oxygen's on B. Koalanoob going to be the first to spot anybody, and he's able to find the pick onto Scuba. M80 also going to be able to take out Rusty. EU going to take out Rusty for M80. It's now a 2v5 for Oxygen, although they had a really good bait. The spike doesn't even have the opportunity to go down yet, because Koalanoob created so much paranoia as he was able to find that early pick. Nismo takes out Mitch on the re-entry. Verno being pushed back into CT, going to walk right into Koalanoob. And that is it. M80 does take this round, but I did say that M80 would need 2 rounds in a row to destroy the econ stability that Oxygen has built up. And I do believe that that is still true. So they need to win another one here if they really want to destroy that econ stability. And that was a moment where you saw Oxygen did take the control of site. That was the first time we've seen Oxygen use Wingman to plant after taking control of site. And had that Nanoswarm not been there, it would have worked out. But there was a Nanoswarm placed by John Cutie, which prevented that plant from going down. That is one of the disadvantages of playing against a Killjoy when you have a Gecko, because if you're trying to plant with Wingman, a Nanoswarm can just go out, and unlike a player which can spot the Nanoswarm, Wingman can't do anything about it before he goes for the plant, which does leave him vulnerable. And this is sort of one of the disadvantages, right? You could send Gecko into plant, you could take site first, but of course, if there's Killjoy util, if there's Asher util, you're gonna end up with some weird plants, or the plant's just not gonna go off at all. So you do have to figure out how to effectively play with a Gecko in order to not just get that plant down, but allow that plant to be effective. And it does seem as though Oxygen's struggling to do that, which is why we don't really see Gecko that often, because it's difficult to use that character of Wingman in a way. If you're trying to use it to plant, for example, it's difficult to use it well. Obviously, you can use Wingman as almost like a raised boom bot, and I think that may be a better strategy here than trying to use it to plant, but we will see. We will see if Oxygen does just continue to try and get Wingman to plant, and have that be the way that they do this type of thing. 2 ults available for either side, Lockdown and From the Shadows available for M80. Of course, From the Shadows is a very situational ult, so we may not see it come out this round. Oxygen gonna have a Lockdown and a Cosmic Divide. First, Oxygen, because they just had so much econ to work with going into that previous round, although they did lose it and all of them died, they can afford a full buy this round. And we will likely see all of these ults come out, or as many of them as possible come out this round. Attacker Lockdown comes out to clear out B site, and it looked like those 3 in A were planning on going through Breakable, but M80 has pushed them back, so they can't actually rotate through Breakable. The Attacker Lockdown does expire. The Cosmic Divide also came up to help take B site, but unfortunately, because of the Defender Lockdown coming out for M80, Oxygen does not have the opportunity to use their offensive Lockdown to get onto site, and now they have to play back and figure out how they want to play this. Cosmic Divide has expired, so Oxygen just wasted their 2 of their ults. Although they did get the ult usage of John Cutie, it did counteract their ults, so there's really... Yeah, the point is they wasted their ults. The Cosmic Divide was used as well, which is the main issue. Like, sure, you can say, oh, well, we got their lockdown out. Yeah, but you had to use 2 ults to do it, which is why it's such a big issue. In tree, Nismo gonna find a pick. He's traded off. Koalanoob gonna find a pick on a Redux, trying to take site. Rustin gonna be able to trade it off. It's now gonna be a 3v3. EU in drop, looking for a pick. He does find it. Will he be traded off? He is. Finds a pick onto Rustin. Verno gonna trade it off. So it's a 2v2. Player count still even. Verno able to flick up to top of rope. And he's able to take out Xander, but John Cutie gonna be there to trade it off. 1v1 as these trades have come through very, very effectively. Mitch pushing up. Ooh, the jump he got from John Cutie. Mitch reveals himself, but it doesn't matter. Mitch still able to win the 1v1 John Cutie. The IGL for M80 not going to win that exchange. Currently tied 3-3. This is actually not a good position for Oxygen to be in because it's a very offense-sided map. So they, in theory, after 6 rounds, you should at least have a 1-round lead, if not more than that. Well, I guess after 6 rounds, you would have to have a 2-round lead. You can't have a 1-round. Whatever. Point is, they should have a lead by now. But Oxygen hasn't really been able to get that lead. It's been tied up. It's been, these rounds have been traded back and forth, And, of course, M80 is okay with that, right? If it can be tied 6-6 going into the next half, that is really, really good for M80. Because then on their offense, they'll have the advantage, and it'll be tied up, so they have a good chance of taking the map. So Oxygen does need to start to push for more of these rounds here. That's easier said than done. Showstopper available for Nismo, and 1 ult point away from the Viper's Pit as well. Verno has that thrash up for Oxygen. We'll see if it comes out. It could definitely, he could straight up just use it here, go and clear out that A pillar, and try and do some damage, but the smoke comes through, and it's not looking like he wants to do that, but again, he can. He definitely can if he wants to. Nismo and Koalanoob are pushed up here, looking for some early engagement. And Omen one way did come out. It looks like it's going to be re-smoked. Thrash does come out. Doesn't detain anyone, though. Now that ult orb can't be picked up. Nismo going to be able to take out the Showstopper. It only kills 1, but it does some damage to Verno. Wingman comes out, used as a raised boom bot. Doesn't find anything, but it does alert them to where Koalanoob is. Nismo going to take out Rustin. EU takes out Redux. Nismo's trying to get away with his life. Breakable. He's able to get away as well. And that does leave M80 with a 2-player advantage. Scuba and Verno now in a 2v4, and Verno's down to half HP. He's going to be able to flank up through rope, most likely. The smoke comes up to help him get up there, but now M80 knows he might be up there. Nismo going to take Verno out. He had the spike. Scuba going to take out Nismo. I mean, maybe should have given the spike to Scuba when you're looking for that early engagement. Obviously, they wanted that engagement because they needed to even out that player count a little bit, but they weren't able to. Scuba now in a 1v3. Time ticks down. M80 takes the round, and now they're trying to hunt down Scuba. And, well, Scuba does the opposite. He's able to take out John Cutie, which prevents him from being taken out. But Oxygen's econ starting to look very, very dire here. And M80 starting to build up some good econ, although it's not completely stable yet. In fact, it's not stable at all yet. So they do need to win this one if they would like to restabilize that. Oxygen, of course, like I said, their econ's not looking the best. You see Redux having to go for a stinger. So you can tell the econ's starting to look a little bit weak for Oxygen. So whichever team loses this round, gonna have to take an eco most likely. Whichever team wins, of course, gonna be able to try and stabilize their econ. But both of these teams really need to win with as many players alive as possible, likely the majority, in order to really get that econ stabilized. And we will see if either of these teams can do that. But again, whichever team loses has no chance of buying next round, most likely. So we'll see what ends up happening. Nismo and, of course, Koalanoob pushed up in C Mound, looking for some early aggression, as well as EU, I believe. Yeah, they were looking for some early aggression, and they find it. Rustin and Verno taken out, and now it's a 3v5 for the remaining Oxygen players. They push into A. Nobody's going to stop them, although Scuba's taking a little bit of damage early. Nobody's going to stop them. Blind comes through, which does cause some anti-blind from Xander, but nobody's able to peek him. John Cutie going to take out Mitch. It's now a 2v5. Redux able to take out John Cutie. Very low health for Scuba, down to 40 HP off of that peek and scares. And he didn't find anything, so it wasn't even worth it. Boombot comes through to clear drop, and Redux peeks off of that, but Nisma's there waiting for him. EU going to take out Scuba as well, and that's it. 4 players left alive for M80, and I said whichever team wins needs to have the majority of their players alive in order to really get that econ start to stabilize, and guess what? M80 did just that. Oxygen loses all of their players, and now they're going to have to take an eco round. Not really a good position at all for Oxygen to be in, because now it looks like M80 may be able to take the lead going into the next half, which is really not good for Oxygen. Because again, if you take the lead going into the next half, on the defense, you have a really good chance of winning the map because of how offense-sided this map is. Now, I've said it a lot, but why is this map offense-sided? Well, if you push up into those main entrances into the site, there's really easy ways to rotate. If you push past mound, you can take door, go into B. If you push into B main, you can take door, go over to C. If you're pushed up in A, you can break breakable, go over to B, right? It's really easy for the offense to rotate, and it's a little bit of a long rotate for the defense. So the way you counteract that as M80, or sorry, as the defense, in this case it's M80, is to just take those aggressive plays where you're pushed up, or just defend the sites well enough that, you know, it doesn't matter, but it's not quite the case here. Ooh, Wingman actually able to get the plant down this time. As the team pushes onto site, Wingman is sent out to plant, and it does go down. This is an eco round reminder for Oxygen, so this is going to be a difficult play for them. Koalanoob able to get an op pick, then he pushes out with the shorty, looking for more, not going to find it. Mitch shuts him down. Scuba is able to get a phantom. He takes out John Cutie and EU. Nismo now coming through door. He's in a 1v3. Now it's a 1v2. He takes out Mitch and Scuba. He knows that Gecko, or he seems to know that Gecko is so far back. Able to get the spike half. Now he's going to take the 1v1 engagement. He taps the spike. Verno has to peek here. Verno playing time, and he's able to win the 1v1, and Verno only had a sheriff. Thrifty round going to come through from Oxygen. Winning that eco is exactly what they need. It seems like Oxygen on these ecos is deadlier than when they're on their buys. So not only does M80 lose that, but they lose the majority of their players as well. Or they lose all of their players as well, which is not at all or how they would want to play that. It's a very bad position to be in. M80 definitely did not want to lose that round, but it's okay. They still have the lead here. They're going to take a timeout, figure out what can they re-strategize differently here. The way Oxygen played that was just rushing into sight, because the way M80 has been playing is sort of a little bit more aggressive on one site, or they're playing a little bit far back and waiting for some sound from Oxygen, because Oxygen's been playing pretty slow on quite a few of these rounds. So M80 has been, or at least in that previous round, was playing slow in response, playing very far back. So Oxygen just rushed into B site, and they were able to take the round. M80 couldn't really stop them because they were playing so far back, and so the spike was able to go down. Sure, they had to get Gecko to plant in a little bit of a non-traditional spot because they knew there'd be some nanoswarms trying to stop Gecko, Gecko's wingman, and well, they did plant in a non-traditional spot, and it worked out, and Oxygen takes that round. Oxygen also has 3 ults this next round. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, and Cosmic Divide all up. M80 only has 1. It's the Viper's Pit. Nightfall, Lockdown from the Shadows, all very close as well. 2 ult points away for the Lockdown and Nightfall, and then only 1 ult point away for the From the Shadows. But they're not up yet, and Oxygen, of course, has those 3 ults up. So this could be a very good round for Oxygen. Looks like they're going to take another aggressive approach into C. M80 trying to stop that. Showstopper comes out, though, and Redux able to punish Koala Noob, take him out. Now it's going to be a 3v4 after the Bloodbath. M80 going to have to play this defense with the player down. A site is taken. Spike going to get to go down. Wingman's planting. It's destroyed, though. Mitch going to be able to fire through the smoke and take out Xander, who destroyed Wingman, which does now mean it's a 2v4 for M80, although they were able to stop the plant. Now they're a little bit cautious, just trying to make sure nobody's going to be in a position that they aren't ready for. Because Reston was taken out early, that does mean that Killjoy was lost early, which means nobody's watching the flank yet, although I'm sure Oxygen is very aware there could be a flank. Speaking of flanks, that's John Cutie's job. He's coming for a flank right now. EU's actually on the other side of door, maybe getting ready to open the door and go for the flank himself. It's a question, when are they going to open that door? Oh, but as John Cutie gets spotted, it looks like M80 is like, all right, we don't have the element of surprise anymore. We'll go for the save, and that's what they do. So M80 is going to lose this round, which does allow Oxygen to now tie it back up, although I did say it was looking not great, as M80 did have the 2-round lead. That 2-round lead is now gone. They've blundered that, and it looks like M80 may even have to take an eco round this next round. Even though they're able to save 2 guns, it looks like the rest of the players are probably going to have to take eco. Maybe with the exclusion of Koala Noob, but Xander and Nismo definitely not going to have enough money to buy, whereas Oxygen, of course, going to start to get some econ stability. I feel like this has sort of been the game for a lot of these, for pretty much both of these teams. It's like, how do we get econ moving in our favor? We've only seen Oxygen, I believe we've only seen Oxygen take eco rounds so far, other than M80 right at the beginning. So this may be the first time we see M80 with low econ, although again, they are forcing a buy here. We've got a judge coming out, Vandal. 2 Vandals and Phantoms. Of course, 2 players were able to keep their guns from the previous round, and then Koala Noob just had enough money to buy. So Nismo and Xander both going to be on judges. We will see if that does come through with anything. We've got From the Shadows available for Koala Noob, Viper's Pit available for Xander, Cosmic Divide available for Scuba. We'll see how this goes. Nismo looking to do some damage. He does find 1, which does back up the B site push a little bit. Mitch also going to... Mitch going to be able to return the fire and trade it off, although Mitch goes down to 2 HP. Cosmic Divide went up for Oxygen to try and take B site. Likely just wanted to send Gecko through that site to plant. But that isn't what they end up doing. They're actually going to rotate it over towards C. Now, looks like... yeah, Koala Noob's ready for this. Got the Vandal, looking to do some damage. And Koala Noob still just trying to figure out how to use this. He used there, but he's played so far back. He's not really going to be able to do a whole lot at this point. He's got a lineup coming through, which you may use here. Lockdown comes out. M80 playing a little bit far up, maybe hoping to do some aggression. And it is Xander who's going to find 2 before he goes down. He would have been detained, but it doesn't matter because he finds 2 before going down. It's now a 2v3. And remember, Mitch is on 3 HP, which is definitely not a good place to be. And he can just be shot once through the smoke if he goes down. It's now down to Scuba in a 1v3. Of course, M80 knew how low Mitch was as well, which is why they were shooting so much. But it does tell Scuba where they are, but it doesn't matter. The 1v3 not going to be able to come through for Scuba. And M80 does get that 6th round, which now means it's impossible for Oxygen to get the lead going into the next half. And if Oxygen does not take this round, it means that M80 will probably take the lead going into the next, or no, they will take the lead going into the next half if M80 takes this round, which would be a very bad position for Oxygen to be in, more so than if it's tied up going into the next half, which is already not a great position for Oxygen to be in, because like I said, it's a very offense-sided map, so not keeping it tight, or sorry, so not taking the lead on your offense is the opposite of what you want to do. Tying up is the least of what you should do, which Oxygen may be able to do, but still not a great position to be in. And it could give Oxygen or M80 the chance to win this map. Now Storms come out. Push from Oxygen being warded back, but Mitch going to be able to take out Koala Noob, and that's going to allow the entry onto site. Spike going to go down. Wingman going to plant. Xander going to take up Mitch, who is pushed up into CT, but he's followed by Rustin, who's able to trade it off. Nightfall comes out. Redux going to be hit, as well as Rustin, and they're going to back up. Nismo going for the flank. He catches both Rustin and Verno, clearing Cubby as well with the Boombot, which is destroyed. Now he knows where Scuba is. Both of these players are here on Mound, and the other two for M80 are getting ready to take site. It's now down to Scuba to play post-plant in a 1v2. Spike's been down a little while, but of course he's not really going to be able to play post-plant with M80 pushing, and it looks like, yeah, they will have time to defuse. Will they? No, I don't think they will. No, they won't. And Oxygen's able to take this round, and it's going to be tied up. 0.4 seconds remaining on that defuse. It's going to be tied up going into the next half. And that's not really where, again, it's not really where Oxygen wants to be. Of course, M80 going to be a little bit disappointed they didn't win that round. They definitely would have liked to. I think maybe what they should have done is instead of sending 2 to go chase those on Mound, they should have sat 1 on the Spike to just, like, hold it. So that way, I don't know. There was a better way for M80 to play that, where they could have taken the lead, but they didn't, which is a little bit better for Oxygen. But again, you really want to be taking the lead going into the next half on your offense if you're starting on offensive Lotus. And Oxygen, again, wasn't able to do that. So M80's in a really good position here. As long as they play their cards right and are able to use the offense-sidedness of this 3-site map, they should be able to win this map. Oxygen going to have to kick it into overtime to try and prevent that. But it's a team like M80, which has so much firepower. They're such an aggressive team. It may be difficult. Even with Koala Noob not on the duelist role, it does seem like M80's still able to pull through. Nismo, of course, taking that role this time around. And he's doing an amazing job of playing it. Koala Noob's still able to do a lot of entry on Omen using that paranoia. Verno going to send that flash up. It's not going to hit anybody, and now, as it's destroyed, so it's not going to hit anybody, and now M80 going to start this push into C site. John Cutie able to take out Redux. That's all the way over on A. Mitch is also pushed up, who was looking for a trade, but he's not able to find it. And it looks like M80 going to be rotating off of that pick over towards A after making a little bit of sound C long through that pick. They are just going to start pushing into A, it looks like. John Cutie is waiting for some entry help from his team. Mitch is pushed up. Oh, he's not ready for the peek. And John Cutie going to catch him off guard and find that pick. And now M80 can start rushing into this A site. Pure Oxygen. This is not where you want to be to start off this half. Getting this pistol round could have been big for Oxygen to try and keep it even, at least to take it overtime. But losing this pistol round could be very, very bad for Oxygen. Wingman sent through, used as a raised boombot would, and it does find Xander, and Rustin's able to take him out off of that, which does mitigate that player advantage a little bit. And as Koala Noob and Nismo are taken out, now the player advantage is in the hands of Oxygen. EU trying to catch Oxygen off guard, but they're not able to. It's now a 1v3. Maybe I spoke too soon. It looks like M80 may lose this round. Yeah, all three are just going to peek John Cutie at the same time, and yeah, the defuse will come through. M80 loses the pistol round despite having a 2-player advantage to take the site with. They did not play that advantage well enough, and it does turn into a win for Oxygen. This is not, it's not really where M80 wanted to be, but this is really good for Oxygen, who really needed that pistol round to try and mitigate the amount of rounds that M80 can take on this offense. Because again, I think at least like the best case scenario for Oxygen right now is to just try and take it to overtime. That's sort of the position they're in, just being on this defense. That's typically what the best case scenario is on the defense of this map, is like keeping it, you know, keeping it even, each team getting 6 rounds. Obviously, you can try and take the lead on this or on the defense. It's not completely out of the book, but it's very unlikely you'll be able to. So you should just be trying to mitigate that damage. Rustin going to take out Nismo. Judge being used effectively in that B entrance, but he is very, very far pushed up. So if M80 had been able to take advantage of that, they may have been able to trade it off, but they don't. Nismo's just going to have to leave the team for this one. Spectate screen going to be up for him, and M80 now going to have to play this. You do see M80 actually forced here. They all have stingers. I I understand why they're doing it. They want to have the best opportunity to try and, you know, mitigate the lead, the early lead Oxygen can get in this half. Like I said, I understand why. But I don't actually agree with that decision. I think maybe they should have just let Oxygen take this second round and, you know, gone for their own eco, because forcing here, although you do have that advantage of being on this offense, it's just like, it may not be worth it, because then if you lose, you're at a really big econ deficit. It's just not a good position to be in. But of course, I'm not a pro player. M80 taking this, clearly think they've got something up their sleeves that they can use. Plant going to go down. EU does take some damage from that aftershock, and we'll leave him playing down damage this time around. Rustin going to be spotted. He has that judge, though, looking to do damage. Redux also has a judge. EU going to take out Rustin. That's one judge down. Now a 4v4. M80's tied up that player difference. Koala Noob now going to take out Verno, and now M80's up a player. Mitch going to take out John Cutie, but EU going to take out Scuba for a trade pick. Xander going to take out Redux. Spike is tapped by Mitch. Everybody pushing him at once. He pulls out the classic, able to take out Xander, but EU going to finish him off. And the forced buy paid off for M80. Looks like it was a good choice. Guns are going to be picked up. That's 2 Bulldogs. And although M80 won't be able to afford a full buy this round off of that round win, they will be able to force a buy, get some good guns here, and Oxygen just going to have to play. Now that, I guess, you know, I said I didn't agree with that decision, but it worked out for M80, so I'll give them props for that. And now M80 going to be able to take an early lead here. They should be able to win this next round as well, get some of these rounds back in their favor. I think that is actually the second time on this map that we saw the pistol round be won by Oxygen, and then it didn't matter. They did not win the second round despite having the gun advantage. So they got to feel bad about that one, and we'll see if that is a recurring theme when we move into the next map. But for now, keep looking here at Lotus. Nightfall available for EU already. The rest of his team not even close to their ults. Well played by EU, I guess, in these first few rounds of this half. Turret is spotted by Nismo, or at least they can hear it. There's only one on A for Oxygen, and it is Rustin. EU making some sound in B, sending that Prowler through, doing a little bit of lurking. Watching that flank with the help of the Killjoy turret. And it looks like M80 getting ready to push into A. They may want to go through Breakable, but they didn't really find anything. EU didn't really find anything with that Prowler, so it wouldn't really make sense. So it does look like they are going to be going in through A. Nightfall comes through. They want to use the fact that they have an ult this early to their advantage. Xander going to take out Rustin. It's now a 5v4. As M80 has taken sight. Can they play this player advantage to their advantage? It is a pistol round and eco round for Oxygen, so they should have some good guns to use as well for M80. So this shouldn't be difficult for them, in theory. John Cutie going to take out Mitch, who was coming in through Breakable. It's now going to be a 5v3. No flanks coming through from Oxygen. They're all pushing in from CT. Scuba able to, I believe that was a collateral kill on Koala Noob and EU. It's now a 3v3. Player count evened up. Gun diff still prevalent for M80, but it does appear Oxygen may not care. Viper wall drops. Nismo going to be peeking off of it. Able to take out Scuba. Redux. Verno going to trade it off, but Xander's there to trade that pick off, and 2 players left alive. Not the most dominant win for M80. Probably not exactly how they would have liked to do it. A little bit sloppy, but they did win it. And they will be able to buy this next round to combat the full buy from Oxygen. So it'll be a buy from both sides. The first buy from both sides in this half. We will see if Oxygen can try and turn the tides of this map back into their favor. This is their map pick, and I did say I was expecting a 3-map series, but if Oxygen can't take this map, we honestly might not see that. We will see. Oxygen, of course, winning this series would be an upset, so they're already at a bit of an underdog status here coming into this series. Of course, it's M80 we're talking about here, and I don't think they're willing to just let Oxygen slip by. Seems like that Gecko, like I talked about, on that offense was not used super effectively, except for those last few rounds where Oxygen was able to tie it up. But early on, it did not seem like Oxygen knew what they were doing at the Gecko. And one of the biggest drawbacks of Gecko is the util not really being super effective on the defense. It's a little bit difficult to use well. Obviously, you can get him to defuse, but it's difficult to play against a pro team because, of course, they're just going to be watching that spike pretty heavily. Nismo going to be able to take out Redux, and it looks like this A push going to start. There were 3 pushed up for Oxygen, looking for some early picks. They end up getting picked off early in return. EU going to take out Mitch as well. Rustin is in Breakable. They know someone's there. Rustin going to get spotted. Grenade sending through. Boombot as well. Some util being used to push him back, and although Rustin is able to take out Xander, it's not going to be enough to even out that player count. So, player advantage still in the hands of M80. We've seen this so many times. They get that player advantage in their hands, they plan on A, and they just lock it down. Obviously, in that pistol round, they weren't able to, but now they've got guns, they've got util. This will be very, very difficult for Oxygen to play through. It looks like Verno was trying to pick up some of his util. Will he be sending Wingman to plant? It looks like he... No, he's actually going to be defusing it himself. I said plant, but I meant defuse. He's defusing it himself. It looked like he wanted to stick it, but as M80 mows down the rest of his team, they asked to get off of it, and Koalanub going to catch him right as he comes off of it, and M80 wins the third round in a row for them in this half. Oxygen only taking the first round so far, and that was the buy from both sides. It goes to M80, and it's starting to look like Oxygen is losing any grip on this map that they had in that first half. Cosmic Divide available for Oxygen Esports. Able to get that up. They're going to have to be on an eco round. They're taking their second timeout here. We've seen both of these teams take a timeout in the first half. Now Oxygen using their second timeout. And I can't blame them. This has been a little bit of a difficult half for them to start it off. And of course, losing your first buy from both sides does indicate something is going wrong. So really what Oxygen needs to do is probably, I mean, they're getting picked off really, really early, so maybe play a little bit further back, a little bit more defensively. Obviously, it's not the best strategy to just sit on site and hope you can defend the site, but that may be what they have to do here. A little bit of a you know, an older strat, very, very, very common in like ranked play, but it is sort of what may need to happen for Oxygen because they're just getting picked off so early in those pushes up. Or they can try pushing up and B, you know, going for a flank, sending something, because they're playing a little bit of a very common defense on Lotus, which is, yeah, you push up in a main entrance into the site, but you never send any flanks. You're not defending the site very well, which is what allows the offense to just find those early picks and then rotate wherever they want. Because if you're pushed up aggressively, even if it results in trades, it's good for the offense because then they are able to get some of that defense down and it allows them some room to rotate. So Oxygen does sort of just need to hold their own ground here. Some sound and util being used early in that B main. No picks come through though, no damage being used or going through for either of these teams. It is an eco round for Oxygen. They all have sheriffs. We'll see if they can find anything with them. Cosmic Divide available for them as well, but there's a showstopper in the hands of Nismo. Speaking of early picks, EU going to find an early pick onto Mitch. 3 players for Oxygen have actually decided to post up in C, and as the smoke drops, they push out. Scuba able to find a pick, but it is traded off. It's now going to be a 4v3. Still a player advantage for M80, and Verno's down to half HP. Question is, does M80 just rotate elsewhere? They definitely can if they want to, but also taking this early engagement could be good for them. They know they have a gun advantage. They don't need to rotate. Showstopper comes out, does take out Scuba. Verna going in through Bend, going to be able to take out EU, but John Cutie just going to trade it off. It's now down to Redux in a 1v3. All he has is a Sheriff. No point in saving it. He's going to try and push for this. Spike goes down. He knows where 2 of the players are. So John Cutie is a mystery. He has no idea where John Cutie could be coming from. Could it be Ben? Could it be a flank gone through water, going around? We'll see. Redux just gonna... Ooh, he's able to take out Nismo. Now he knows where both are. Doesn't have to worry about a flank anymore, but it doesn't matter. John Cutie gonna take out Redux. 3 kills for John Cutie this round. IGL for M80 really pushing through. M80 gonna take the 10th round for them. It's now 10-7. And Oxygen definitely starting to lose their grip on this half. But again, that was an eco round. But the 4-round win streak for M80 to start off this half is not really what was in the books for Oxygen. But they took a timeout. Now they're going to be on this bye. We'll see if that timeout is going to be useful for them to play this. They played a little bit of an aggressive defense, stacking a lot of their sites, looking for early picks. We'll see if they do the same thing here that they did on their eco round. 4 ults available for them. Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, Thrash, and Lockdown. All very, very good and powerful ults that they have to use at their disposal. Redux is also only 1 ult point away from the Showstopper, so we could see all of those ults come up this round if Redux can find an ult orb. He also has an operator he's trying to use. Lockdown available for M80. I already said that, but there are 3 ults very close for M80. 1 ult point away for Koalanub and Xander, and then 2 ult points away for the Nightfall on EU. So M80's close to some of these ults. Not quite there, so we may not see them come up this round, but next round there should be quite a few ults up for M80. But this round, let's talk about Oxygen's ults that are up. We'll see if they're used. Redux, of course, going to find some early engagement with that op. Oh, but the bounce back shows exactly where he is, and John Cuda going to take Redux out. It's now going to be a 4v4. Rustin is inside of tree, and it looks like M80 is very aware that he's there. They blind him, and he can't defend himself. Nismo going to take Rustin out. It's now a 4v3. Rolling Thunder comes through to help with this retake for Oxygen. Lockdown no longer available for M80 as John Cutie gets taken out. Thrash now coming out. These ults being used by M80. Nightfall comes out from M80. Oxygen trying to do some damage here. Mitch able to take out Nismo. I believe he was detained. Nice job there to play off of that. The 2v3. The Cosmic Divide has gone up. And M80 has actually rotated it over to B. But an early pick there for Oxygen. And they know the rotate is coming through now. Qualinoob just faking this plant, hoping he can get somebody to swing, and they do. Once again, faking the plant, hoping he can get someone to swing as there's no more time to plant. Mitch takes out Qualinoob. This round does go to Oxygen. Good for them. Finally stop that win streak that M80's built up, but here's the econ stability that M80 now has is going to be the most difficult thing for Oxygen to work through, and that's really what they have to worry about, because even if they can get one round like they did, it's still not an easy fight for them to get some momentum on their side. They did lose the majority of their players that round as well, so the econ stability not really there yet for Oxygen. Although they do have some econ built up. Verno with 4,000 credits to work with. Showstopper and Lockdown available for Oxygen over on M80. They've got 3 ults of their own. Viper's Pit from the Shadows and Lockdown. There we go. Dizzy coming through, looking to do some damage. Not going to really spot anybody. I mean, it does tell them at least one's there. Qualinoob going to find a pick onto Rustin. The entirety of M80 is here to fight. 3 of Oxygen are pushed out. Scuba able to get a trade pick. He finds one. Can he find more? No. John Cutie going to trade that pick off, which leaves M80 with the player advantage. I think at that point, Scuba should have just been trying to cross back over towards C to keep it even, but he continued to push and is punished for it. It's not going to be a 4v3. I mean, it would have been difficult for him to cross. So I understand why he was just saying there, but not the best way that could have gone for Oxygen. Showstopper available for Redux. 2 ults available for M80. There were 3, but the lockdown's being used currently. Looks like Verno wants to be able to swing off of it. He will find one, but he gets traded off. That's not what he would have wanted. You want to get at least 2 there. If you're going to get detained regardless, you need to be trying to get a 2-for-1 special, not a 1-for-1. 3v2 now. Omen from the Shadows available. Viper's Pit came out as well. Redux with the Showstopper, trying to punish this. And it does take out EU. He hits EU with his body and knows where he is, so he sends the Showstopper down. Nearly taken out, but not quite. Redux going to take out Qualinoob. It's now a 1v2 for Xander. He does have the Viper's Pit, though, and he's got that shorty out. Will he be able to find anybody? Fight gets tapped. He knows Oxygen's low. Shots are coming through, and Xander can just spray and take out Redux. Clutch, 1v2 clutch comes through for Xander. That Viper's Pit played beautifully by him. 11 rounds now for M80, and it's looking like M80 is encroaching on a win here in this map. Oxygen needs to stop this, but M80 is 1 round away from getting to that 12th round, which means at the very least, Oxygen will have to fight through overtime. But of course, if M80 does get to that 12th round, then they're at risk of winning the map, which is not where Oxygen would want to be. They take a timeout. These rounds have been sloppy these past few rounds, as Oxygen has been able to find those aggressive pushes out with some sort of success. Obviously, in that previous round, it didn't go great for them, but they were able to turn it around. The Showstopper was played well. It seemed like the rest of M80 wasn't playing that Viper's Pit super well. Of course, it did end up working out in the end. So it looks like all the cameras are frozen. Some interesting faces there. I will say Oxygen's definitely starting to get in a little bit of a tough spot here. They may have to take an eco round coming up. But I will say for M80, these rounds they've been winning have been really, really expensive. They haven't really been allowed to get very much econ stability, but of course that 4-round win streak did give them some really good econ momentum to work with. And they can buy this round despite losing, or no, they did win the previous round, so of course they can buy this round. But again, you can see that econ stability not really there. Oxygen is actually going to force around here despite not being able to buy. So they may, if they lose this, they may just lose the map. This could be a really bad map for them to lose. For round for them to lose. Again, I said I expected 3 map, but they really do need to win this one if they want hope of winning a map in this series. I also said I don't expect any 2-0s for the rest of playoffs, but if M80 does take this map, we could be looking at another 2-0. It'd be 5 2-0s in a row in playoffs. From the shadows available for Koala Noob to use, Lockdown available for Rustin to use. And I imagine they will both be wanting to use those ults. Of course, again, I talk about it a lot. From the shadows is a very situational ult. It's difficult to use well. Obviously, on the offense, you can, use it to pick up the spike if you need to in a clutch situation, but it is very difficult to use. So Fade Util being used as M80 is now going to be pushing into C. There's only one near C right now for Oxygen. It's Rustin and Waterfall. The rest of the team getting there. Defender Lockdown comes out. Nismo is pushed up into CT near ramp, looking for some damage, and he finds 2 before going down. That's 2 for 1 special. Definitely not what Oxygen would have wanted to happen. The Lockdown, though, will push M80 pretty far back. Although, because of the recent meta of just pushing through the Lockdown for some early picks, this gives Oxygen a little bit of worry that maybe M80 is near the site, so they had to wait a little while before retaking. Although they're able to get on site, they're not willing to risk losing their players this round, so they're just going to save, and I can't blame them because M80 is going to be on the 12th round here on a win, and had Oxygen lost all of their players, they would have no guns for the next round, and it would likely go to M80, so now they're going to be able to put up at least a little bit of a defense here. But, yeah, not really the way Oxygen would have wanted to go on that force buy. Although, what I will say, Oxygen only have 3 of their players with good guns, and they end with 3 of their players having good guns. So that is a good way to end it, or end that round, but they did still end up in a loss. 2 ults available for M80 this round, including a Showstopper. Still that From the Shadows, which again, we may not see come out for a while. The From the Shadows could definitely, or not the From the Shadows, the Showstopper could definitely do some really good damage for M80, and there's not any ults for Oxygen to try and counter it with, or gain the tide in their advantage. They do just have to use their util effectively to try and secure this round. Looks like M80 going to be pushed up into A, hoping to find some early aggression, but none of Oxygen is pushed up. None of Oxygen is like looking for that early damage. They're just going to be playing back. They're taking a little bit of a more passive approach. Although 2 of Oxygen are pushed out in C looking for some damage, but none of M80 is there. We'll see if Oxygen does decide to go for a flank. They haven't gone for a flank yet. In fact, I don't think... Yeah, we haven't seen them try and go for a flank on this defense. Which, if played correctly, could do some damage, but Oxygen does want to, I guess, just take a more traditional approach if everyone go through CT. M80 is going to be able to get on site here. There's nobody on site. There's 1 in stairs, and Scuba's able to find 2 on Xander and John Cutie. He's backed up now by his team, who are going to help try and prevent this plant going down. Although, again, site has been given up, so the spike definitely can go down. Mitch looking to clear some damage. Nismo's actually in heaven. He will get spotted by this. Oh, he doesn't. He gets past it, and he's able to take out Redux. Meanwhile, Kowalanum takes out Rustin. Showstopper going to come out. It doesn't take anybody out. I don't even think it did very much damage. Maybe it did some to Scuba, but I think he was already low a little bit. So, no real good use of that. Nismo able to take out Verno. Mitch, though, going to take out EU and Kowalanum, which leaves Nismo in a 1v2, and he can't win it. So, Oxygen will be able to take this round. The Showstopper was used by M80 in that round, and that is exactly what Oxygen needed. Now they can breathe a little bit easier, knowing that they've got a little bit better econ behind them now. Although still no econ stability, they should be able to afford some buys here. And, yeah, we will see. Actually, can they? I mean, yeah, they can buy. They can't all get full shield, but they may not need to. M80, of course, has a little bit of econ stability to work with. They got some money saved in the bank, so they can afford to buy this round, but if they do lose it, they'll have to take an eco round. So Oxygen's in a little bit of a decent spot here. They just need to counterplay M80. M80 has a Nightfall to use. And Odin spam coming through. It actually does a good amount of damage to Mitch. And punished for taking that damage. Koala Noob going to cash in and take out Mitch. It's now going to be a 5v4 for M80. Looks like they were thinking about going through breakable. They may still want to. There's 2 in tree for oxygen. We will see if they're going to do anything here. If John Cutie wants to, he could just Odin spam right through tree to try and do some damage. We will see. I mean, Odin on offense is not something you see very commonly, but and we see it here for John Cutie, and it did help M80 very early in this round. EU doing a little bit of lurk play, just going to make some noise in B, use some util. Maybe he's even trying to clear space, that way his team can rotate through breakable, but it looks like M80 is going to be committing to this A push. They do still need to clear out tree. Scuba is going to be cleared out and taken out by Kuala Shorty, and EU is able to take out Verna, who is also, or actually he wasn't in tree, he was elsewhere, so they haven't cleared out Redux yet. John Cutie going to take out Rustin. Redux, they don't know where he is. Trigger discipline, but it won't come through with anything other than the pick on Xander. Redux going to take out Nismo, but the 1v5, too much for him to handle. Koala Noob going to take out Redux, and M80 does take map 1 of this series. And like I said, if there's a map Oxygen can take up, it's probably Lotus, their map pick. It's not over for them yet. It's not like they're bad on Pearl, but it doesn't look good for them, to say the very least, as we're going to be moving into Pearl, which is M80's map pick. And M80 just won Lotus's map, or the Lotus picked by Oxygen. So we really could just be looking at another 2-0 to start off playoffs if these, if Oxygen can't put up a good enough defense. We can go ahead and once they put it in, we can go ahead and talk about how that series did end up going, or how that map did end up going, not the series. Not the series yet, it's not over. Again, I think Oxygen could still win Pearl, but it doesn't look great for them, obviously, because, you know, Pearl is M80's pick. Pearl has done really, really well on, M80's done really, really well on Pearl. If we just take a look at their most recent match against Shopify Rebellion, on Pearl, they went 13-2 against Shopify Rebellion when they picked it. So, yeah, it's not a good point is, it's not a good place to be in if you are Oxygen, to be going up against M80 on maybe one of their best maps right now. Obviously, M80 has a really expansive map pool, and that's why going into Lotus, they are able to take it, because they're just really well-versed. That's why they're one of the top teams in Challengers. They don't just have 1 or 2 maps that they're really solid at. They're pretty much solid on all of them. Obviously, again, there's maps they're better at. Obviously, that's why they picked Pearl. You know, if Fracture was in the map pool, we've seen M80 do really well on Fracture. They're banning Bind, and I think it's just because they don't want to play on Bind. I don't think they really ever have played on Bind. I think it's just a map they don't like. Like, you know, hey, we'll just ban the same map every time and just get really good at all of the other maps. It doesn't matter if you know, we're not good at Bind, because we'll never have to play on it if we just ban it every time. I think that's the mentality for M80. It honestly works for them. You know, they're currently the best team in Challengers for that reason. They have a really expansive map pool. Even if they're not willing to play on Bind, they're okay just banning it every time. And sorry, I'm refreshing a lot here. It looks like they're still just waiting a little bit. Oh, a little bit of buffering there. Just waiting. One thing I will say, final score was what, 13-9? I feel like M80, I'm sorry, I feel like Oxygen did put up a really, really solid fight considering who they're up against. It was, I was, you know, obviously I was expecting them to be able to take up Lotus. Honestly, I was expecting an overtime. I'm not gonna lie, especially when we went into the second half when it was tied 6-6. I was really optimistic, I guess, for Oxygen that we may see an overtime, but it's just that I sort of knew it also just wasn't gonna look good, because we've seen M80. We know how much firepower they have, and even with, you know, not having Koala Noob on the duelist role, it didn't matter, because Koala Noob was still able to really frag out for his team, and he used a lot of his supporting util very effectively. I feel like Omen is a controller that a lot of teams end up playing like a controller, but he's also an agent that can definitely be used aggressively. Sure, it's not as common to use him super aggressively, but you definitely can. You know, that paranoia and then the CPs. It's why, if you guys have ever seen those like shorty only or frenzy only to Immortal videos, they always play Omen. It's because it's a really good agent to just push up very quickly. You've got the TPs to use. You can paranoia it and the TP, and they can't hear you. It's a really good combo. We don't really see it used very much in pro play because again, it is a controller. It has smokes, so typically you want to keep him alive. But when you're backed up by the fact that you've also actually wait, no, I think it was oxygen with the double controller. Potentially need to double check that. This is the longest I think it's ever taken. Usually the second series they take a while to put in the maps. Not entirely sure why it's taking so long this time around. It is VLR, or no. It's Knights Arena that has to put it in, so maybe the person who usually puts it in was, I don't know, eating, using the bathroom. I don't know. Yeah, I am definitely a little bit worried now that Oxygen won't be able to, because again, I was expecting a 3-map series, but if they're not able to take Lotus, I don't know if they'll be able to take Pearl, because it just seemed yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago when M80 did play, like, it really looked like they knew what they were doing on Pearl. Like, there was not really a whole lot of doubt in my mind that M80 was not well versed on Pearl, and I still don't think M80 is going to be able to take a loss here on Pearl, so yeah, we could be looking at 5 2-0s in a row to start off playoffs, which would just be absolutely insane to think about. You know, this is supposed to be the highest level of challengers, and if we really do just see 5 2-0s in a row, that'd be pretty, I don't know if that's disappointing or impressive. Regardless, I don't think the second series, I don't think the Guard versus Moist will be a 3-0, or sorry, a 2-0, because it's, you know, that seems like a really evenly matched team. M80 versus Oxygen, of course, isn't the most evenly matched matchup. But I feel like the Guard versus Moist is a pretty evenly matched matchup, especially considering Moist has beaten the Guard before. Obviously, that was without Tex. Josh RT was subbed in. So now that the Guard's back in full force, we'll see if Moist can put up a good enough fight to try and claim the number 2 spot, get to the upper finals. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why they're taking so long here. I'll try and remember what I can. So one thing I want to point out, Oxygen goes for the Gecko here, which I talked about to begin with, is not very common because it's difficult to use the util well, because a lot of it can just be destroyed. It's the same reason you don't really see Reyna a lot, because although you've got the team flash, or the flash that can be used by anybody on the team, anybody can play off of it, it can be destroyed really easily, right? So that's sort of a similar story for Gecko, right? The Dizzy can be destroyed. Obviously, there's ways to play with the Dizzy where it probably won't be destroyed. In fact, oftentimes it isn't a flash that's destroyed, especially since a lot of players still have not gotten used to destroying it. A lot of players just end up looking away or trying to just hide from it in general, which is probably a better strat because, you know, you have to look at it to destroy it, which can sometimes not work out, and it does flash pretty quickly once it sees you. I feel like one thing teams aren't the best at using yet is the wingman. I talked about it. You do need to really clear sight and use it as though it's another player. Instead of just, you know, sending it in blindly, which is what Oxygen was doing to start off in the first half on their offense. Like, to start off those first few rounds of their offense, they were really just sending it through. Then they took a timeout, and they were like, and I guess their coach was like, hey, you need to be a little bit more patient with this. What I'm going to do is I will pull this up on my second monitor, and then I will switch it over once the stats have loaded, so that way I can analyze it. But for now, we can go ahead and look at their stats that they have up. So we do see quite a bit of again, Nismo with 339 combat score, but I really want to talk about how Koala Noob, despite not being on a Star Duelist, is still second frag. And you may be wondering, wait, isn't Nismo the like Flash Initiator player? And that is true, but they decided not to go with that Initiator player. And I was right, yeah. So because they've got a Viper here, they don't really super need to use Koala Noob as a smoke. Instead, they can use him as more of that sort of Flash Initiator type of agent. And then use the smokes as a tool for pushing or retaking when needed. Not so much, I'm going to take map control, where that's sort of what Viper's kit is used for. Obviously, you've got that big that big Viper wall, which does control a lot of the map. And so that's why they're running this sort of double controller setup. Oftentimes, you'll see a double controller setup on Lotus of like a Harbor and a Viper, but you're not going to be using a Harbor and a Viper as that sort of initiator tool, but here they're using an Omen and a Viper in order to use Omen as sort of an initiator, and I actually like that idea. I'm not sure we'll see a lot of teams picking it up, but I do think I mean, it definitely worked well here for M80. But the main thing I do want to talk about, of course, is again that Gecko pick for Oxygen. I really do feel like it's an agent that I don't think. I think it's going to be another agent like Reyna or Yoru, or Chamber, where it's like we're just not going to see it a lot in pro play because again, that Yuta can be destroyed really easily. The ultimate can be destroyed really easily. The ultimate can detain your teammates. All right, the stats loaded. The ultimate can detain your teammates, which is a really big sort of. It's not like a nerf, but it doesn't help you, right? If the ultimate is detaining your teammates, especially since when you're using Thrash, you have to sort of send it out, and then if you don't see anybody, you have to sort of bring it back to you, so that way you can pick it up, which can then result in you detaining yourself, which is not really where you want to be. But anyways, let's go ahead and take a look. One of the longer games. This might be the longest game we've seen so far. No, we've seen a longer game in playoffs, I think, so far. But it's been a minute. At least yesterday, the games were really short. But here we do see, again, Nismo top fragging, 339 ACS is very, very much so a really good sign that Nismo is a duelist player. And we see him often on KO, which is a really good aggressive agent, and he often is fragging pretty highly. And that didn't change here. We've got then EU with 19 and 12, which honestly is a little bit surprising considering it's your recon initiator. But it's also not completely out of the picture. It does mean he's holding his own pretty well. And honestly, all of these players are pretty similar in kills. We've got Koalanoob 18 and 14, again, using more of his kit as a little bit more like an initiator type of kit with the Paranoia. Then we've got 15 and 12. Not a whole lot of assists, so it's not like John Cutie's doing a whole lot of damage, but he's also the IGL. And he was locking down a lot of those sites. Again, he's not too far apart in kills here. And then Xander, down bottom of the pack, but it's not like he's sandbagging the fact that Nismo's carrying. Oftentimes we actually do see M80, unlike a lot of teams, which I like to talk about how similar they are in kills and how much that is good for your team, and it still is. Oftentimes from M80, we'll often see a team or a player that is way higher above the rest of his team. And typically, I would say that's not a great thing, but as long as the rest of your team is holding their own enough that they're winning their 1v1s, it doesn't matter a whole lot, right? You can have a carry in that case. Especially, and we're talking about on the offense, which is actually not where Nismo is carrying as much, and that's just sort of because the team was playing together. On the defense, it worked out. You could retake pretty well. I mean, 392 ACS on the defense really goes to show how powerful Nismo was there. But I really want to highlight Oxygen here, especially since it's going to be not looking great for them as we move into M80's map pick. I want to talk about Oxygen on this map really quickly. I want to see, did they play on Pearl in their previous series? No, they did not. Okay, that's just what I wanted to check on. But anyways, Oxygen, again, not the greatest performance. You have you have Scuba, your controller player, as that. Give me a second here. As that what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. You have your Scuba as your controller on that top frag position. Sorry, my brain stopped functioning there. Which again, not really where you want your controller to be. Your controller, although it's okay for your controller to be fragging highly. I mean, look at Koalanoob. If it's your controller and there's sort of like a few kills above the next highest player, it's not a great place to be in. And you do see them 2 kills above Mitch, which again, not a great place to be in for your controller to be top fragging. It means those players that should sort of be doing a little bit better aren't as much. So we've got Mitch being the flash initiator with 16 and 17. He doesn't have a whole lot of assists, which isn't great. Breach is an agent where you want to be seeing a lot of assists because it means the stuns are effective, the flashes are effective. He's engaging, right? That sort of that aggressive initiation that you want your flash initiator to be doing does typically result in a lot of assists because it means your team's playing off of them quite well, which we don't see here. Verno is, of course, not the flash initiator, but he is on Gecko, which can be a little bit of a more aggressive initiator. But using Dizzy is more so counted as a recon initiator. Same thing with Wingman, you can use that for recon. So doesn't necessarily need to have a lot of assists, but it is about getting vision. They also don't need to be having a lot of kills, but you would have liked to see Verno with maybe a little bit more. 167 ACS isn't horrible. Of course, the whole team isn't, nobody's breaking 300 on their team. And most of them they are all in the triple digits, which is of course a target to be in, especially if you're losing. At least having triple digits in ACS for all of you is okay to be in. It's okay of a place to be in. One thing I do want to highlight though, Mitch is the IGL for Oxygen, and he's second highest frag. So you really don't want your IGL to be fragging highly for your team. I mean, it's not like the IGL can't do well. Obviously, it shows they're a good player if they're IGLing and fragging well. But also they're multitasking. You're IGLing and you're using your util and you're having to kill people. The rest of your team should, in theory, be above you. Like for example, John Cutie is the IGL for M80. He's not, he's got 3 players above him, so clearly, his team is able to do what he can't. He's also on a sentinel role, so he shouldn't be fragging that high. Having Mitch on your flash initiator, your more aggressive initiator, being the IGL will result in more kills, but still, again, you want sort of these other players to be fragging higher than him, especially your duelist. Move to Redux. Sort of the newer player for Oxygen. He's a newer player into pro play at all because he just turned 16, barely legal for the sake of challengers. So he comes in here and he only goes 15 and 19, 197 ACS isn't great. You probably want to be breaking the 200 mark. If we look at his offense, it wasn't that great either. He's tied with Scuba. Mitch is fragging higher than him. He's not doing a whole lot of entry on the defense. Again, still not top fragging in that regard either. So when we're talking about his performance, it's not the best. Again, you want your duelist to be doing well. Lotus is a map where we often don't see the duelist fragging higher than everybody else. We can often see them, tied up or fragging around the same amount. Obviously, it's a different story here for M80. We do see Nismo far above. But there are a few maps where you're not going to have that duelist fragging as high. 3 mappers are typically where you want your duelist to be fragging a little bit higher. We do see sometimes on Lotus, though, that that's not the case. So it can kind of be excused if it was, if the rest of his team was making up for that, but they're not really. They're really close in kills, which again is sort of what's bringing your team down. You're not really winning those exchanges. You've got 19 deaths, which means you're trying to entry and you're getting denied, which again, if you're not entering well as the duelist, you're going to be lacking a little bit. Rustin, of course, 8 and 19, not really a great place to be in. It's the Sentinel, you can excuse it a little bit, but you just still need to be locking down your sights. But anyways, it looks like I missed the agent select, but we will be getting into Pearl, it looks like. And, yeah, I'm excited to see or I guess I'm not excited. I'm looking forward to see if Oxygen can sort of bounce back and, do what people probably aren't expecting them to be able to do. Of course, I'm not expecting them to be able to win Pearl, but, maybe they can turn it around. Maybe they can shut down M80 on one of M80's best map. I think their best map is probably Fracture right now, but of course Oxygen did ban that, so that's why it's not picked. So, probably the second best map for M80 here coming in. We'll see if Oxygen can say, actually, that's going to be our best map. We'll see as it throws it over to the passengers. We'll get right into the map pretty soon here. What I will say is I think it's not over for Oxygen. If they can show up enough of a fight here, obviously they've already made it to the semifinals, which means they get an increased spot in the lower bracket if they do lose this series, which they most likely will. They do get a little bit of an increased spot, so it's not completely out of the picture that they put up a good enough performance against M80 to show, yeah, we're still going to make a good lower bracket run. So there's a world in which Oxygen does put up a really solid lower bracket run, and, putting up a good fight here against M80, even if it's not getting a map up, could be enough to give confidence to those fans that Oxygen will be able to give a good lower bracket run and maybe even try and make it to the lower finals. We will see. Let's go and take a look, though, at these agents, because I didn't really get the opportunity to talk it. Double initiator setup for M80. They've got Koalanu back on that duelist role. Nismo back on that KO that he likes to be on. EU going to be the recon initiator on Fate. What I will say, and then Xander being the controller, what I will say, once again, Verno going to be using Wingman. We'll see if once Oxygen is on that offense, if Wingman will be used effectively, or if, again, it'll just be shut down here. But they are starting on the defense this time around. And then the rest of the agents are pretty standard. Mitch going to be the recon initiator. Actually, yeah, going to be the recon initiator. Although Verno and Mitch can both do that. Both can also be the flash initiator. So, both pretty much recon initiators, but can be used interchangeably. Sugaba going to be under the controller. Rusty on Killjoy. Redux going to be the duelist, as we'd expect. Early engagement as M80 is pushing down B, trying to get this spike down. It is sort of denied Oxygen. does end up losing 2 of their players, and so does M80 though, which is what sort of denies that plant for a little while. The plant will go down, but it is in that corner, so it's not planted for long. We can't see the typical post plant from long, so M80 will have to be played a little bit more pushed up than, you know, maybe they would like. They're not going to be able to play from ramp this time around. 3v3 retake going to start for Oxygen. EU going to take out Redux, denying it somewhat. Mitch going to be able to trade it off, but then Xander going to shut down any other hope of a retake from the remaining 2 players. 2 players left the line for M80, and that is the first pistol round to M80. I'll remind you, the previous score, the most recent score for M80 on Pro was 13-2 against Shopify Rebellion. I doubt we'll see another 13-2, but that's just to show how well M80 is able to perform on this map and how dominantly they can perform in this map. So, hopefully for Oxygen, they don't allow such a big rollover this time around, but this time around for M80. But it is something to think about, that M80 knows how to control this map and carry momentum through. We will see what Oxygen can try and do to stop that. Oxygen stacking on B. It's a good choice. It looks like that may be where M80 wants to head. Extra smoke goes up. Koalanoob with a Marshall looking to do some damage. Not going to find it. Team going to start pushing up a little bit. They're not committing too hard yet. They can still rotate, but it does look like they are willing to push here. It's a really solid read from Oxygen, and they are playing so far back. It looks like they want to get the element of surprise. It's like rats inside the cupboard. You open the door and they're all there. That's what Oxygen wants to be right now. Although they do get smoked off. The flash comes through though, and they're all just going to push through. Will they get punished for all stacking here and pushing through the smoke? Xander going to find 2. Rustin finds 2. Xander trades Rustin off. It's now a 2v3. M80 does have the player advantage. They want to keep the majority of their players alive here on this forced buy. Oxygen doesn't need to win this round. In fact, they probably won't, being on an eco round, a pistol round. But if they can kill the majority of M80's players, they've done a good job, but they don't. Nismo going to shut it down. This plant going to come out. 2 rounds for M80 to start it off, and they keep the majority of their players alive. They're not going to be able to buy this round, but Oxygen will be, and M80 will have some decent guns to fight with, although it looks like maybe they're going to force those players who weren't able to buy. Although it may just be Koalanoob that's going to force it buy. No! Ooh, they're thinking about it. They are thinking about it. John Cutie was like, oh wait, I can't afford shield. So it looks like maybe they're going to save. Although Nismo could buy John Cutie. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like that's what's going to happen. So it will be a buy from both sides. Although EU only has a Guardian, it is mostly a buy from both sides. There is a lot of money invested in this from M80. Although they do have some money in the bank. So they should be able to buy next round even if they lose this one. Although, with so much invested, they would likely be wanting to win this round. Of course, Oxygen spends all of their money to get a full buy this round. So they really need this round, but it will be difficult for them because, again, M80 does have a full buy, or nearly a full buy, to work with in this round. We will see. You do see that mosh pit coming out. Not going to really do a whole lot. It just prevents Koalanoob from pushing up too far. M80 is able to take mid, but they're not able to push really into Art or B-Link too much. Again, we did see him pushing to Art a little bit. He clears it out, but he's not able to push up. Again, that mosh pit does push him back, and it looks like M80 now going to pivot. They're going to send 3 along with Koalanoob through B-Link. Redux is pushed up in down B on ramp, and he's able to take out both Xander and John Cutie. It's now a 5v3. This round should be easy for Oxygen. M80 has been able to get onto site, but now they're running up. They're trying to chase down Redux. They want to punish him. They want to get the trade pick. They're not going to. Redux is running away, and now M80 has given up the site. We'll see how they do decide to play this. They are down players. The Jiggle Peak does come out from Mitch. He is spotted, but he's not going to get taken out. He's also not going to find a pick, but Scuba does. It's now going to be a 2v5, and you can see how concerned M80 is about this flank. They're going to be going to save at this point. Just going to pick up guns. You're just going to go grab a Vandal. And Redux isn't there anymore. Redux actually rotated through mid, through B-Link to help defend the site, so M80 will be allowed to save these 2 players' guns, but it's a flawless round for Oxygen. Able to keep 5 of their guns, and that is exactly where they'd want to be coming into this round. So now M80 gonna have, again, because they did have 3 other players saving enough econ so they'd be able to buy this round, it does mean that because 2 of the players saved, M80 will be able to buy this round. So it's gonna be another buy from both sides, although, again, last round wasn't a complete buy from both sides. EU only had a Guardian, so Now it's a true full buy from both sides. Full loadouts for everyone. Cosmic Divide available for M80 as well. I don't know how M80 always gets at least one up or ult up very early on in their rounds here, especially on their offense. Prowler comes down through B long, looking for something. Redux is placed on B. There's not going to be a hard read from Oxygen this time around. There's not going to be slow play from M80 through mid. It's just going to be pretty standard. M80 is going to push onto site, try and get this spike down. Cosmic Divide helps them do so. Redux going to push through the smoke regardless, but Koalanoob is pushed up, looking for damage. He does find it. He's able to take out Mitch. Rustin takes out Koalanoob, but John Cutie, Nanoswarm, going to take out Redux. Spike's still not down, though. So M80's done a good job, but Xander's actually all the way over on A. He's taken A site, but you see Oxygen. They're aware that Xander could be in A. Are they aware of how far up he could be pushed? It looks like Scuba might be, but you can tell he's clearing it, but not really expecting anything to be there. But Xander able to catch Scuba a little bit off guard, and that does allow a two-player advantage here for M80 at this point. 2v4 now. Rushing coming in through Art. Xander almost catches the back of him, but Rustin is able to get away with his life, but he doesn't stop the push onto site. Spike gonna get to go down. Site pretty effectively taken. Art does have Rustin. M80 knows this. They don't know where Verno is, though. He's coming in through Secret. He's gonna have to clear Xander, who's in dugout. He's looking for a pick onto EU. EU and Xander can swing at the same time, and although Verno is able to take out Xander, it is traded off, and of course, having two-player advantage does mean M80 can afford to get trades here. And Oxygen can't. Rustin takes out EU, but he's not going to clutch this one up as the rest of M80 swings, and another trade comes through. And M80 wins this buy from both sides, but they do lose the majority of their players, so they're not really going to get very much econ stability moving their way. They should be able to buy this next round, but it will be another expensive round for them. Oxygen, on the other hand, has enough saved up, so they should be able to full buy this round. We're going to see another full buy from both sides. And both teams really do need to win this round to get some momentum moving in their favor. Because it is starting to look like no momentum is going to be moving in either of these teams' way for a little while here. Redux has shelled out. Gone a little bit for splurge here, and as a forward, has purchased an operator. Can't really afford it though. He doesn't have any shield to work with. Lockdown available for Rustin this round. Nightfall available for EU. Rustin pushes up, looking for a pick, and he shoots and hits Koalanoob, but I believe that was either a wallbang or he hit the legs or something. But Koalanoob's not going to be killed, but he is down to 1 HP. Not really the best position to be in if you are Koalanoob here. Now, there is a Nightfall, again, available for EU, so they can use that to try and push. Of course, a Nightfall isn't going to prevent anything. It's not going to concuss anyone, but it does create some paranoia. Does deny some sound, but may not matter. Rustin's Nanostorm, of course, is going to finish Koalanoob off. Down to 1 HP. 5v4 now, but Xander going to be able to take out Scuba, and John Cutie pushing through Art, going to take out Rustin. Now a 3v4. Redux going to take out EU. Verno going to take out Nismo. Xander, though, going to keep it traded. He's able to take out Redux at Verno and Midge. Not only is he trading it, he gets all of the kills, and M80 secures this round. 3 ults available for Oxygen now, but they're going into an eco. They may not have the opportunity to use those ults. They may not want to use those ults, other than the Blade Storm. Thrash also available, as well as the Lockdown, but again, they're going into an eco round. They may not want to use them. I mean, well played by Xander. I mean, just mows them down, makes it look easy. As Oxygen speaks him one at a time, trying not to. They were definitely trying to swing at the same time, but a little bit of non-coordination there does get punished. Blade Storm on Redux, pushed up in A, looking for some damage. Dizzy gonna go through, try and blind them to help Redux find something, but Redux just takes damage. No damage done to M80. Again, this is an eco round for Oxygen, so they don't have a whole lot of guns to work with here. Redux and Rustin with the only good weapons here. Of course, Redux's Blade Storm could just run out at any moment. Only has 4 blades left as well. Redux definitely just trying to gain some space. They do take mid. Skydog goes through as well to go through into B lobby. And I don't think it saw anybody, but maybe it did. Rustin going to be looking down B long, and he is able to get that pick off on Koalanoob. Just give Oxygen the player advantage. Rustin shooting through the smoke of B-Link, trying to do some damage, but he just takes damage in the process. John Cutie going to take out Scuba. Rustin down to 14 HP, one shot. Leg, body, or head, doesn't matter. EU going to take out Mitch. The knife finally going to find something for Redux onto EU, but it is traded off. And it's now a 2v3. Player down for Oxygen. The spike's been planted B. And guess what? It's the classic I'll plant B and play post plant from long. And that's exactly where M80 is at this point. There's a lockdown available for Oxygen, but at this point, there's really no point in using it. Maybe the Thrash could have been used, but yeah, not worth the risk. And Nismo just going to mow down Verno and Rustin. This round does go to M80. They've now taken 5 rounds in this half, and it's looking like they're going to start to roll through this map. Oxygen taking a timeout. They would like to stop that. I will say, Oxygen's putting up a really solid fight. It's just that M80 is really powerful. Even if Oxygen's able to get trade picks, even if Oxygen's able to damage M80 and get a good amount of the players down, it doesn't matter. M80's just going to swing through and have, Xander get 4 kills. It just seems like every time Oxygen may have some type of advantage in their favor, it's just immediately shut down. Any hope of continuing that advantage in that round just gets shut down, and it looks like M80's okay with that. I mean, these rounds have definitely been expensive for M80, but they're winning them, and that's to M80, that's really all that matters. Now, the previous round was an eco round, so, you can excuse the fact that Oxygen lost. The timeout being taken by Oxygen as well. They do want to figure out, okay, now that we're back on a bye, how do we play this? And you do have to wonder, how do they play this? This is not an easy position to be in for anybody. Oxygen really does not want to get 2-0'd to start off their playoffs run against a top 3 team. They definitely do not just want to immediately be shut down and say, yeah, no, there's a reason you're only 4th place. That's exactly what M80 is trying to do here. And a 2-0 would make that statement very apparent. And again, I think Oxygen could probably make a good lower bracket run, maybe even make it to the lower finals, but I don't think they'll be winning the grand finals if they somehow manage to make it there. And M80 wants to make that apparent. Yeah, you're the underdogs for a reason. M80 going to be pushing up into A. Prowler does ward off the push a little bit. Or sorry, the Prowler actually pushes back the defense a little bit, but nobody for M80 swings off of that. Rustin going to take out Koala Noob. That's a push coming through Art, looking to do quite a bit of damage. Thrash comes out, and it does detain 1, but not Xander. And he's able to swing and peek out Art and defend EU, who was detained. Now, the Thrash detain, I believe, is only about 5 seconds, if I remember correctly, versus the lockdown detain, which is like 15. So, big difference there. And, you don't have a whole lot of time to play off of the detain of Thrash like you do with the lockdown detain. Speaking of lockdown detains, Defender lockdown comes out. Rustin places it down, wants to try and retake. They know Koala Noob's down. Spike's been down for so long. M80 trying to disrespect this Defender lockdown by pushing into CT, but Redux able to take out Nismo. John Cutie going to take out Rustin. M80 has been pushed off of site. John Cutie also going to take out Verno. They were trying to push him in main. Lockdown comes out. The Killjoy lockdown comes out. Mitch is pushed up, and you can tell M80's not ready for it. Xander able to take out Redux and Scuba, and that's just down to Mitch, who was pushed up in main. And EU knows where he is. Just going to swing, take him out after lockdown finishes off as the round ends. And M80 has taken the 6th round. It's now impossible for Oxygen to take the lead going into the next half. Now, Pearl is a fairly balanced map, so the fact that M80 is just destroying like this to start off this half is not where Oxygen wants to be. If it's a balanced map, then you should be getting an even amount of rounds, but you're really not. Now, I would say this map maybe favors the offense a little bit. We've seen it change a little bit, but for the most part, it actually may be even a little bit defense-sided. I talked about it yesterday, or 2 days ago when M80 was on this map. It's just difficult to say. Again, I don't have the exact stats like I do with some of the other maps, but it's a fairly balanced map from what I've seen. And so that may just be... This may just be able to show M80's prowess on this map, show their expertise, their comfortability. It's like they own this map, and I think a lot of teams, if M80 is able to destroy Oxygen on this map, a lot of teams, especially those higher level teams, will be trying to move to ban Pearl. They don't want to face M80 on this map, especially with how well M80 is playing this map. Although I will say, a lot of these rounds are pretty close. And so had Oxygen, if Oxygen just wins a little bit more of their gunfights, it could be a different story. They do just end up losing some of those shootouts. And even though it does seem like Oxygen's fundamentals, their positioning is pretty decent. A lot of these rounds, it's not good enough, because you do still need to have that mechanical similarity for that strategical similarity to really take into effect. It just seems like a little bit too much of missing those early engagement shots. Like, had Redux just found a pick there, it could have immediately turned this round a little bit in the favor of Oxygen. But he doesn't. Obviously, he's shooting through smoke, I believe, so it's not the easiest thing. And, you know, he's just trying to maybe find some damage early, but he doesn't. This is an eco round for Oxygen. They are at a pretty big gun disadvantage, and you're going to see this here as Koala Noob through Hall just going to mow down these players with the help of Nismo. Those 4 kills just finish it off very, very quickly, only losing 1 player for M80, which does now mean M80 dominantly takes that round and has now won 5 rounds in a row. They're up 7-1. They've taken the lead going into the next half. It's up to Oxygen to try and close up that lead. But I'm going to point parallels to how similarly this map is looking to Shopify's map against M80. I believe it was the other way around, where Shopify started on the offense themselves, but regardless, the first half did end 10-2. I will remind you. Look at that rhyme. And now M80 is going to be trying to recreate that same magic here. Pushing 2 down A main. We're sending 3 through mid. Fade Util comes through, the ultimate. Nightfall. Can't hear anything, but there is Util, which pushes back that main push a little bit. But like I said, 3 coming through mid. Koala Noob with the Blade Storm going to be looking to clear some space if he can. And he does a little bit. I mean, he clears the site. Nobody's on it. He's not going to find any picks. Spike's going to get the opportunity to go down. Some Util. The post plant going to come through. Cosmic Divide comes out from Oxygen to try and help with this retake. It actually just tells him 80, alright, there's so many coming from CT. So they're playing up a little bit here, hoping to find something. Redux, though, going to prevent Koala Noob from clearing that CT. Jumping up on top of wall, John Cutie and Nismo going to mow them down. It's actually John Cutie's turret, not John Cutie, that mows them down, but Scuba going to take out Nismo. John Cutie then finds a pick through Art, and it's now going to be a 2v3 for Oxygen. Sure, they've evened out that player count a little bit with time is being played. Not a whole lot of room to breathe. M80, of course, happy to hunt them down here. See John Cutie coming through water. He's going to catch them off guard. He's going to peek Redux's op, and Redux is not going to even let him think about finding any more picks. It'll end with 2 players left alive for both sides, but it is another round win for M80. That's 6 rounds in a row now. Can Oxygen try and shut this down? They really do need to try to. Anything that they can put forward. And you look at Oxygen, barely able to scrape by for a forced buy this round. They need to win this round. This may be the only round they'll be able to win. I mean, sure, if they lose this, they'll take an Eco 11th, and then they'll be able to buy for the last round, but if they can't take this round, I don't know what'll change between this round and the 12th round. They do have another timeout, but I doubt they're going to want to use it in this half. It's not like their offense is going to encounter no issues, right? That's really the only reason you'll see 2 ults used or 2 timeouts used in the first half, is because you're like, I'm pretty confident in our second half, but I don't think Oxygen is confident that their offense will be able to control this map as dominantly as M80 has. We'll see. Can Oxygen defend this B site? M80 pushing in. Nismo going to take out Mitch. Scuba able to trade a pick off by taking out John Cutie. Nismo, though, trades off by taking out Rustin. Verno going to take out EU for a trade pick with Koala Noob. Trades off Verno. Nismo going to take out Scuba. It's now a 1v3 for Redux. He only has an operator at this point. He's just going to go to save it. And it's looking like this round may just go to M80. It should be the 7th round in a row. M80 won the first 2 rounds. The 3rd round, of course, following traditional round fashion, went to Oxygen. And now since then, although these rounds, again, have been decently expensive for M80, it hasn't really mattered. Sure, you can kill the majority of M80's players, but they're still winning these rounds, and at the end of the day, I mean, sure, you know, M80's players aren't all maxing out, but they don't need to. They just need to win these rounds. Oxygen can't seem to put a stop to them. Blue dot for Koala Noob looking for something. Not going to find it. Redux just pushed back. M80, you know, a little bit concerned. Maybe Redux is watching for entry picks, but M80 has enough econ stability. Even though, again, these rounds have been kind of expensive. Just winning 7 rounds in a row does lend you to some good econ stability. And that's where M80 is right now. They're going to have stable econ for the rest of this half. 2 rounds left in this half. It's going to be an eco round coming up for Oxygen. Of course, Redux does have that op to use, and he has been using it well. It just hasn't really been placed on the right sites, so it hasn't been able to stop the push in. And of course, an op can, you can find an early pick when they're pushing down, say B long, but then the players are just going to rush into you, and you're going to have to play off the site at that point. So usually an op is only really good for 1 pick. Koalanoob has an op this round. Ooh, the ops meet each other, and they do damage to each other. I believe those were wallbang hits. They each wallbang each other. Another wallbang for either side would do some damage. Redux just going to get healed up before he repeaks, if he's going to repeak at all. Looks like he just wants to hold this angle on box, make sure nobody's pushed up there. Looks like M80 was going to send 2 down A and then 3 through mid, through art potentially, but looks like now M80 may be wanting to back up and go B. There are still 2 in A main. Maybe they're waiting to see if those 2 in A main will find anything. Of course, John Cutie going to be looking into art, so they're definitely still considering that as an option. Nismo jump peeks out. No shot comes through from Redux, though. Oh, Redux gets flashed, and now M80 can retake some of that space in A main. John Cutie going to take out Mitch. That's coming through art. It's traded off, though. So not a whole lot of damage done by M80 onto Oxygen. Can Oxygen defend a little bit better? I mean, if they can keep it even, you can keep that player count even, trade them off. Maybe you can try and secure these rounds. If you can isolate it down to a 2v2, a 1v1, you may be able to get a lucky pick and finally put an end to the win streak of M80, but it's going to be difficult. Nanoswarms come through, trying to prevent the push from M80 to entry. Koalanoob going to be able to shoot through the smoke and take out Rustin, a one-way in the favor of M80. Scuba, though, from Hull, going to lock it down, finding 3 picks. It leaves EU alone, able to trade the pick off, but now it's a 1v2, and Verno picks out EU. Finally for Oxygen, they finally get around. Breath of fresh air. Can they get another to make it 3-9, or will M80 once again take the first half of a map on Pearl up 10-2 going into the second half? We saw M80 do it against Shopify 2 days ago. They'd be happy to do the same thing again to Oxygen. Null command available for M80. Lockdown only 1 ult point away. Thrash available for Oxygen. Cosmic Divide also available for them. 2 ult points away from a lockdown. 1 ult point away from a Blade Storm. M80 would be happy to get that lockdown up for John Cutie, and it looks like that's what they're going for. Smoke comes out, and he's going to be able to get it up. They're going to have a lockdown to play with. The question is, where do they take it? They know that orb was probably heard, so considering maybe we rotate, but you don't have anybody lurking in B, so you may as well just go A. Lockdown comes out on A, and now the push 3 through mid going to start. Nobody's watching mid for Oxygen. There's some Killjoy util, of course. Watching Art and B Link. Alarm bot in. Art gets destroyed, and now M80 starts pushing in. Koalanoob. Fade util going to push Rustin back into connector. M80 able to take sight. Spike's gonna go down. Lockdown expires. And now Oxygen can try and retake. KO knife from Nismo, though, does give them vision. There's 3 in CT right now. Redux now joining them as well, so now there's 4. Of course, again, M80 only knows about 3 of them. Thrash coming through. It does detain Nismo. Redux, of course, wants to finish him off, and he does, but not before Xander and EU each find a pick. Verno gonna take out Xander. Verno also, I'm sorry, John Cutie gonna trade it off. Scuba takes out John Cutie. Koalanoob finds a trade pick onto Scuba. It's now a 2v1 for M80 against Redux, and Redux not gonna find anything else. Very chaotic, lots of smokes, lots of controller util, but it does go the way of M80. And they, once again on Pearl, go 10-2. And, you know, against Shopify Rebellion, you can see this happening. But this is Oxygen. Nobody's expecting Oxygen to lose this badly on a map like this. This is not the performance you'd expect from a team that was so confident coming into this. They really did seem, in the pre-match interviews, they've said it before, they really do view themselves as a team that can make it to Ascension. They did seem confident that they can be number 2, number 1, top 2. That seems to be the direction this team wants to go in, but taking a dominant loss like this is not really the way to do that. If I'm honest, it's not really the way to make that apparent for M80. This is exactly what they want. Show, yeah, you maybe got a little lucky on Lotus. You got a few good rounds there, but we are going to destroy you on our map. Oxygen now in the offense. If Oxygen wants to try and make a comeback, they need this pistol round so badly. M80, of course, if they get this pistol round, could be looking at another 13-2 score on Pearl if they can play their cards right, but they do need this pistol round in order to achieve that. Very fast second map could be going the way of M80. Koalanu peeking at mid, going to be the first to see the mid push. Oxygen going to carry this mid push through to Art. They're not clearing box, and John Cutie's going to get two, looking for more. Not quite going to find it, but Koalanu's there. That's 4 picks on those on that push through Art, and it's now a 1v5 for Rustin to try and prevent M80 from getting the pistol round. Try and keep Oxygen in this game, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. Rustin pushing through, looking for something. Can he find any pick at all? No, not quite. John Cutie, 3 kills this round, shuts down Rustin and any hope of a 1v5 clutch. M80 now up 11-2. They take the first pistol round in this half. If you're Oxygen, you have to force. You don't have room not to, but it looks like they're maybe saving a little bit of econ. They're taking a timeout. It's a little bit early, but you don't have room to breathe. You may as well do it now. You lose the pistol round. You take a timeout. What are you going to do? Do you force a buy? If you do, how do you play that force buy? How are you going to play this? You look at the faces of Oxygen, and they look defeated. Seem to think that this is over, and I can't blame them for thinking that. It almost is. M80 is up so many rounds right now, up 11-2. How do you counteract it? How do you play when you are down that many rounds and it looks like M80 just knows this map better than you? I mean, if I'm Oxygen right now, I'm thinking they're just better. Like they're just better than us. Hello, lower bracket. Like I don't know how you keep your mental up in a situation like this. I don't even think tier 1 teams can keep their mental up in a situation like this. I doubt Oxygen would have thought coming into this series that they'd find themselves in the exact same position that Shopify Rebellion found themselves in against M80. Down 2-11 to start off the second half. And yes, Oxygen does decide to force. And that is a choice I definitely agree with. You gotta scrap for something. You have to play like M80's on the 12th round, like they're 1 round away from a win. Because it's almost like they are. They're so close and you're down so much. You have to play every round like it's your last to try and push through and win some of these rounds. Sure, you have a little bit of room to breathe, but it's only 1 round. And you know M80 would be happy to be on that 12th round, especially this early on in this half. Gun advantage going to be in the hands of M80, and they probably know that it's a 4-5 from Oxygen, so they're not going to play too aggressive here. Some Fade Util comes through, and it does spawn the push through into A. But the Gecko Util blocks off those players in backside, but it doesn't matter. You're going to find a pick. Xander finds one. It's traded off, though, but Koalanu from backside going to take out Scuba and Mitch. Pulls out the Sheriff to get that last pick. Final pick comes through. And now M80 going to be up 12-2. Could this be another 13-2? Because of the fact that Oxygen forced that round and didn't win, it does mean that they're going to have bad econ coming into this next round. M80 can force, upgrade their guns a little bit if they want to. They know they're going to have a big gun advantage if they do so. It looks like they're going to take a little bit of a bonus. And Oxygen's going to be able to afford some okay guns. So they may be able to put up an okay fight, but I mean, this is just not good. Actually, I would give the gun advantage to Phantom and a Vandal Guardian. It's pretty equal, but there's no real good guns for Oxygen, so I'd honestly give the gun advantage to M80 in this round. They're looking to, again, get another 13-2 here on Pearl. Oh, Redux is spotted by Nismo, and he's just like, alright, that's too wide of an angle to hold now. I'm going to back up. Redux definitely could have taken out Nismo there, but he didn't shoot. He wasn't ready to. That Gecko Util coming through, trying to do something. Trying to find anything if he can. There's nobody in main. So now he's going to have to pick up that util, get ready to use it to entry into sight. Nismo flashing, sending the knife down, looking to push back Oxygen as much as possible. He knows there's at least 4 there. The one player he didn't spot, Verno, is pushed all the way back into B lobby, looking to make sure there's no flank. And this is not a good position for Oxygen to be in. M80 knows exactly where they are. Oxygen just playing some time here, waiting until the last possible moment to push, to maybe hopefully bait out M80 to rotate over towards A. See, Koala Noob is ready for the possibility that it's an A push. They've got Xander watching mid with a judge. They've got Killjoy, Util, and B-Link. And now that the entry's coming, M80 is still ready for them. Nismo going to find two. The Nanoswarm finishes Redux off. It's a 2v5 now. Nismo finally traded off by Mitch, but it's a 2v4, but now it's a 1v4 as John Cutie takes out Mitch. Can Verno clutch it up? They all peek him. He can't. It's a 13-2 second map, and M80 takes the series 2-0. That's the fifth 2-0 in a row in the start of the playoffs, and it's the second 2-0 for M80 in the playoffs, and they're looking to make it more. You saw the power on Pearl. They wanted to prove that Pearl is still a very dominant map for them. Sure, they did the same thing to Shopify, and I think Oxygen, again, they did not expect to find themselves down 12-2, 11-2, 10-2. They didn't expect any of those numbers to be their way. They didn't expect to be in the same position as Shopify. But M80 wanted to put them in their place and say, you are just like Shopify to us. You don't have any power here. And M80 takes a dominant 2-0. I mean, that second map went fast. That was, like, that was unbelievably quick. I still want to talk about it. I still want to look at how that series went. If we can. We'll see if they've put it in yet. Not quite. I mean, it took a little while last time. Maybe it'll take a little while again. I mean, there's not a whole lot to be said. I mean, obviously for Oxygen, it just seems like they weren't... Again, they're trying something new here. They're bringing Gecko into playoffs. Here's the thing. I think for Oxygen, there's two things going for them right now, right? They know they're up against M80. They may not win. They know they have the security of the fact that they're still a lower bracket. So to me, it seems like Oxygen wanted to try something new. They pull out the Gecko here. And again, I can't blame them for trying it out. They want to just see, all right, maybe let's test something out. We're probably not going to win. Let's see if we get any success with it. And they had mild success with it on Lotus, 13-9. Pearl was not mild success with it. Pearl was like, you didn't find anything with anybody. Again, they found themselves in the exact same position in this series that they found themselves in, that Shopify found themselves in. Again, not what Oxygen would have wanted at all. Even a little bit. I mean, in the previous series between these two teams, Oxygen got a map up. That's why I was expecting a 3-map series here. In fact, Lotus was won by Oxygen Esports last time. So that's sort of why they probably picked it here. They've beaten them on it before, but it just seemed like M80 is only ever bouncing back. Like, if they ever lose a map, it just seems like instead of being like, all right, we just won't pick that map, all right, we'll ban that map, they just get better at it. And honestly, you know, duh. I feel like that's what a lot of teams do. Yeesh is right, and it looks like this is going to take a little while to load. So again, pull it up on my second monitor, and we'll bring it back up once the stats have loaded. For now, we can go ahead and listen to the casters. I mean, there's a lot to talk about here, or rather not a lot to talk about if we're talking about Oxygen, but a lot to talk about if we're talking about... I mean, one thing I want to point out, M80 got back on that duelist, and he looked beautiful on it. Nismo, I mean, Pearl is a map where you can play KO. Pearl is a map where you can play Jet. And so that's why they did it, and they looked so incredibly comfortable on it. Sure, Lotus, they looked a little bit uncomfortable, maybe not on their roles, and that's why they lost so many rounds, but then they're just in their element. They're able to play on the agents they want to play on. They're able to play on the map they want to play on. I have no words for how beautifully that was played by M80 to just, even though a lot of those rounds, again, were kind of close rounds. They were a lot closer rounds than some of the rounds against Shopify, but regardless, it was still a very dominant performance. Again, 13-2 is not a good performance. Even if the rounds are close, I would not call that a close game because it's just so dominant in the favor of M80.
But what, they just coasted to a victory.
Yeah, and I was talking pregame of I was worried for Oxygen because M80 was starting on the attacking side. They got 9 first bloods. They're in a very, very attack-sided team, and it shows they got the momentum rolling. And again, that's why I was super worried about it because M80 came in prepared. And unfortunately for Oxygen, I'm not a Gecko hater like some of you guys. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I like the idea, but I mean,
one thing I want to point out. She said it's a defense-sided team, but like I said earlier, M80 against their previous series on Pearl against Shopify was also a 13-2, and they started on the defense. So it's not just that M80 is an offense-sided team. It's just that M80 knows the map. M80 is very, very comfortable on the map. It's so very, very clear that they're comfortable on the map. it's just like, I mean, M80 people are afraid to play M80 on Fracture, and you can't blame them. When they pulled it out against a guard in the midseason face-off, it was a very powerful map for them. But at the same time, it's still like not where. It's still very clear M80 has a very wide map pool. M80 is very comfortable on a lot of different maps. Sure, Lotus is probably one of their weaker maps, and Oxygen nearly was able to take advantage of that. Some of those rounds just didn't go their way, and they got unlucky in a lot of those cases. But then they come into Pearl, and it's very clear that, yeah, sure, we're not comfortable on some maps, but we absolutely know how to play some maps. Even if we're not on Fracture, which everybody's afraid of playing them on, like M80 is still very comfortable in maps. I don't know. That's all I have to say about
playing so strong
that.
like that. One of the first rounds that Oxygen Esports was able to win was actually the bonus from M80, so they didn't have the best weapons, so that's something to think about. Their economy wasn't able to rank up because M80 had a lot of people that were staying alive. Lots of factors into why M80 was able to keep the momentum going almost the entire series.
It's just it's one of those things that sometimes is going to happen. Teams are going to come into a series and they're going to roll the dice, and I think that's what Oxygen tried to do. They tried to take a gamble, knowing, hey, we are underdogs. Like, they have always been underdogs up until basically yesterday's quarterfinal. That team has always been an underdog. So they came into today and been like, hey, you know what? We're underdogs against a team that is probably one of the best in our region, potentially a team that's going to be playing in VCT next year, a team that could very easily beat a lot of the teams currently playing in VCT.
I agree.
We got to roll the dice. We got to take a chance. It's unfortunate that that dice roll didn't work out, but I still have to give them credit for taking that move. That's ballsy. That's a gutsy move to decide, hey, we're going into an upper bracket semifinal that would put us one best of 3 away from qualifying for Ascension for the LAN. We got to make a big move, and unfortunately, the big move just doesn't pay off. We're going to go ahead and throw things to our post-series highlights, so when we come back, we'll be jumping into a post-match interview with a member of M80. Stay tuned.
All right. Their VLR has still not loaded. So what we can do is, while we wait for that to load, we can just do rank duel to pass a little bit of time, and then we'll go ahead and look at the VLR. If it's still not loaded by then, I guess we can just move on to talking about the next series we have today, which is Moist Moguls versus the Guard. But for now, I just want to overview all that. So we'll go ahead and get the rank duel for this.
Okay.
Let me turn this down.
Backside, bro.
Last player standing.
God damn. God damn.
Okay.
God damn.
One enemy remaining.
God damn.
Oh my god! Okay.
Backside, bro.
Last player standing.
God damn.
There's like no comms. Like Jet
God
dies,
damn.
they don't say anything.
God damn.
One enemy remaining.
God damn.
Still good aim though. I'll say Diamond. Immortal, really? Okay, there's just like no comms though. Like the Jet died and just didn't say anything, so that's why I was like trying to double check. Let me see. Did they put it in? Why are they taking so long today? No, it's okay. We can excuse it for a little bit.
My ultimate's ready. Come on, let's go!
I've got your trail.
Sounds like a team.
Wait, what? Whoa.
My ultimate's ready.
Hold on. Did you see what I think I saw?
I've got your trail.
Sounds like a team.
Oh, it was a wallbang headshot. Okay, I was like, why did the headshot not kill?
Watch your eyes!
Nice.
On site.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, he's crouching immediately instead of like. Let me see.
Come on, let's go!
I've got your trail.
Sounds like a team.
It kind of shifts a little bit there. I'm just gonna say Diamond. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's just like the immediate crouch of the Vandal instead of just like strafing. Counter strafing is the you know, gives me a little bit of a hint there, I suppose.
I'll find you. Marked one. Bring them down.
Left-handed mode.
Missed me.
Good aim. Switching guns.
One enemy remaining. Take hold.
He did the thing where you look away from the gecko blind instead of shooting it. I'll say.
Yep, it says right here.
We'll say
another M80
Ascendant.
win. We're following the script perfect. It
Immortal.
feels
Okay.
like
I
we haven't
mean,
fallen off of it since
yeah, I don't know.
very
There wasn't
first
a
split
whole
when
lot
challengers began
in these,
as M80
but
does
yeah, it looks like we
M80
got the
things,
post-match
getting another
highlights. Let me
win here in
see,
the
or not the
playoffs in
post-match
upper
highlights, the
bracket
post-match
semifinals, and it's a
interview.
quick one.
We
A
still have not
2-0
put it
as they
in. If
completely
they don't
stomp
put it in by the
Oxygen
time
on
this
that
is
round
done,
two,
then we will
and it looked
just
like Oxygen
we'll move
had
on, I
run
guess.
out of
And we'll
ideas
talk
on how
about
to
the
get
next
cracked
series today.
past
But for
M80,
now, let's go ahead and
which
take a
means it's
listen in
time
to the
for
post-match interview.
another one of the post-match interviews featuring a member of M80. This time we're going to bring in Koala Noob. Feels like I've talked to you probably like a dozen times already since February, but congratulations on another win.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I got to ask you guys, map 1, the comp is very different. Nismo goes from Sky to Raze, EU goes from Breach to Fade, you go to playing Omen from Jet, Xander is playing Viper instead of Omen, and John's like, I'm going to stay on Killjoy because that's definitely his bread and butter. What was the thought process on that massive agent swap?
I mean, everyone on the team is very flexible, and we're very we all trust each other a lot. So when we wanna do things, when we wanna change up our plans, we trust each other. We don't hesitate, and it ended up working out.
I mean, obviously Nismo has some time playing on Raze, and you've played Omen as well. But do you remember the last time you even played Omen in an official match?
It was when I was on Ghost Gaming when around when KO came into the game. We were on Ghost Gaming, we ran zero duelist comps, and since I was the Jet player, Omen was kind of the best character to op that isn't a duelist. I played Omen, and I miss it because I actually used to be really good on Omen. I think everybody thinks I'm a one trick, but I actually have a decent amount of characters I can actually play. My team wants me on Jet.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so. If your numbers are going to be good on Jet, you're not going to pull away from that. I actually pulled up the date. It's July 28th of 2021. It's been almost 2 years since you played an official on Omen, which is kind of wild. And it was something you played quite a bit. I'm looking at multiple matches where you played Omen, but it has been quite some time. And similarly, looking at the last couple of games you guys have played, specifically here at playoffs, it feels like we've jumped in a time machine and we're watching that old Ghost Gaming squad where you guys had a lot of the aggressive set pieces to start out rounds. I looked yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, when you guys were playing on Ascent, you had that 4-player push on B main where you ran in off of a Nightfall and a KO flash and a fault line. It felt like you guys are really leaning on the utility. Have you kind of been sitting on those set pieces because of the fact that you guys have been beating your opponents so easily?
I don't want to say much, but we have plans.
We have plans. I appreciate it.
All right.
I mean, it's something that we've obviously when we watched.
To be fair, that's how I feel about the guard Moist M80. I feel like against especially in those quarterfinals, they weren't gonna pull out everything that they have. Clearly the guard M80 Moist, they're gonna have something new. They're gonna pull out of their sleeves when they're facing each other. Just knowing how formidable these opponents are going to be, they gotta pull something weird out.
What they wanted to do with it. Based on playoffs, obviously you guys have been working on your Pearl, but why is it that you didn't introduce it during Split 2, given how dominant your results have been here in the playoffs?
I mean, again, I won't say too much, but we're beasts on every map. It doesn't matter. 1 week we feel like playing something, 1 week we feel like playing another. That's all I'll really say. But yeah, we're confident. We're confident in our Pearl today. We ended up picking Pearl, so.
Okay, I'll believe it when I see you guys play Bind. All right, I want to see some Bind play because it's not necessarily a map we get to see all that much. This last question does come to us from the fan zone. This one is from Neil. How did John QT get into IGLing?
All right, it's a decently long story, kind of. So we on Ghost, we ended up making roster changes. We dropped Ryan, and he was our IGL. So we were in a weird spot. We actually ended up trying out Xander at some point, but he didn't end up joining the team because that's when he went on V1. He was at IGL for us. So then we were like, since he went to V1, we were like, oh shit, what do we do? So I offered it. I'm like, yo, let me try. Like I actually feel like I would be a decent one. But then like they're like, you're a duelist. Like just keep focused on your fragging. You're doing great. And then John, like we picked him up a pretty close time like range from that, and we like instantly loved him. And then all of a sudden, this guy's like, here, just let me try IGLing. And he's been IGLing us ever since. And I think for some reason everybody thinks that he's not the IGL. Everybody makes like calls on this team. Everybody does stuff, but the main IGL is John. And like this guy's impact, like his calls are unreal, and he's very underrated. Like he is a big reason why we were winning these games. He just reads the map insanely well. So it's a really good thing that he got into IGLing.
And that's something we had actually talked about on the desk, so it's always good to hear you guys supporting your IGL as well. I mean, congratulations. It's another dominant win. You guys are now one best of 3 away from playing on land, representing Americas, and fighting for your chance to make it into VCT next year. Congratulations.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, man. All right.
Okay, so, and yeah, if you didn't miss that, or if you didn't catch that, or you don't understand why they said what they said, because M80 wins upper semifinals, they go to the upper final. The winner of the upper final, which is just a best of 3, it's not a best of 5, it's a best of 3. The winner of the upper final qualifies for Ascension. That's right, if you win the upper final best of 3, you qualify for Ascension. If you make it to the grand final, you qualify for Ascension. So they're just that close to just one best of 3 win, and they qualify for Ascension to try and make it to Tier 1 competition. There's still going to be a grand final, obviously, just to, see who is the #1 team in North American Challengers, but the top 2 teams do make it to Ascension, so it doesn't matter who wins the grand final. It doesn't even matter for seedings in Ascension. The seedings for Ascension will be determined in a really short group stage. It's a whole thing. I'll talk about it later if we have time. But for now, let's go ahead, and I do want to recap what just happened, because now that the stats have loaded, I'll talk about it a little bit. The main thing I want to point out, look at how good the kill consistency is for M80. Sure, Koala Noob's not top fragging, but you do see 15, 14, 15. Then there's a little bit of a drop down, like 3 kill differences here, but then it goes 11 and 10. Really solid kill consistency, and to be fair, it's a really short map, only 33 minutes. There wasn't a whole lot of time or rounds for the kill differences to really become apparent, and that's why the ACS is probably going to be so low. But you honestly don't really want somebody with ACS to be above 300. Obviously, it's impressive, but if everybody's above 200 for the most part, it does show that across the board you're playing pretty consistently, and nobody's like hogging all the kills and preventing anybody else from getting them. Obviously, we don't see Koala Noob with that. He definitely struggled a little bit more than the rest, but he's also, they played on the offense a lot, so the whole team really gets to push at the same time. Obviously, you want that entry for your duelist to be doing something, but I imagine had he been able to get that operator out on the defense, if the defense was longer, we would have seen Koala Noob pick up more kills. It is what it is. I want to point out, though, Oxygen, you saw Mitch with only 3 kills. Clearly, he was struggling. Now, he is the IGL, but regardless, he definitely was struggling. Again, although Verno does get 7 kills, which is on par, or about on par with the rest of his team, it's very clear Gecko was not the agent for them. They wanted to try something new here, knowing they'd probably lose to M80. They got to switch something up. And unfortunately for them, that did not include, or that switching it up did not work out for them, and Gecko didn't work out. There's not really a whole lot else to talk about other than, Gecko was something to talk about. They go for a single controller comp. We've seen a lot of double controller comps, but to be fair, M80 didn't go double controller comp on Pearl either. So it's sort of, evened out. Pretty similar picks here. Overall, it just seemed like M80 knew what they were doing. All right. At the end of the day, it seemed like M80 knew what they were doing. Again, Oxygen tried to switch something up here, pulling out the Gecko. Didn't really have much of an impact here on Pearl. Maybe a little bit on Lotus, but again, still a 5th 2-0 in a row for the start of this playoffs. And M80 takes a 2-0. They're going to the upper final. We'll see that in 6 days. 6 days from today. Just gonna there's a little bit of a break. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but that's the gist of everything. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk about the next series we have today, because there is sort of a lot to talk about. because this one's going to be a little bit closer. This one is not the landslide sweep maybe you'd expect, or maybe that could have happened with M80. You know, I wasn't expecting a 2-0 from M80, but it was possible, right? Maybe not as dominantly, but definitely possible, and it did end up happening versus this series, which is going to be one of the closer series we see in Challengers as a whole. It's going to be the number 3 and number 2 seeded teams right now facing up against each other, and the winner of which goes to the upper final to face M80. So, question is, who's going to win this? And honestly, I don't know. It's a bit of a toss-up. If you look at my pick'ems, obviously I have Moist winning this, but that's just because Moist has already beaten the guard. But there's something to talk about when we are talking about that, which is that during that series, Tex was not on the guard roster. He was being subbed out because he had a concussion. He was subbed out. The head coach of Josh RT subbed in to replace him, and he actually did pretty well for the team. They were still able to get a map up, but it wasn't enough to carry the team to a victory. It was still a loss. But let's go ahead and just analyze these teams. How did they do? Let's give a brief recap. Obviously, I gave a recap before their series yesterday, but of course, we'll focus in, hone in more on Split 2, but I do want to talk about the fact that the guard throughout the entirety of Challengers has been number 1 or number 2, right? They went nearly flawless throughout Split 1. They even beat M80 in Split 1. Their only loss was a fluke loss to TSM because they'd been going through some other stuff outside of the game. Then they go to the mid-season face-off. They beat 2-0 FaZe Clan. They 2-1 Oxygen Esports. They take a loss to M80, a bit of a rematch, and they lose it. Then they actually take a very big upset loss to G2. This is G2 at their peak. Literally, this was the best we ever saw G2 play, and since then, they have not done that. So that's sort of why you see G2 winning. So if you just looked at G2 Split 2 performance and you're like, wait, the guard lost to them? No. The guard lost to G2 when they were playing good. Anyways, G2 comes into Split 2. They 2-0 FaZe Clan. They 2-0 OR. Josh RT subs in for Tex. Actually, he might have been subbed in for this as well. I don't remember, but Josh RT was subbed in for this series, and the guard does take the loss to Moist. It's a very close series. We can go ahead and take a look at this. Pearl went 13-7. Split went to overtime, and the guard ends up taking it. Then Haven goes 13-10. So very close series there, despite not all of the players for the guard being there. Doesn't matter. Then we move forward. 2-0 from the guard on Mad Lions. 2-0 from the guard onto G2. 2-0 against FaZe Clan. So these are really dominant matches since that loss, right? So 2-0 and then 2-0, and then coming into playoffs, of course, everybody 2-0'd who won, and they did win. So they're here now. Let's talk about Moist, though, because there is sort of this underdog story coming through. They were breakthrough, going through all the open qualifiers. They make it into Split 1. They don't do the best. They're sort of viewed as a mid-level team at this point. Sure, they're able to beat, sure they do take losses to Turtle Troop and G2, but they beat Oxygen, they beat Shopify, they beat FaZe. Very like, all right, you're mid, maybe top 6, but really just a mid-level team. They go to the mid-season face-off. They beat out TSM. They take a loss to M80. They do get a map up, and this is the first time we see Moist have sort of that sort of underdog. Maybe they actually have a chance. But then they do take the loss to M80. Regardless, they then lose. It wasn't very close against G2. Then they come into Split 2. They 2-0 Mad. They 2-1 G2. This is G2 not at their best. So, you know, the fact that G2 gets a map isn't the best show. But then Moist not destroys, but they do beat out the guard. I already showed that series. Which, again, the guard wasn't at their best, but it was still the guard putting up a really solid performance. So Moist beating isn't something to scoff at, right? Then they 2-0 OR. They 2-0 FaZe. They 2-0 TSM. They destroyed Mad, by the way, to start off Split 2. They absolutely dominated them. So from that point forward, it did start to look like maybe Moist is one of the top few teams. And then, of course, they go flawless through Split 2 to cement themselves in the number 3 seed. Only barely losing out to the guard just because they didn't do well enough in the mid-season face-off or Split 1 to really be able to be seen as top 2 or even top 1. So, who do I think is going to win in this series? Again, I said in the pick'ems Moist, but that's a little bit of a bias. Reviewing, looking back, honestly, I think it could go either way. This is really a series that I expect to go a 3-map series, and this one, I really think it's going to go 3-map series. I think there are not very many worlds in which it isn't a 3-map series, so yeah, I expect Guard and Moist to go 3 maps, but who do I think is going to win? Again, I have Moist in my pick'ems. I kind of stand by that, Because again, Moist did beat the Guard. Yes, the Guard was, it wasn't Guard at their peak. However, the Guard was still playing very, very solid in that series overall, regardless. And so that's why I sort of think, yeah, they did have a player subbed out, but it was still a very powerful the Guard performance. And it should be said, the Guard is not the number one team, right? This isn't M80. They are still, this is the Guard that, it's not like they look like they're the number one team. Right now, I feel like the Guard is in this spot where they are very powerful. They're almost like a wall against a lot of teams. But Moist has such an expansive map pool. They've shown they are a very powerful team. They've got so much underdog momentum behind them. They're on a win streak right now of 6 series. They've won 6 series in a row at this point. And that includes the playoff series, right? So they are on a really big hot streak. They've already beaten the Guard. Moist has got so much momentum behind them. They look like they're a powerful team. Now they're on LAN with each other. They're doing a boot camp, so they're all together playing this. So they've got that behind them now too. Of course, the Guard's been together playing this whole time. They've got a compound that they've been playing in throughout all of Challengers. So, it's not like anything's switched up there. So the main thing is, I think the Guard has a lot behind them. Yes, they're a powerful team. Yes, they're a wall. Yes, they've destroyed a lot of teams. They 2-0 phase. They're putting up a really solid performance. I will point out, Moist game against TSM did not go as dominantly as the Guard against FaZe. The Guard destroyed FaZe 13-2 and 13-6, and then Moist did not destroy TSM. It was 13-7, 13-9. They were close-ish. Sure, they weren't like super close games, and it was still a 2-0. But it should be highlighted, the Guard destroyed FaZe. That being said, TSM's probably better than FaZe, so you can excuse that. The point being, I would say they're at about an equal level of performance right now, if I'm being honest. I think this is going to be one of the most even series that we see. Whether it be the Guard or Moist that plays M80, I expect M80 to win the upper final, right? Like, I think M80 can easily, not easily, but I think M80 can beat either of these teams in a pretty dominant fashion, just knowing how big their map pool is, how strong of a team they are. Even, when Kwanu was doing the interview, he was clearly hiding the fact that they do have something hiding up their sleeve. They've got a lot of power behind them. I really do believe Moist can win this series, but I also believe the Guard can win it. Does Moist have a lot of momentum right now? Do they already have a win against the Guard under their belt? Yes. But that doesn't mean anything when it comes to the Guard. Moist, I feel like I don't know. There's a lot to say, but there's also not a lot to say, because unlike other series where I can talk about, like for example, M80 probably has this. Maybe Oxygen can get it. It's just like, because both of these teams have such a hot win streak behind them, or have such a dominant performance behind them, we don't have a lot to turn to, other than the fact that look at how evenly matched these teams are. Again, Moist has a little bit more momentum behind them, and they have that under their sleeve. They're on this underdog story. They're sort of the underdogs coming into this series, although because of how well they've been performing, they do sort of have this sort of like, now they've got sort of this reputation of being in an even matchup. That's why I'm saying it. Obviously, I don't view, unlike Oxygen going against M80, that was definitely an underdog for Oxygen. With this, although Moist is definitely on an underdog story, sort of not expected to be doing this well, they now are doing this well as we come into playoffs, so it can be said that Moist will probably have a good fight here. Here's what we can talk about, though. What are the map picks going to be like? If Moist is able to get, let's just talk about the previous series, right? So they played on Pearl, which was picked by Moist Moguls, and Moist Moguls won 13-7. Clearly, Pearl is still a very powerful map for Moist. Other than Ascent, which I think may be Moist's best map, it may just be that Pearl is one of the best maps for Moist, if not the best. And then the bans come through. Moist banned Bind previously in their previous series, and the Guard banned Ascent, again, not wanting to face Moist on Ascent. You can't blame them. Bind was likely banned because Moist doesn't want to play on Bind. It was, it's clear that they're just not as well practiced on it. Pro gets picked. Split gets picked. Split does go to the Guard, but it's still a really close series. And although Split isn't this map that everybody views as one of the best maps for Moist, they're not bad on it. They're definitely still good enough on it. Obviously, they've lost to G2 on Split, I believe, in the mid-season face-off. I can double-check that. In this series. Let me just double-check. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong thing. Yeah, they did play in split, and G2. Oh no, G2 did beat Moist. So it's again, or I think that's what I don't remember what I said. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting a phone call, so it's distracting me. But I'm just gonna silence it. Okay, Moist did They don't have the best record on split, is what I'm trying to say here. And yes, the guard was able to use that to their advantage, but it's very clear Moist is still good at split, and this went even, and there's been so much time in between split 2 and now in playoffs. And unlike the guard, which has stayed pretty consistent in their performance, which is a very high-level performance, I'll give you that, but it doesn't feel like the guard is improving a whole lot because they don't really need to. Unlike that, Moist, I haven't seen a ceiling that they've hit, right? Like, I've talked about it before, but Moist has come into this and just kept improving. It's exponential growth. I have not seen a series from Moist yet where I feel like they're playing the same as they have in a previous series. Maybe against TSM, it was a little bit of a... I mean, obviously Moist did win, and it was a performance we expected, but that's the thing, right? We're not... If Moist is still truly improving, then it wouldn't be a performance we're expecting. But I don't know. I still don't feel like Moist has hit their ceiling. It doesn't feel like they've hit their peak yet. Maybe in this series against the guard, if they take a loss, that will be the peak that they've hit. But just because of how big their hot streak is right now, their win streak, it just doesn't seem like they've hit that peak yet. And we could even see a better performance today against the guard than they put up against TSM yesterday, right? Like, we don't know how good the performance is going to be from Moist. Obviously, the performance is going to be relative. A better performance today from Moist against the guard than they put up against TSM will not look like a better record or a better score against the guard than it did against TSM because they're against the guard, right? My point being, I think Moist has improved, especially since their last series against the guard. I think the guard is going to be playing about the same as we'd expect. This very powerful wall that teams will have to try their very hardest to break through, but Moist Moguls is definitely a team that knows how to put up good defense. They're a really powerful offensive team as well. The guard is the same. They're a really powerful defense. They've got a really powerful offense as well, right? That's why I'm saying this is a really evenly matched up team. Could go either way, but I expect maybe to give a little bit of an edge to Moist, but I can't really... It's a toss-up. Again, I'm going to side with my pick'ems here just because I want my pick'ems to be right. So I'll side with my pick'ems and say I give it to the guard, but I think we're going to see multiple overtimes very likely. I think we're going to see a 3-map series. It's probably going to be long. I don't expect a 2-0 at all. I don't even think there's a chance of a 2-0. I think each team will take the map that they pick, and then we will see... and then we'll see this series begin. I just realized I didn't pull up. Maybe I did. Where is it? I don't have it. But yeah, because I already used the rank tool and stuff, what we can do is we can look at some of the highlights from the previous series, and if we're still not getting ready to start this next series, we can go ahead and I'll go over the format of the rest of Challengers, how everything's going to work, because I didn't really get to go to at least how Ascension is going to work. We can talk about that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights.
Aller also comes to mix. Snowball trying to get Nismo forward. There's the paranoia. Here comes the play, and Nismo rips him apart. They're looking to go a little bit further forward. Paranoia out. Prowler also comes to mix. Snowball trying to get Nismo.
All right.
Defense looking to recover this 3v4, and oh my goodness! What has Nismo just done? This boombot's really well placed as well. He knows there's somebody nearby. It's now a 3v2. Nismo over through Mound. Has both members nearby, and Nismo takes down a third. Can you toggle? Force him to try to check this. He will have to go. There's the toggle. Oh, but Mitch gets shut down. And now it's just down to spamming. Oh, how about... Good for the double. Scuba still holding on inside the site, though. A little bit of assistance for Verno drops. 3v2, but no. Oh. Just as soon as smoke expires, Nismo cleans up third. Quick. On in play. Flash also allows them further forward, and Nismo behind the Prowler. Good for the double. Scuba still holding on inside the site, though.
All right, well, that doesn't look like we're starting back up yet. So yeah, I'll go ahead and talk about the format of Ascension, just to make it a little bit more clear, because I didn't get to do it yesterday. So, the way that it works, I talked about it before, the top 2 teams who make it to Grand Final get to go to Ascension. I've already talked about how playoffs will work. I've already talked about how play-in relegation will work. So let's just talk about Ascension. I've put it all the way over here. So you may notice we've got the top 2 teams, or we've got 2 teams from North America and 2 teams from Brazil. There are also 2 teams from the rest of Latin America. One is from Latin America North, which is its own challengers, and one is from Latin America South, which is its own challengers. So I'll go ahead and show you the Brazil. I'll show you the way that these challengers have panned out. There's a lot less teams in these challengers. So for Brazil, It looks pretty similar, but instead of having 8 teams in playoffs, it only has 6. So, you know, going about the way that that's sort of going to go. You see the Union right now in the upper final. Now, it's a similar sort of story. So whichever team makes it to the grand final is going to be the team, or is going to be a team that makes it to Ascension. So after today, actually, we're going to know one of the teams from Brazil that's going to Ascension if they make it to grand final. We'll know after the game ends. Their second game is 4 p.m. PST. I probably won't say it, or I won't talk about it. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow. Just because, you know, timing and everything. I like to end stream right after the second series ends. But anyways, yeah. And then whoever wins the lower final will also be making it to the grand final. The 2 teams from Brazil that make it to the grand final make it to Ascension. Now, it's a little bit of a different story here for Latin America, because instead of it being the top 2 teams for Latin America South, it's only 1 team. For Latin America North, it's only 1 team. So you can see they already have teams in the grand final, but they're going to wait until June 11th to do the grand final. So they're going to wait until actually we already know which of the NA teams are going to be making it, because you can see, or which of the NA teams have won, and also which of the NA teams are going to be making it, as well as which of the Brazil teams will be making it. In fact, Brazil is going to finish up their challengers way before we will. So yeah. Anyways. Yeah, so for right now, they already have the teams in the grand final. They're just going to wait a while before they do the grand final. So it's between All Knights and 9Z team for the grand final of Latin America South. The winner goes to America's Ascension. And then same thing here. So there's an America's Ascension, an EMEA Ascension, and a Pacific Ascension. Each of those Ascensions is to determine who will move into that region's Tier 1 competition. So for Americas, it's who's going to make it to America's Tier 1 competition. For Pacific Tier 1 competition, EMEA Tier 1 competition. So you can see it's going to be 6 teams here. Now, how does it all work? Well, there's going to be a group stage. I believe it's only supposed to be 3 or 4 days. It's going to be really, it actually might even only be like 2 or 3 days. I don't remember the exact numbers. Anyways, it's going to be really, really quick. And the group stage does not determine who's in the playoffs. It's just going to determine the seeding. So who's number 1 seed, who's number 2 seed. And the reason for that is because when you have 6 teams in a double elimination bracket, you do this, like where you've got 2 teams back here, 2 teams back here, but then you also have the number 1 and number 2 seed already get to go to the upper semifinals. That's sort of how you do this 6 team. We saw it for the Americas playoffs, you know, for the Tier 1 to get into Masters. So yeah, it's sort of standard stuff. So that's why they're doing the group stage. If you won your grand final for Brazil or for North America, or for South America, or yeah, it doesn't matter. That won't matter. It doesn't determine your seedings in the group stage or in the playoffs. It's just like a cool title you get to have, is that you won the North American Challengers, right? Or you won the Brazil Challengers. So yeah, that doesn't affect anything about the seedings in Ascension, just simply because in order for the South American teams to make it to Ascension, they would have had to have won their grand finals. So it wouldn't be fair to just give you additional points. But the way it works is it's going to be a really short little bracket. This will be July. This will be like the first few days of July, the first few weeks. Yeah, the winner goes. There's only 1 winner. So the grand final does matter. I believe it's just the lower final and the grand final that would be best of 5s. Then the grand final winner goes to Tier 1 competition. Not this year, but next year they'll be in the Tier 1 competition. Anyways, it looks like we're back. We can stop talking about Ascension. If you have any other questions, you can ask me. I'll try and answer them tomorrow, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Let's go ahead and just get into the start of this second series. Moist Moguls versus The Guard, one of the more evenly matched series we will see in the whole of the North American playoffs. We will see. Are these teams going to perform as good as I expected? Is it going to be as even of a matchup as I expected? Or is it just going to be a very surprise, quick win for one of these teams? We will see. Like I said, Moist is now on LAN. They weren't during the regular Challenger season, but for playoffs, they're going to be playing together in the same room. The Guard in their own compound. And we will see if that sort of advantage for Moist will matter. I will say, I believe the Guard compound is in Los Angeles, whereas the Moist players are playing at the Optic compound, which is in Texas, which is right next to the servers. So they got a little bit of a ping diff. I'm not sure it'll matter too much. I'm sure because they play on central servers, so I'm sure the Guard will have about like 10 to 15 ping. Like, it's not going to be a big difference, but something to note. But yeah, let's go ahead and listen to what the casters have to say about this series, because again, there's not a whole lot to say other than that it's going to be a close matchup.
Moist Moguls are like my pride and joy of what tier 2 should be.
Yeah, and Most Moguls has been very dominant in Split 2. They've been the only defeated team. They've only lost 2 maps out of 12 that were played, and it's just been exciting to watch this team continue to grow and get better. And even with the team chemistry, watching them all trust each other, as they were saying in some of their interviews, and that's nice as a player to know that your teammates have your back both in-game and out.
I gotta be honest, the hardest part for me, and Chad, I love you, brother, but it's hard for me to accept that Odorous is now viewed as a tactical mind. I mean, there's a classic clip of him saying, honestly, I think I'm better than you, and then a good player saying, honestly, you suck. This is like an old OG clip that people have used as a stream sub alert. Like, it's such a notorious clip. Odorous was always this player who had really good mechanics, but to see him now transcend into a coaching role and not just coach, not just do the job, but actually exceed expectations, set this team up for success, get the praise of his team, his players. That's huge. I think it's awesome to see, and it's kind of catching me off guard. It's a little bit hard for me to accept that that's the case, but good work, brother. Obviously, what you're doing behind the scenes is working out. If you look, though, this is their results against against the Guard back in the group stages. Even though the Guard was playing with a stand-in, it was still a close game.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they were playing with a coach. I'm going to say the joke. They were playing with a manager. And I think the Guard put up really good numbers against Moist Moguls given their circumstances. Then again, Moist Moguls at the same time, like, they were just on this invincible run during Split 2. They maintained that invincible run. They are currently on a 6-game win streak. Winning here today would put them at 7. I think a lot of expectations for this team is to just continue to, like, improve. And that's something that we've seen week in and week out. And, you know, a lot of credit goes to Odorous. A lot of credit goes to Tan. I have no idea how to pronounce this. I'm just calling him Tan for now, their head coach. But I feel a lot of people maybe don't look at the IGL, that being Fly. He's been a guy that I think has constantly been showing us as the viewers, and, you know, every time we get to interview him, he's been very, very fun to watch, and he's this really confident kid that I feel brings a lot to the table. Like, when we talk to him, I want
to point out a 214 ACS when you are the IGL is pretty good. You see some IGLs, especially for teams that, you know, aren't the number 1 and number 2 teams, to have an IGL that's above 200, even almost 215. Like, that's pretty decent considering, you know, IGL, you're not going to be playing as well, and Fly is usually on, you know, Viper, you know, controller roles where you're not even going to be fragging as high. So pretty impressive. Got to give prompts to Fly for this IGL role.
He has his timing down to a T, which is so important, especially if you said, like he's doing, is adapting. And I think that's very important for his team to continue to succeed.
Yeah, and I think the success that Fly brings, you know, we saw in tenfold in Split 2. Like, every single stat category they were in first place. Like, look at these. They were 5-0. Again, this was like their invincible run. No one could touch them. The Guard came the closest with that 16-14 win on Split. And then I just felt that maybe if the Guard had Tex playing, things could have been a little bit different. But this was the Moist Moguls that, you know, we saw grow from Split 1, develop even further in the midseason face-off, and then coming into Split 2, we kind of expect them to perform well. We did not expect them to play this well. 5-0, untouchable the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a great thing, too, for Flya as an individual who we've been talking about a little bit here. If you remember Flya, he had that brief stint with FaZe, and it wasn't really the greatest showing from him, but I don't think it's his fault. It just was like, kind of like, we're just going to plug him in. And I think a lot of people looked at him and go, who?
Yeah.
Because at the time, maybe there were other free agents that people thought that team should go for. But obviously, there were some other issues going on behind the scenes. He's come into this team, and he's had a chance to kind of redefine his image and create this obvious statue of accomplishments. Like, he's got this just monolith that's building. And all these things he's been able to accomplish in such a short period of time with this team. And I feel like this team is on the rise even higher than they've gone already. They came in Split 1 as breakthrough. They got signed. Things started to turn around. Midseason face-off was pretty good showing. People forget how close they were to actually almost playing in the upper finals in that event. Same with Oxygen, as they went to a 3-map series against M80 and almost beat them. They were even very close to beating them in a 2-0 that would have put them in that position. Now they're here in playoffs, and they're coming off of a dominant group stage run. It's truly incredible what this team has been able to accomplish. However, on the flip side of that coin, they are facing off against a team that is incredibly talented. They are matching up against the guard, and we've watched the guard basically tear through their opponents like tissue paper.
Yeah.
This team feels like the number 2 team pretty easily. And while we praised M80 as the number 1 team, it feels like the guard is not really that far behind. It's like right on top of them. And you even mentioned it's one of the few teams that's been able to make M80 bleed. Yeah. Whereas, you know, maybe some other teams have struggled against them. The guard kind of feels evenly matched against that team. So this is a difficult battle for this Moist roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of factors that go into what make the guard so good. They're like the pinnacle of Tier 2 Valorant. They're uber consistent. They're eerily consistent with how well they play. Like, they're always beating the teams that, you know, 100% they should be beating. And, you know, when it comes to M80, there are very close series. Like, the only time I felt the guard really slipped up was during the midseason face-off against G2. But ever since then, they've had a tremendous bounce back. And it's, you know, it's a group of 5 guys that, with the core 4, they've been playing literally forever. They've been to LAN together, they've been on the international stage, they have come through the Tier 2 system together. And so you have this really nice family environment with these 5 guys, and, you know, Tech slotted in almost perfectly, in my opinion, and they created this insane machine. Like, yesterday, what we got to see with them against FaZe was just ridiculous. It was the most threatening, the most potent guard that we have ever seen. And you can look at the stats here and how just utterly dominant they were in every single stat category when it came to team play.
Yeah.
When you think of a dominant team, I think we all can agree that we think of the guard. They've been consistently at the top. And again, yesterday versus FaZe, as you were saying, they just shut down everything and anything that was being brought to them. They have been looking so strong, and they're only getting better. They 13-2 on Fracture, 13-6 on Lotus. Everybody was positive in their stats.
I'll say yes, that's impressive. But you're not first in a lot of these stats, right? That's Moist. That's a Moist job after the split too, right? So I feel like this is the thing. Like, is the guard looking like a really powerful team? Yes, but so is Moist. That's why I'm saying this is going to be one of the most even matchups I think we'll see. Yes, the guard is number 1 in some stats. Yes, their players are all really, really powerful. But one thing I will point out, I feel like one thing that the guard and both Moist are sort of good at, rather than like M80, for example, I feel like the guard is really, and Moist, they've got really, really powerful team play. Like, it feels like as a team, they're a really, really powerful team, versus like the individual players aren't necessarily the most powerful. Obviously, after Split 2, Moist's players were all in the top 10, versus like M80, a team like M80, which is always going to have each of their players performing super, super powerfully individually, and then the team play sort of comes second, versus where I feel like for Moist and the guard, it's like powerful team play comes first, and then the individual play is second. Although I will say, I feel like in Moist series against TSM, that individual play really shone through, especially from Brock on Pearl. That was one of the best performances I think we've seen from Brock. Obviously, they're looking at playoff techs, which is only one singular series, versus overall techs. I just want to point out, like, yes, the guard is looking like they're going to start a rampage here in playoffs, but Moist is also still looking like there's a reason they're those top stats. Yeah, they didn't destroy TSM like the guard destroyed FaZe, but also TSM isn't FaZe, right? And I feel like that's sort of a theme here. Like, you could definitely draw that comparison, but the guard is going to be up against an easier opponent, being the 2nd seed, rather than Moist, who's the 3rd seed, not going to be up against the most powerful opponent compared to a team like TSM.
So I look forward to the things that the guard is going to do with this team. It's certainly a difficult match for Moist, but it's also a team that had a really good group stage. They're on the rise as well. This is all the makings of an intense battle, but enough about that from us. We had a chance to sit down with the players and talk to them about their feelings on today's match. Let's take a look.
You know, from the start, we knew that we were a playoff caliber team, and even when we had like our rough start to Split 1, the whole time we knew how capable we were, and we just had to start to find our footing, you know. And we had to go through, especially as like a new team, you go through growing pains, and once you start to hit trouble for the first time, it's really how you adapt as a team to those problems, you know, is whether or not you'll continue to have success. And those initial hurdles, we did a really good job of overcoming, and that allowed us to show off our true potential in the Split 2, which I don't even think we've shown off our best yet, you know.
Unexpected challenges. Like, a lot of us have been getting well, not really sick. Like we've had Jake's not really feeling well, and then Ian had that concussion. We would be flawless if we didn't have to play with Josh, even though he played really well. But yeah, I would say not much unexpected obstacles, to be honest.
You know, we went 5-0, so it was obviously like a pretty like smooth ride. We had like a couple bumps here where you know, we dropped the map to G2. We probably should have like closed that map out. And then we lost the map to Guard when they had their coach. But I mean, I think other than that, it's been pretty smooth. Our practices have been, you know, really good. Obviously, we've made a lot of improvements to be able to like go 5-0. So I think we're in like a good spot, and I think we're all like pretty confident and pretty comfortable. And now that, you know, we have our boot camp coming up, we're all pretty excited for that. So I think, you know, we might even become, you know, a step better than we were before.
I'd say the main thing is just the org, being able to come to an office every single day and play in the same room with my teammates. Like you can see them behind me. We're here every single day practicing. So I would say that's it's like one of our advantages, and yeah, it's just a great privilege.
I think if we can just, you know, not overcomplicate it and kind of like simplify the way that we play and make sure that, you know, nobody's taking any like extra steps or anything like that, I think,
Yeah.
you know,
I
we
think
can
that's the
probably
thing.
just
Like
beat
with
anybody
a series
here.
like this, when they're playing against a team like TSM or like the Guards playing against FaZe, you can take a little bit of those ballsy actions that you wouldn't normally take in a series because you know you've got some confidence, right? You don't have to be too aggressive. You don't have to be putting your all into these, or like not putting your all. You don't have to be playing, or you shouldn't really be playing with some weird team comps or some weird choices, right? You're just gonna play your simple, solid. Let's put up a solid wall that it's gonna be difficult for the opponent to push through. Again, this is gonna be one of the closest series we probably see in all of the Challengers playoffs. So I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see how this goes down.
But I mean, I think everybody's like super excited, especially, you know, because we're all gonna meet and play in the same place. So it'll be a really good experience for us, and I think we're all looking forward to it.
It's like a brotherhood, like it's loyalty, because during the off season when franchise happened, a lot of us had offers from some franchise teams, but in the end we decided to just grind out a year of challengers and play together, because we all love playing together. Yeah, it's just we love playing with each other. We know what we're capable of, and we're confident that we're just gonna make the franchise league going through challengers.
Watching EG, it's funny. The Americas.
Both teams confident. You know, you heard A Proto say it right at the beginning. We knew we were a playoff team from the day we first started playing with each other, and even though we had some mistakes, we corrected them. And Jonah P saying, hey, we feel confident that we're going to be in Franchise League next year. Like, that's always been the goal. That's where we've been thinking we'd be, and honestly, that's where the community kind of thought they would be. So it makes perfect sense that they feel comfortable making it to that point. But they got to get past the hurdle of Moist Moguls. Let's take a look at the map picks and bans to see how it's going to shape up. It is a little bit odd. I was not anticipating this map pool, Sully. I think both of us were a little bit thrown by the bind.
All right, let's go and take a look at this map select. This is what I was waiting for to see how this would go. Haven being picked by Moist Moguls because Pearl is banned. I understand that. Not picking Ascent, a little bit of an interesting choice, but to be fair, the Guard is also a very powerful Ascent team, so I understand Moist picking Haven here. It's a very solid map. It's a map we've seen them perform very, very well on. No question there. Bind is picked by the Guard. I'm interested to see this because we have seen Bind banned a lot by these top few teams because they're like, we'll just worry about the maps we're probably going to play on. But because Moist bans Split because they're worried about the fact that the one map they did lose to the Guard on was Split, and now that the Guard is back at full force, maybe it's going to be a really powerful Split. So they ban it because they're worried about it. The Guard picks Bind though, so clearly there's some confidence there. But Moist doesn't ban Bind, which does tell you they're confident enough on it to allow it to come through here. So Bind will be the second map. The decider is Lotus, another 3-mapper, another map which is difficult for the defense, but we've seen Moist figure it out. We saw them play against TSM on Lotus, and it was a pretty decent performance. I'm expecting, again, a close 3-map series. I expect to see Haven. I expect to see it go to Moist. I expect to see Bind. I expect it to go to the Guard. I expect to see Lotus, and I think that could go, that is another map that could go either way. Both the Guard have figured it out, and Moist have figured it out. Two of the few teams who have figured out how to put up a good defense on Lotus. Lotus are going to be playing each other on Lotus. So I'm excited to see that. But for now, let's just get into Haven, the map pick from Moist. Again, I expect this to go to Moist, but that doesn't mean the guard's just going to let it go easy. So I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see as we get into the agent select. Again, it looks like we're getting ready to start this map. These teams look ready. They're definitely going to be ready. I'm more than excited to see where these teams do end up. Like, how are these teams going to... what kind of fight are we going to see these teams put up here in Haven? Are we going to see some new stuff come out from the guard? They want to switch things up. They know it's going to be a tough series. They're going to pull out those pocket picks, those picks they were hiding we didn't expect. Or is it just going to be their standard Haven team comp? Is it going to be another standard Haven team comp from Moist on the other side? Are they going to try and switch things up? We will see. It looks like the agents they're hovering are very, very common picks. The standard team comp here on Haven. Maybe we'll see it come out from both sides. Both Sim and Tex gonna be on Jet. Again, pretty standard. We see Thief on Omen. Again, pretty standard. Net gonna be on Killjoy. Alright, seems pretty standard as well. Jonah gonna be on Sky for that Recon Initiator instead of a Sova. Interesting there. It's gonna be the Flash and Recon Initiator because they're not running the typical double Initiator comp you see here on Haven. Flya and Brock both gonna be on Initiators for Moist Moguls. For Moist, it's a standard comp. Sova gonna be the Recon. Breach gonna be the Flash Initiator. Then we've got Killjoy coming out. So standard comp for Moist. I want to focus on the guard though. They're going double controller. Okay, typically you'll see the Omen being the controller, very versatile, good agent. Sometimes you'll see Asher instead. But instead, over on the guard, was that an Omen and Viper comp double controller? I'm interested to see how this goes. They've sacrificed the Breach. And Breach has pretty much become a staple here on Haven. So the fact that we're not seeing the Breach come out from the guard, they're deciding to run double controller. We'll see if this switch up is going to catch Moist off guard, if it's going to work in the favor of the guard, or if Moist is just going to say, all right, but our standard comp is tried and true and it's going to work. We will see. The guard is a team that we know has some power behind them, and we know they can switch things up. We saw them do some of the pioneering for Lotus, running double controller with Harbor and Viper. That's sort of become a little bit of a standard on Lotus now, and the guard was one of the first pro teams to really show that, and that was in tier 2. So now that we're coming in here in the playoffs, maybe they're trying to switch things up. A Viper Omen could definitely do that. They could definitely switch things up here. We'll see if it's going to be able to, as the guard starts on the offense of the slightly offense-sided map. About 51% of rounds on Haven do go to the offense. So it's only slightly offense-sided, but typically in pro, we do see the offense take the lead on their offensive side, but we also know Moist, and they pick this map. We know how strong their defense is on this map. They're going to be confident as we see Jonah full blinding himself as they entry into B, and they're going to be able to take B site. See, Moise was reading an A hit. They had 3 on A, but nobody's there. So not only is the guard going to be able to get on B, they're not going to take any damage in the process. They're going to get that spiked in, and they can get into those post-plant positions before encountering any pushback. That being said, Tex on top of box immediately gets spotted and taken out by Brock. So that does mean the guard not going to have to play the post-plant down a player. We've got some Viper mollies to try and find some grounds here. Sim going for the flank, able to take out Net. And the counter flank comes through from Trent, but it's not able to find the pick. Meanwhile, Valen going to be able to take out Fly, but it's traded off. It's a 4v2 right now for Moist Moguls. Jonah going to take out Sim. Spike probably going to be tapped pretty soon here. Although that Viper molly was definitely used, I believe, from Trent. Trent able to take out Thief, but at the same time, Brock takes out Jonah. It's a 1v2. Spike is just held. Obroto's able to defuse it. Trent going to be taken out as well. And the first round goes to the defense of Moist Moguls. Very well played on that retake. Despite the guard having so much time on their advantage to get that spike down and get into post-plant, Moist played beautifully to retake that site, and getting the first pistol round is huge to try and take this map. I'm not entirely sure what that clip was. Alright. I mean, well played from Moist. I mean, I think they played that just as beautifully as you'd like to see. Of course, now they're going to be on a buy round. The guard going to be on an eco round. Pretty standard round structure is likely to follow. The Marshal on Tex is placed over on B, or sorry, over on A, whereas the guard is going to be pushing into, or not on Tex, on Wait, there is no Marshall on Moist Mogul side. What am I saying? The guard is on offense. I don't know why I thought Moist was on offense. The guard going to be pushing into C, trying to find some picks. That Marshall was on text looking for some damage, but it gets actually passed over to Jonah. Jonah's going to be traded out there. They are going to be turning their attention towards a B push. There's some Killjoy util on B to stop the push in. There's also Killjoy util, a turret in garage. So Moist knows there's no garage play yet from the guard. The guard's going to start pushing into B. Looks like maybe they want to take it through a link, but Proto going to take out Valen, who had the spike, and now Spike is down. And Proto's in backside. They know where he is. Vex is pushed out into a link, and he's able to take out Sim, but Brock going to be able to trade it off. Meanwhile, Net going to clear up backside, taking out a Proto. It's traded, or sorry, it is a trade pick, which now means it's evened out. The flank from Trent, though, going to be able to take out Brock, which does leave the guard with a player advantage, and Trent was able to pick up a Vandal, so actually a little bit of a gun advantage to the guard at this point. We do see Thief coming in for the flank. He's going to be spotted by an alarm bot. Meanwhile, Flya going to be going in. Actually, the alarm bot's not up right now. No, it goes back up now. Going to be taken out. It's now going to be a 2v3. Flya starting this re-entry from CT. He's spotted by Jonah with the Marshall. The stun comes out, but it's not enough to stop it. And a nice shot from Jonah. Going to leave a 1v3 in the hands of Thief, and it doesn't go his way. The eco round for the guard turns into a win. This is not where Moist would want to be, because now they're going to have to take an eco round themselves. And the guard is going to be able to start pushing here to widen any early advantage that they have. Sure, they lose the pistol round, but they can, of course, convert that into some more rounds here. We're actually seeing this a lot in the playoffs so far, is, you know, the team that wins the pistol round doesn't actually win the second round. And I don't know if it's just because teams are getting better at winning that eco round, but whatever it is the way that it is. It's working out here for the guard to take an early lead here. Looks like the guard going to be pushing, actually doing a little bit of defaulting, hoping Moist will push into them, and they do a little bit. Brock and Sim were pushed up in a long, looking for something. Aren't really able to find it. Brock is pushed up though. But it won't matter. It doesn't look like the guard's going to be pushing into A. It looks like they're going to get ready to rotate over towards C. Moist, you can look at Fly, not really sure where to go, but they are sending him C now, off of no sound on A and no sound on B. They're sending him to watch that C link, and it's going to be Thief who's the first to see this push. He's got a good lineup with that crosshair, going to take out Trent. Nice head tap there. Immediately gives Moist the player advantage, but it is immediately traded off. So it's going to be 4v4 here. And we do see Fly able to get on site. He's going to have a stun for long. It's going to get all of the players. And the Tech's trying to do some entry, gets into sight. Flya able to pick up a gun, but it doesn't matter. Valen going to be able to trade it off regardless. Proto's cleared out. Jonah going to be able to take him out. It's now a 2v3. Player down for Moist Moguls. We'll see if they can do anything here. Flank coming in from Brock. Spotted by an alarm bot. Now down to Brock to try and win this 1v1 with Net. Does mess up that early engagement. Meanwhile, Jonah going to take out Sim, who's coming in from CT. And, yeah, Net going to win the exchange with Brock. 3 players left alive means the guard keeps the majority of their players alive on their bye. Not the best start for Moist in this half, but now it's going to be the first full bye from both sides. We will see where this round goes. Hunter's Fury available for Brock. And Seeker's available for the guard. Viper's Pit, actually some ults pretty close for the guard. Viper's Pit and Blade Storm 2 ult points away for the guard. And from the Shadows only 1 ult point away. But over on Moist, they've got all of their ults, only 3 ult points away, excluding the Rolling Thunder, which is a little bit further away. And of course they do have that Hunter's Fury up as well. But all the rest of the ults almost kind of there. So we may see, not this round they'll get up, but maybe next round. Just something to note. Brock going to use this Hunter's Fury, looking for something early. He doesn't find anything, actually. Finds nothing as the guard is pushing into C, and that Hunter's Fury not going to hit them. Trent going to start this entry by taking out Sim. Does take out the defender on site. Tech's going to continue to entry. He's able to find another on Fly before Thief trades it off, and is also able to take out Jonah. That's traded off, which does leave the Proto in a 1v3. And I don't know if there's a whole lot he'll be able to do here. May just want to go to try and save his gun at this point. We got the old Mage Funk knife, not the new one.
These two teams faced off against each other.
And it looks like at this point, maybe he's just watching exits, trying to find an easy pick. But no, he's going to get spotted as he comes through this orb. Trent going to take him out. And it looks like the guard going to be taking an early advantage here. Now, I will say, offense-sided map. So it's not completely out of the world, but typically with how, like, it's not super one-sided map. So Moist should try and get at least 5 rounds. Tying it up isn't bad either, but at least 5 would where they would run is where they would want to be. 4, 8 also isn't bad going into the next half, but you know, they should be more comfortable or a little bit happier. I feel a little bit safer if they're at 5-7.
I would even argue. Like, he has been on top of it. Absolutely. Early skirmish here at A-Long.
3 ults available for the guard from the Shadows, Viper's Pit, and Bladestorm. Those ults that were almost there in the previous round are now there. Moist was able to get that from the Shadows up, but the rest not really even that close. Moist going to be on an eco this round after losing their buy round previous round, so not going the best for them in this series. We may have to see them in the lower bracket, but of course it's just the first match. I won't get too ahead of myself. Trent going to take out Sib, and Tech's going to take out Brock, and it's looking like this round may go the way of the guard. Fly able to find a pick, mitigate some damage, but it's immediately traded off. So the 2-player advantage for Moist going to be maintained as a Proto jumps out of heaven, going to catch Valen off guard, but Net going to be there to trade it off. It's now down to Thief in a 1v3 to at least try and find another pick if he can. CT smoke drops, looking for something. Skybird comes through, they know where he is. Trent going to turn just in time to catch Thief and take him out. This round goes to the guard. They're now up 3 rounds. It's going to be 4-1. We'll see if the guard can continue this lead. We'll see if Moist can try and clamber something together here. I mean, they've lost the first buy from both sides, and then they haven't really found any luck on their eco rounds. They do need to try and pull something together here. They barely won the pistol round, and that's their only round so far. So they do need to try something. They take a timeout here. And it's looking like, I mean, the kill consistency not too spread out yet. You do see Trent 3 kills above Jonah, and then Jonah and Tex are tied, so overall still looking pretty solid. What I will say is I feel like Moist is just getting picked off early. They're allowing the guard to get onto the site and finding early picks, which of course is not where Moist would want to be. It's not over yet. There's definitely still quite a bit of room for Moist to try something new here and switch up their tactics. They're a well-versed enough team that they definitely know how to switch to some adaptability, figure out how they can deny those early picks.
Yeah, I think the big thing is going to be getting
and we'll see if they can.
Let him be that dynamic defender. Let him get some,
3 ults available for both sides, although Rolling Thunder almost there for Flya. Lockdown, Bladestorm, and Omen, from the Shadows available for Thief and Moist Moguls, and then over on the guard again 3 ults, Bladestorm from the Shadows and Viper's Pit. Sorry, I stuttered, or I caught myself a lot trying to read those out. Both the Bladestorm and from the Shadows available for both sides. Only difference being that Lockdown and Viper's Pit. And like I said, the Rolling Thunder almost there for Flya if they can get that ult point, but I don't think they're going to go for an ult orb early. They do have 3 placed on A for Moist. Operator and Sim looking for something. Oh, he misses the first shot. That's going to weigh on him. I feel bad about that one because now he has to play really far back, and not finding that early pick does allow the guard to now get some movement here. They know that that operator was on A. You can assume there's going to be another one on A to watch long. So you can probably assume there's at least 2 on A, so they can try and rotate somewhere else, which is going to be less heavily stacked, and they go through mid into B. There is a Killjoy turret on top of box, but it doesn't spot them, which means they're able to get all the way into B using that Viper smoke, and Trent's able to catch Flya off guard. Then Net going to take out a Proto in Garage, and suddenly the guard is up 2 players. This round not looking good at all for Moist. Drop darts coming through, trying to start this re-entry, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Thief spots Tex in backside. Brock going to take out Tex. Trent going to be able to lock down that A-Link entrance, taking out Thief, Thief and Sim each finding a pick. Net takes out Sim, trades it off a little bit. Thief now in a 1v2, able to find one. He knows where the other one is. He can isolate these fights, but he does need to sort of stick the spike here. We know time is going to be played. Wait, does he have time? He does. He does have time, and Thief going to clutch it out in a 1v2. 3 kills are in this round, and he pulls Moist Moguls through to keep them in this half, get them another round. But that was an expensive round for them, and you look at the guard, their econ not even close to being finished off here. So Moist Gonna have to continue to push hard. They're able to pick up that op, save it, get it in the hands of some of the players. So Moist will have a full buy this round. So they can try and carry some momentum here. Well played from Thief. Moist Moigles, is what the caster just said. I think a Proto was, or sorry, not a Proto. I think Net was anticipating that it would be they were anticipating that Thief would be sticking the spike, but he wasn't. So he threw that molly out to try and stop the sticking of the spike, but he was outside of the smoke and got caught off guard. 4 ults available for Moist. They didn't actually use any of their ults in the previous round, despite winning it. There's 2 ults available for the guard to try and counteract the ults that Moist has, but one of them is a Viper's Pit. So they have to get on site to use that, and it may be difficult, again, with all the firepower that is in the hands of Moist Moguls. Jonah able to pick up the ult orb in C long without any pushback, but not going to matter a whole lot here. The guard going to start pushing up in through mid. It looks like maybe they want to do a B push. We've seen them have quite a bit of success on B, so maybe they want to do the same thing here. They're also in a position, though, that they want to try and take Garage into C, which it looks like maybe they want to. They send that bird out on B, and it doesn't spot anything. It will blind the turret for a little bit, but at this point, the turret will be able to see. Smoke comes through, and you can see Moist knows it might be a B push. Nanostorm comes out as well. Shock darts come through. They know it might be a B push, especially since that Skybird came through and they heard it. Proto is in backside here, waiting to defend here. The guard prepared for the possibility that there is a flanker. Sim still watching A short into A lobby. And he's not going to find a pick with that operator. A Proto going to take out Tex, so it does keep it even. Jonah P is pushed up in A short, which does bait Moist a little bit. I definitely did think maybe it was an A push, but no, it's not. Viper's Pit is out on B. Spike not down yet. Time being played as well. And although although the Aftershock is going to get a team kill from Moist Moguls, it also allows some pushing up, and time is played effectively. Spike doesn't get the opportunity to go down in time. Thief looking for some extra picks, not going to find it. So another very expensive round win for Moist, and 2 guns are kept by the guard on that round win, so they can continue to get some econ momentum moving. You look at Moist, they don't have any money. They actually can't full buy this round. The guard taking a timeout because they don't want Moist to tie it up. They did not play that round effectively. Despite having so many, or 2 ults to work with, they weren't able to really use them. They got on site, but then they just couldn't get that spike down in time. They waited a little bit too long. They wanted to wait out that timer, and it did not pay off for them. You look at Moist, some of that kill consistency I like to see is there. 4 kills for Butterfly and a Proto, then only a 1 kill difference up to Brock, 1 kill difference up to Thief. So that kill consistency I like to see is there. I'm ignoring, of course, Sim, who is still 2 kills behind the rest. But again, we're only 7 rounds in. There's definitely still some time for Sim to try and find something. He's definitely been whiffing these op shots. He's gotten the op in his hands, and he just hasn't had very much success with it. We will see. We'll see if he can figure it out. Try and manage that a little bit better. And yeah, the guard taking this time out. I mean, they've been playing these pretty well. I think, again, that previous round just didn't go their way because they didn't play time long enough. They definitely could have taken that round. It's just that, you know, Moist knew, all right, hey, the time's running low. Let's just kill the spike planner. And that's exactly what they did, even through the Viper's Pit. Moist even got a team kill on themselves. Sim gonna be on a Sheriff. It looks like mostly a buy here for Moist, as the Bladestorm's gonna come out from Sim. So Moist definitely has some guns to work with, despite being on a little bit of low econ. Got some weapons to use. Bird coming in, and it looks like the guard can start pushing in through Garage C. Site has been entirely given up by Moist. So if this is a push into C through Garage by the guard, it's gonna pretty much just be allowed to happen. Brock gonna send this Sova drone through Garage window, which doesn't spot the one that close to Garage window on stairs, but does spot Trent. So they know it's a mid push, so they can start to reorient. Maybe there's some in Garage. You can see now Brock is watching Garage, or C Link, at least. Moist is still pretty stagnant, though. They really think this is a B or an A push, but it's not. The guard now reorienting themselves to start a C push, and Moist is gonna have to play retake here. I mean, you know, they picked this map. They definitely know how to play retake on Haven if it needs to happen, which it looks like it will. Because the guard playing quite a bit of time, staying very stagnant. Moist waiting patiently, hoping it's an A or B push, but it isn't. So now they're gonna have to play retake. A site been given, or sorry, C site been given up. Spike has had the opportunity to go down. Guard now watching Garage. Blinds come through. It's a really good blind, but it's not an opportunity to get a pick, although damage is done to Sim. Tex pushing into CT now, able to find 3, looking for more. Can he find any? We will see. 2 players left alive from Moist. 2v5. Proto trying to get away with his life. He will barely escape the grasp of Tex. These players are trying to save, and the guard has so much money. They could all die. So they're okay with that. They're just going to hunt down these players. They know they're probably in A. Spike goes off, no. The guard gets another win under their belt. Again, 4-8 is an okay round differential for Moist, but again, 5-7 should be the target at this point, just being down 2 rounds. Just keep that. If you can just keep if Moist can start trading these rounds back and forth, that could be a good position for them to be in order to go into the next half with 5-7, which is not a bad place to be in. Unfortunately for Moist, though, that previous round was very, very expensive. 2 of their players were able to hold on to guns, but 2 is not enough to afford a full buy this round, so they will be on an eco round. A lockdown available for them to try and win this round with. It's going to be difficult for them, though. Concussion comes through into A lobby, which does push the guard back a little bit. Brock does push up. He's looking for some damage. Able to get away with his life. He does take quite a bit of damage in the process. Brock just like, alright, I'm low, I'll pounce off the rifle. Meanwhile, the guard actually just going to back up off of A. Net nearly dies in mid-window, but is able to get away and get healed without dying. So Jonah P now doesn't really have any health or healing to work with. It may weigh on the guard, we'll see. Moist getting ready for this possible C push through Garage, and that's what it is. So the entry going to start. Thief's been concussed, he's going to get taken out. Specs going to find a pick as well. Fly, though, going to be able to find a pick from on-site. Oh my god, what just happened? The guard executes beautifully, and all of a sudden, all of the players from Moist are dead. No hope for them in that round. That was the eco round for Moist, to give them some credit. It's a difficult round, but the guard has now taken the 6th round, so it's no longer possible for Moist to take the lead going into the next half. And now Moist really will have to start playing to try and even up that gap as much as they can. They're back on a bye, but it will be an expensive round. They need to win this round in order to get some econ stability, at least a little bit. I mean, honestly, they need to win it with the majority of their players alive, or else they will not be able to afford a full buy next round, even if they win. Got an aggressive push out from Moist in mid, hoping to find something. Last time they were on a bye, they placed many on B and A, and then it was a C push. So they're really banking on it not being an A push. You have Brock kind of watching it. There's a little bit of action in mid. Sim with the op is spotted, pushed up. The guard may know not to push, and his fly sends him util out of Garage into mid. May just back up here. Looks like Moist now going to be restructuring, possibly getting ready to... Moist may possibly be getting ready for the possibility of an A push. And as Tex and Valen start entering a little bit into A long, they're making it fake out and seem like an A hit. They send some smokes through, some paranoia, and Tex is even probably going to start entering. But the guard's actually going C. The guard is all the way over on C, and they've successfully baited out 3 players onto A. But there is still util on C, which is destroyed. And so now Moist does know it's an A push, or sorry, a C push. Spike still will get the opportunity to go down. Punish Fury will actually stop the plant, which does give time for Moist to get ready for a C retake. Tex in B, though, and I don't think Moist is ready for that. Almost certainly, yeah. Fly's going to get caught here. Ooh. Fly gets away with his life, and Tex going to be stunned here. The lockdown will affect him. It does look like they want to get rid of Tex as a threat. Tex is still able to get a pick before he goes down. Brock trying to help with re-entry, able to take out Valen. Net and Trent each find a pick, but Thief able to take out Trent. Net now in a 1v2, playing from long. Spike is smoked off, and a Proto going to take Net out. This round does go to Moist. They finally take a bye round. However, I did say they needed to win it with the majority of their players alive, and they didn't. Although the 2 players alive will be able to pick up guns, they may be able to afford a full buy next round, but their econ's still not going to be in the best spot. And I will point out, Sim's still struggling to find very much with that operator, or honestly at all. He still only has 2 kills. And now that he has an operator in his hands, as they've been able to pick it up, we will see if he can find something now. Although I think he had an op in the previous round too, possibly. though I may not be 100% sure on that. We've got Blade Storm on Tex, so there is an ult in the hands of the guard, as well as an operator he's going to be trying to use. And yeah, can't be a full buy from Moist. They do mostly have guns, but look at Flya. Got a Spectre and Light Shield, so be looking to do some damage with that. Brock sends out a Sova arrow in a lobby, looking to do some damage. Sim is pushed up to watch a short with an operator. Tex is an operator of his own, though, looking to do some damage, and he takes out Brock. That was the one player with low guns. Sim finally able to find some damage with the op. He finds 2 picks onto Valen and Jonah. He's on 25 HP. Sim looking for some more damage with that. Flya able to take advantage of the fact that Tex is low. Picks up a gun as well. Or I thought it was Brock with the Spectre, but it was actually Flya. That's my bad. It's now going to be a 4v2 for Moist. And it looks like the guard may want to save their guns or possibly try and rotate. Moist not really in a position to hunt them down because they went into this not with even a full buy. That's how low their econ was. So not really in a position to hunt these players down. So they're just going to sort of let the guard save. Although the guard may actually be trying to push into B now. Spike on Trent going to be going up into B. Yeah, it looks like they will be pushing. There's some Killjoy util there, though, which will stop the push a little bit. Oh, no, they do hear it. They may want to smoke it off with that Viper smoke. No, they just destroy it. It's also a Nanoswarm, which does go off. We do know where the guard is now. Deep in backside. And, yeah, nobody from the guard expecting Nat, Trent, and Net. Completely vulnerable to Thief, who's just been sitting in backside the entire round. Finally coming to fruition with that. Moist now going to be able to afford a complete full buy, full loadouts, full everything as we move into the last round of the half. The guard, of course, has some econ to do the same. They've built up some really solid econ. I want to finally cheer on Sim for finally finding some action with that operator, or even at all. Again, only had 2 kills up until that previous round, so he's starting to pull through for his team. Thief kind of making up the kills that Sim is lacking. He's carrying his team right now, 4 kills above Flya. I mean, it's not a super big carry, but it is a carry. Through the core 3 for Moist, all have 6 kills, which does show some good consistency. There you go. Rolling Thunder and a From the Shadows available for Moist. 1 ult point away from a lockdown for Net. Who can get it. It will not be easy. Him getting ready. He's watching Garage. He's been watching Garage. A flash going to come through. Doesn't quite. Ooh, the jiggle pick out from Trent is not hit by Sim. The reaction time not quite there. The guard going to just start pushing into Garage. They also smoke off Garage window. Even if the op was still there, it wouldn't be able to find anything. Tech starting this entry. Ooh, Sam able to pick up a gun, but he is going to be taken out. A Proto from backside, able to lock down the site a little bit, able to find a pick. Thief takes out Valen. Net in Garage window, looking for something, pushed up a little bit aggressively, but he is spotted by Brock, and he just has to back up. It's 3v4 right now for the guard. Not a winning round yet. Ooh, perfectly timed flash. I don't know if that was Flya flashing out, actually, or it could have been a team flash from Jonah. Regardless, he was flashed. Able to find a pick. It's traded off, but guard is down. Players, the Jonah going to even it out and then gain the player advantage for the guard. Able to take out a Proto and I believe that was Thief. Now down to Brock in a 1v2. Spike not down yet. The Spike is still in the hands. Brock sees it. He knows that the Spike is not in the hands of the guard. Jiggle peeking out, trying to match a fellow initiator. Oh, Jonah, I think he got caught behind that container. The Spike will be repicked up by Net, though, and the plant's going to come through in time. So Vidart comes through. He's ready to wallbang, not quite able to hit it. Does a little bit of damage. Net now down to 40 HP. Health advantage in the hands of Brock. He's out of bullets, though. Looking for a gun. He's going to have the opportunity to reload. Oh, he saw Net as well. Net's down to 6 HP, by the way. Net, at this point, just going to be trying to play time to the best of his ability. Turret is put down. Net is behind him, and Brock's not ready. And that's going to be it. Net able to take out Brock. Suddenly, I was holding my breath for that one. Net with 6 HP, able to barely clutch out that 1v1. However, although Moist had the opportunity to tie it up and didn't, what I will say is the entire time in the first half, what was I saying? A 5-7 is okay for Moist to be able to take the lead in the next half. And guess what? Moist gets to the 5-7. So this round is, or this map is not over. Moist is definitely in a good position here. Assuming they can break through the defense of the guard, Moist can definitely even win this map in this half. But at the very least, they can almost certainly take it to overtime And I did say I expect multiple overtimes in this series. We may see it come through on this map. If it, I mean, honestly, that's my prediction. It'll go to overtime. But again, Moist still in a position. I mean, I won't give no credit to the guard. They are really in a position here to take a win in this half. They are pushing out, reading a B push. It's not. Moist is going A, and they're pushing pretty slowly, fairly slowly up long. And if a flank comes through quick enough from the guard, they may be able to find some vision. Moist able to get onto site, and they completely clear it. Spike gonna go down. 3-player flank is gonna come through from the guard, but it's gonna take a while, so there's gonna be quite a bit of time for Moist to play with here. Proto pushing up short. Getting ready to peek it, and he finds a pick when he peeks. Ooh, he heads up Trent as well. Trent's low. He gets flashed, so he can't re-peek. The flash comes through to help him take out Trent. Jonah P able to take out a Proto, but it's straight out off by Brock, which will maintain a 2-player advantage for Moist Moguls. They know where the remaining 2 players are. Valen low gets taken out. Net low gets taken out, and that's it. Moist does take the first pistol round. If they can take the second round and carry through, you know what they... I will remind you, in the first half, they were able to take the pistol round, but then they couldn't carry that through to win the force buy round. However, if they do carry through it and win this force buy round, they'll be able to tie it up, get to 7-7, and move towards trying to take the lead themselves.
And I mean, just the utility usage, the timing on the peaks, everything. A chef's kiss that round. Oh yeah. And so it's gonna allow them to get that economic.
As my dog barks in the background. Looks like we've got Moist coming in through, getting ready to push into B. It's a read from the guard though. First to peek is Sim, and he gets taken out by Jonah P. He does get a little bit of vision first, though. Proto able to take out Tex, though. Brock gonna take out Trent. Barker also takes out Valen, who's pushing in through Garage, and suddenly it's a 2-player advantage for Moist Moguls. Although the read was really solid from the guard, it's not enough to destroy to destroy Moist on this buy round for them. Thief able to get that pick. That's what I was referring to. Net now in a 1v4, going for the flank, trying to get it. Oh, he's grabbing for that. Oh, he's going for the ult orb. Ooh, whiffs come through from Flya, but it is a Spectre long range. I do hate Spectres long range. But still able to win the exchange. And that does leave 4 players alive here for Moist. Score is now 7-7. And Moist now ties it up. It's going to be a buy round from the guard. There's good guns, though, for Moist to try and honestly win this round, but at the very least kill the majority of the guard's players to put them in a bad eco position. Moist can definitely do that here. It looks like Moist going to be going for a B push. It looks like the guard is ready. I mean, they're doing a little bit of a... They're doing a 2-1-2 setup. There won't be a whole lot of pushback on B site. Sim push all the way up into C-Link. The guard is definitely ready for it, though. They hear him running. Net going to be able to take out Sim. Moist is actually pivoted. They're going for the C push. It was Sim going to entry in through B and then go towards C through C-Link. And although he doesn't entry the way he wanted to, it does allow Moist to start playing here. 3 picks come through from Moist to counteract the 3 picks that the defense has gotten so far. So the Spike will get the opportunity to go down. It's a 2v2 that the guard has to play here. Spike goes down. It's going to be Tex coming in through Garage. The first to see him is going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be a Proto, but it's actually Thief, and he gets the kill. It's now a 1v2 for Jonah. Very winnable for him. I mean, it's not like health is low or anything, but he does... It is Jonah. As long as he can isolate these fights, but it looks like he may not be able to do that. He takes out a Proto. He's definitely not expecting Thief to be in the same spot, but it doesn't matter. He's ready for it. And although Jonah's down to 10 HP, I said it was winnable. Maybe I cursed Moist. And it definitely was, but hey, guess what? That was the buy round. The gun advantage was in the hands of the guard there. And Moist kills all but one of the players of the guard. That is, honestly, if you're not going to get the win, that's probably the best case scenario, is killing the majority, or even 4 out of the 5 of the players. So the guard may not even be able to full buy here, and if they are, at the very least, the econ stability is not even close to there. Definitely feels confident about that win. It's going to give a little bit of an ego boost. But yeah, look, the guard can't afford to buy a full buy versus the Moist, who can, because that was a bonus round for them. They nearly won it. So they're in a really good spot here. They even have a good amount of econ saved up in the bank. Seeker's available for the guard. A lockdown, though, available for Moist. Sim taken out. No entry for him. It looks like the guard once more. The 3-player push on A is a really good read, and it allows them to find 2 early picks. Rock with Sova drone. Maybe hoping to find a pick through a smoke, but not going to find it. It's now a 3v5 that Moist has to play. That being said, guns are a little bit down. There's a Bulldog and a Guardian in the hands of the guard, so not full loadout there. Maybe able to do something with it. Thief pushing up, getting into the site. Spike will get to go down here. Moist could definitely win this, but the health is now low for Thief. He got shot through that smoke. I don't remember if that was in a lobby or just now while he was pushing in. Regardless, not the best position to be in. Shock darts come through to ward off that push through A link. It does good damage, actually. This is very winnable now for Moist. Rock going to take out Jonah as well. Thief going to take out Tex. They're mowing them down. It's a choke point. Thief happy to abuse it. Finds 2 picks. Valen, though, going to take out Rock and Thief. It's now 1v2 for Proto. He's at 1 HP. Not going to win this one. And the first buy from both sides in this half goes to the guard. And it's looking like, although Moist was able to tie it up, the guard would like to gain the lead back in this half and take this map. They want it for their own. They'd be happy to have a 2-0 series here, and if they can take Moist map, they may be in a position to do so, although we don't know how well Moist will play on Vine. A little bit of a wild card. It's okay, Moist saved up enough econ to be able to afford a buy on a loss, and they did lose, so they can afford a buy. We've got 3 ults to use from the Shadows, Lockdown, and Hunter's Fury. So they still have an opportunity here to deny good momentum for the guard. You see Tex actually only on Guardian. Once again, the guard can't afford a full buy. Well, Jonah definitely could have bought. It looks like they're just trying to conserve some econ. I think they assume Moist will be on an eco round, potentially. But Moist isn't. I don't know if the guard will be ready for a buy, but it doesn't really matter. It's a 2-1-2 setup from the guard. So they're prepared for a C or an A hit. Of course, we just saw that the B hit from Moist in the previous round didn't go the best, so they're probably looking to go somewhere else this time around. Spike is on a Proto, and he's actually in mid-window, looking to find something. But it looks like it will be a C push. It looks like probably a Proto and a Brock going to be going in through Garage, and then 3 going to be going down main. We will see what does end up being the case here. The turret inside of Garage is taken out by Moist, which does allow some lack of vision that Moist may be able to take advantage of. But it's actually going to be 3-player push up C, looking for some early engagement, looking for some early picks, looking to bait out the guard, who is now rotated off of A. So Moist and Sim's actually finding picks here. Moist is actually going to be doing an A push here. Sim able to win the 1v1 with Tex as well. So now that the Spike is going to get the opportunity to go down on A, not only that, it's going to be a 5v2 for Moist here. And Fly able to take out Net in mid. It's now down to Jonah to try and clutch this out. I did say maybe the guard was going to be able to take this map. The lead they have is going to start to lessen, as Moist does look like they're going to be able to take this round. 2 ults still available for Moist, but I don't want to use them this round. We've got a Hunter's Fury and a Lockdown to use next round. You see Sim. They are hunting down this player. They do not want him to get away with his life. It's not like Moist has econ, but they do have 5 players left alive, so you may as well at least you know, waste one of their lives if you can. Get this win. Jonah backing up here into CT. He's gonna encounter Sim. Oh, Sim. I don't know if he's looking at the map or what, but he peeks the angle, and I mean he had quite a bit of time to react there. He does not, although hindsight, you know, he didn't know he was there. 3 ults available for Moist this round. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, and I believe from the Shadows, potentially. Over on the guard. No, Blade Storm. There you go. And Sim did die the previous round, so he's going to be using that Blade Storm this round to get some econ momentum moving. You know, all the guards got 2 ults of their own, but they don't have econ to buy. It looks like they're going to be going for an eco round. They've got a Lockdown. They've got it from the Shadows. That being said, I'm pretty sure the guards' last eco round in this half did result in a win, if I'm not mistaken. Although I might be wrong about that. I think I am wrong. I don't think they've won an eco. I don't think they've taken an eco round in this half yet. Never mind, other than the first 2 rounds. Oh, Sim looking to chase down Tex, and he does find a pick. He gets his knives back up. Now he can help continue with his entry. Tex was watching B site, but he gets run down, hunted down, and taken out by Sim. Meanwhile, also right now, Sim taking out Net as well. Valen in mid, going to take out Fly, who is in mid window. Valen not going to be traded off to that, so that does mean that instead of having a 2-player advantage, Moist will only have a singular player advantage. I will say, I think at the beginning there, when Sim was clearing out Tex in A-Link, he definitely overheated a little bit. Ooh, Sim right-clicked, hoping to find a pick, but he messed it up. Trent long range with the classic in mid, not going to find anything. Valen able to take out Sim. Thief going to take out Jonah, and then Brock going to trade Valen off. So 3 players left alive for Moist makes that a pretty successful round. Not only that, but they tie it up. Score now 9-9. We've seen a 2-round win streak from Moist, a 2-round win streak from the guard, and then a 2-round win streak from Moist. We'll see if a pattern forms here, which, if it does, would not be good for Moist. But you do see... Is Trent? Trent's not going to be able to buy, I don't think. They've shelled out a little bit too much econ, potentially. No, they will. Tech's able to buy him a gun. But full loadouts from both sides. Full loadout for both sides. Moist with a little bit of better econ coming into this. So they've got some econ stability. They can afford to lose this round. 3 ults available for the guard going into this. Viper's Pit from the shadows and a lockdown. Meanwhile, Moist has a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown still. They've had that for a while. They've had that, I believe, 2 rounds now. And it looks like a Proto going to be willing to use the lockdown now that they know the guard's on a buy. And they're going to be pushing in here. Attacker lockdown comes out. To counter it, the defender lockdown comes out. Thief was going to go for the plant, but he doesn't get there. The Nanoswarm pushes him back, and then he's punished for being in there by Valen. And Valen does get away as well without being detained. So no punishment either, no trade. So Moist's just going to have to play this round with the player down. No damage done either. So this is really not a good position for Moist, but still winnable. They've got a Hunter's Fury to use. They could have potentially used that Hunter's Fury actually to counter the counter. But they didn't. They're going to wait for it. Sending the Sova drone down long. It will spot Tex. He's looking to do something before he gets away, but not quite able to. He gets away as well. Sim dashing into B. The gun not quite up in time to try and clear the site out. Ooh. Proto sees Jonah. Jonah sees a Proto. Now Moist backing up. It's a 3v5 that Moist is working with. Brock push up in A long. Probably going to be joined by the rest of his team now at this point. Valen jump peeks over the middle box looking... See if anybody's there. Well, he does see Brock there. Brock is going to send Sova Dart through, which does spot Valen and Tex. Tex taken out by Brock. Valen also taken out. Trent able to take out Brock for a trade. So the player advantage will remain in the hands of the guard. There's a flank coming through from Net. There's an alarm bot in short, which will detect Net. And unfortunately for Net, he picks the wrong path for the flank. So the alarm bot will spot him. Jonah peeking out of heaven. Flashes through first, but a Proto's still there to watch him. The alarm bot goes off, and a Proto turns to take out Net. It's now a 2v2. Player count evened out. Proto and Flya turn to take out the CT pusher of Trent, and then they turn to take out the Heaven pusher. Well executed in the 2v3. A Proto gets 3 kills, all 3 of those kills in that 2v3. So well played. I mean, that was... not to, like, gas Moist up, but that was played pretty beautifully, if I do say so myself. Just really pulling through for his team, or for Moist there. They, like, isolated each fight. They all look at both of those players play the fact that they only have 2 to look where they know people are. So they each turn to look at the exact same exits. So that way, even if one were to go down, not only would they be able to trade it off, but, you know, 2 is better than 1. They're going to be able to outgun them. The guard needed that to get some econ stability, and they didn't get it. So they're back on an eco round, although there is a Vandal, a Spectre, and a Bladestorm that they're using. So they do have decent weapons in this round. It's not like it's you know, a full classic save. So Guard does have some stuff to work with here, but the gun advantage will definitely be in the hands of the Moist moguls in this round. Hunter's Fury available for Moist. They did use the lockdown in the previous round, but they did not end up using that Hunter's Fury. 3 ults available for the guard in this round, one of them being the Bladestorm, which they are using. They also have a From the Shadows and a Viper's Pit. And it looks like the guard is ready for an A push. They're all stacked up on A, with the exclusion of Net, who's in Garage. Unfortunately for the guard, that is not where Moist is going. Moist is going to be going into C, although it does look like Moist wants to bait out a little bit, sending that Sova drone. Maybe they were just looking for some vision. Going to send a Sova Dart as well, which will get destroyed. Yeah, it gets destroyed before it sees anything. And now Moist is like, alright, yeah, A is not clear, so they're backing up. They know the guard is going to be played group up on this eco round. Ooh, Net spotted peeking out through Garage, and now he knows, alright, this is a C push from Moist. So the guard can start rotating over, but it does look like Moist will be able to get C site in their hands. Spike will get to go down. Smokes come through to allow them to do so. Post-plant util comes out. Valen from the shadows into the flank, but he's actually seen. You know where he is. The alarm bot doesn't spot him. They did hear him. Sim going to take out Tex. Trent able to take out Sim. Valen on the flank. I guess they didn't clear him out, or they that was Flyas trying to clear him out. It is traded off, though, so it will be kept an even 3v3 here. Flash comes through. The guard trying to prevent that post-plant util from being used. Hunter's Fury did come out to play some time, and it does take out Trent. Meanwhile, Net going to take out Thief, but a Proto there to trade it off. So 2 players left alive for Moist, and although that eco round for the guard did quite a bit of damage to Moist, it's not going to hurt the econ stability that Moist has already built up here. And Moist, of course, takes a round. That's the 4th round in a row. Score now 11-9. Both teams have a timeout to use still in this half. The guard using their second one. Moist has to feel good at this point. I mean, think about it. They just absolutely, they just won 4 rounds in a row, and although these were pretty close rounds where they did lose a few of their players, it is enough to get some mental momentum, some of that, you know, spirits back up. The spirits are back up. I will say though that kill consistency really isn't there for Moist. You don't really see any of the players super close in kills. Other than Thief and a Proto, then there's a 4-kill drop down to Brock, then there's a 5-kill drop down to Sim and Fly, who are close together, so it's a little bit of interesting play here. I will say Sim struggled in the first half, but he's definitely finding some good entry here, exactly what you'd want your duelist to be able to do. So even though he was denied any good picks on his defense, it didn't matter. Here on the offense, he's able to do a good job of entering. I mean, we've seen him do some good entry job, maybe overheating a few times, but nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the guard in a little bit of a tough spot here. I think the main issue is they're sort of just... Honestly, I don't know if they have a whole lot of issues here. I think the biggest issue was in that round where the 2v3 clutch came through from Moist. The guard peaked one at a time, and to be fair, Moist was playing in a position where they weren't peaking multiple multiple places at the same time. The guard should have been aware that that might be the case, and they maybe shouldn't have sent a flank out. I mean, there was a lot they should have done differently, or had 2 people. They should have maybe had 2 people pushing from the same angle. I don't know. Whatever it is, the guard going to be working on that now. Pretty aggressive damage done in a lobby to a Proto. Viper's Pit comes out as well from the guard, so A side's really just not an option for Moist. It is still a 2-1-2 setup from the guard, so they haven't rotated the 2 defenders off of A, or a defender off of A, despite there being a Viper's Pit there. We're trying to entry through Garage. Pretty much denied. Tech's able to take out Sim. Net going to keep it even as well. It is going to be a 3v3 now, but as Valen takes out Thief, the entry onto C side is denied. That was that... I said 2-1-2. It's because there were 2 on C, 1 on B, and then 2 on C. And then 2 on A. The 2 on C were taken out, but the 1 on B had managed to rotate over to C and did some damage. It's another 2v3 here for Moist. They clutched it out last time. The attacker lockdown comes out. Proto going to be taken out. Ooh, and Brock's blinded. Doesn't even matter that they put the lockdown down. The defuse going to come through, and the guard, after that timeout, does find a round. Now, that being said, even if the guard can tie it up here, Moist has a timeout of their own to use to figure out how to play these a little bit more eloquently. And I think in that round, they just didn't have... I think they just didn't have a defined plan going into that round. So when they started pivoting over to C, they didn't send any players down long, which definitely could have been beneficial in helping them take C site. Unfortunately, that's not how it went for them. So that's probably what they could have done differently there. We will see if they can do something like that moving forward, where they can gain some of these rounds. Guards reading an A hit. They've got 3 on A, and it's a really good read because that looks like where Moist wants to start putting their attention. It's a buy from both sides here. The econ stability that Moist has built up is still there. It's starting to get picked away at, and the guard is starting to build up some econ security of their own. Now Moist going to be pushing. They actually managed to get through a lobby, and they're now short. The dog going to come through to clear. Sim in a lobby was looking for when the smoke dropped. Tex pushed up and long, able to catch a Proto off guard. Tex not even going to be punished either. No damage done. He does get stunned, but he's still able to get away. It's now going to be a 4v5. Rolling Thunder available for Moist, which I imagine we'll see come through. Yep, there you go. Sim, I think he actually got hit by the Rolling Thunder, and it does more damage to him than it did to any of the guard players, as he's able to be taken out. Fly going to take out Tex, but then Valen takes out Fly. Okay. Thief lost a 1v1 with Valen when Valen was using the classic, and I imagine now that the guard has tied it up, although Moist has money to buy, I imagine they're going to be looking to take a timeout now. Although, no, it looks like maybe they want to... Oh, no. I do think it came out. Regardless, Moist not looking the strongest at this point. Their pushes have been denied. That was just a really good read from the guard, I think, at the end of the day, which, you know, did push Moist back. I also think Moist didn't push aggressively enough. The Rolling Thunder came through, and that took out their entry frag of Sim, which definitely put a burden on them. No, the timeout did not come through, so we will see if Moist... I mean, I imagine Moist is saving it for the 12-11, whether it be the guard at 12-11 or Moist. That is the question. Moist is going to be doing another A hit, and there are 3 on A now for the guard, so it's another good read here. Places a good amount of players. Thank you, Roblox, for the subscription. And we do have Valen actually taking out Sim and Flya. Porto going to take out Valen. Tex takes out Brock. It's now a 2v2. We'll see if Moist can defend this. I mean, they've defended a 2v3 on this site. Can they do the same when there's less players to work with, or that they have to work with? Net going for the flank. Tex coming from heaven. Thief is in hell. Thief takes out Net. Now it's just a 1v2 for Tex. He's trying to clear out hell, but he is worried about the possibility that there's people peeking him from long. I'm not entirely sure, but Thief able to win the exchange. From the shadows available from Moist now, they may want to take their time out. They've got it to use. Some of these rounds have been sloppy. If they want to use it, they can. I don't see why they wouldn't. They have had some sloppy rounds, but it looks like they're okay. You know what? You know what's interesting? I predicted at the start of this half that we'd see an overtime, and although we're not there yet, it's a very real possibility that my prediction was correct. That's all I'm going to say, and then if we get there, I don't know. I don't know what you guys owe me, but you owe me something. All right. A Blade Storm and a From the Shadows available for both of these teams. Sim going to be using his. He doesn't have an operator. Tex does, though, and Tex peeks with the op. He pulls out his knives as well. It's going to be knife v knife as Sim trying to clear. Ooh, he did spot Tex, but not quite looking there. He's worried about clearing the rest of site. Tex pushed back into CT. The guard has been pushed off of a site, so site has been given. Tex still watching from CT with an op. He does need to be recleared. Oh, it's smoke. It's going to push him back here. Oh, if Sim does peek CT, he will be seen by the op, but it doesn't look like he will yet. Knives are out for both sides. Aftershock going to come through, which prevents the push through CT. But it does come through now as shock darts come through. Damage done, and Moist happy to take advantage of that. They do lose Sim in the process. Jonah P going to take out Fly. It's straight off by Thief, though. The Net going to trade Thief off. It's a 1v2 for him to try and clutch out, but he gets spotted, and Moist going to take map 1, 13-11. Is it a close map? Yes. All right, my prediction of overtime wasn't correct. You don't owe me anything, but Moist able to secure map 1. It's very hard fought. The fight is not over yet, as we do move into map 2, which will be Bind, picked by the guard. We have not seen Bind in a while. We haven't seen it yet in playoffs either. And that's because these higher level teams have sort of been avoiding it. They don't really want to play on it. It is very clear that Moist would like to, that the guard would like to pull something out that we haven't seen before. I do apologize. I have to use the bathroom really quickly. I'll be right back, and then we'll go ahead and review how that map went.
We're continuing to see that this team is becoming more and more well-rounded. It's not just the Sim show. It's not just the Flyer show. Now you're seeing guys like Brock and Thief level up time and time again throughout the second split and now into playoffs. So again, Moist Moguls, as we've been talking about for some time now, Shift, they're just building and building, bro. They're just getting better and better. Stocks are rising each and every game. And we got ourselves a series on their hands now.
And just wait till you see the scoreboard. Sim, talk about the definition of resilient, had a very slow start, a couple of missed op shots. He makes up for it, and then that second half, it was all gas, no brakes for Moist Moguls. Up 1-0 in the series. We step away for a moment and have the desk on the backside of the break to wrap up their thoughts and get us ready to go for map number 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings? The Fan Zone encompasses fan banners, a player's settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions.
All right, I apologize that you had to sit through a Fan Zone ad. But let's go ahead and analyze how that game went. Now that I'm back, I apologize about that. I really didn't. I mean, I used the bathroom before, and I don't know. All right, we'll see. We will see. Did they update? So M80's in the upper final? They did. All right, but let's go ahead. Looks like they did update this faster than they updated the M80 Oxygen match. So let's go ahead, take a look at how that went, because it was hard fought. We actually saw a 4-round win streak from both of these teams on their offense. And we saw a lot of 2-round trading where, I mean, especially, in this half, we saw 1 round won by Moist, 4 rounds won by the guard, and then he went 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 2 rounds, and then 1 round, right? Like 2 rounds, 2 rounds, and then a 4-round win streak, and then 2 rounds, 2 rounds. It's very interesting. It's very clear that this is a big back and forth. That just goes to show you how evenly matched these teams are. And I don't think that'll change as we go into Bind. Although Haven is an older map, these players, these teams, obviously have had way more practice on Haven than they have on Bind. Not that Bind isn't an older map too, it definitely is, but obviously a lot of teams stopped, paying as much attention to it because it got taken out of the map pool. But it is here. A lot of teams have been avoiding it, especially like teams like M80, which have been banning it every single time. So a lot of these teams have been very hesitant to play on Bind, and I wouldn't have expected if it to be let through that the guard would pick it, and I don't think Moist was probably expecting that either, but it does get picked. One thing I want to point out here, just in this map though, let's stop talking about Bind. We'll talk about Bind in a little bit, but let's talk about how this map went. And this is what I was talking about. Remember in the previous series when I said, honestly, you don't want any of your players breaking 300 because it shows that one player is carrying the rest? Guess what? That's exactly what we see in this series. As close as it was, none of its players broke 300, and that's actually a good thing because it means all of the players for both of these teams are playing at around the same level. I will point out, however, for Moist, Thief and a Proto on top of the team. I believe Flya is the IGL for this team, so that's why he's so far below. Sim definitely had a rough start. I will say, though, on the offense, we did see him pull through a little bit, at least a little bit more than Fly. I think he definitely found... sorry, I'm going to lower them a little bit more. He definitely found a little bit of his stride that we had not seen up close this. That we hadn't really seen him find, especially on the defense. If you look at this, 4 kills on the defense, not good at all. Offense, again, not a completely different story, but it's good enough to say, all right, he was doing a good enough job, especially in these early rounds of the offense. He was definitely doing a good job of finding some good entry, but I do want to highlight Thief and Proto, each with 22 kills, each with more than 230 ACS. I mean, look at Thief, 13 assists, so not only is he fragging highly, but he's also playing in a way that his team can play off of. You see him with 16 deaths, which tells me he's entrying a lot. Obviously, nobody's going to have more deaths than the Duelist, and of course 22 is a lot similar story over here for the guard. So I want to highlight, again, not some good kill consistency that I would like to see, but still, you've got 2 players on top, which can be enough. If you got 2 players carrying, then that can be enough of a carry, rather than having 1 player carry. Having 2 does show, enough of your team is there. And Brock's not too far behind 4 kills. Obviously, there's a big drop off here, which I would like to see change. I would like to see on Bind Sim doing more of that entry, especially since he's probably going to be on Raze. That is an agent where you can't really, because here's the thing, like Jet, especially on defense, you're just going to have that operator a lot, right? So sometimes you're just not going to find anything that you're not going to be doing that sort of duelist capability. Versus when we're seeing Sim most likely on Raze when we move into Bind, I would want to see Sim more, or fragging higher, having more success on those entries. But let's highlight the guard, because I talk about kill consistency a lot, and I look at these numbers, and I just love to see it. 19, 18, 17, 17, 15, clearly some really good kill consistency. Unfortunately, they don't have as much success as Moist Moguls, although they keep it really, really close, and that's just because you had this sort of duo carry of Thief and Proto fighting against them. But all of the ACS very, very similar, which means they're all doing around the same amount of damage. You see high assists, or sorry, I said ACS or assist. Sounds the same, but anyways, you see a high assist for all of the players, which shows that not only are they doing damage, but they're doing damage. Not only are they getting kills, but they're doing damage that their team can play off of, or they're using their util in a way that their team can play off of it. Of course, the Sentinel going to have the least amount of assists, just because it's the Sentinel, but it doesn't prevent Net from fragging highly. So the whole team from the guard played really, really well consistently. It just wasn't enough to combat Moist Moguls, because again, it did seem like when Moist Moguls was at sort of a situation where they're at a player deficit, or they're in a 2v2, when they're at low numbers versus low numbers from the guard as well, it did seem like Moist Moguls was thriving a little bit more. It did seem when the guard was finding those rounds, it was because they had all of their players alive and they were winning their duels, versus Moist, who, when they were winning, it did seem it was more so that they were able to, I mean, it was really just winning their duels was the main thing. Like, when Moist was winning their duels, they were able to take rounds. Same goes for the guard. If one team had been more consistent about trading each other off more than the other, that could have made it a little bit more dominant, but both of these teams weren't doing the best job of trading each other off. Obviously, on the offense, for example, of both of these teams, they were doing a better job of trading each other off and keeping their numbers up, but that's just because you're all playing together. It's going to be easier to trade each other off. Versus the defense, we saw some sloppy retakes from both of these teams. Obviously, Moist goes in the second half with a round disadvantage, or 2-round disadvantage, being down 7-5. versus the guard, who also has a very sloppy defense and actually gets less rounds on their defense than Moist did. And that could simply just be, had the guard won the pistol round, we could have seen a completely different story happen. It's just that both of these teams were playing at a really equal level. The main thing that changed was it's just Moist was able to play slightly better, and that's just because they had this dual carry that were these players were trading each other off. 13 assists, 17 assists, right? Like the team for Moist, although you didn't have you had some players fragging a little bit lower than their top two. Those top two were doing enough, putting their team in a position enough, or playing off of their teammates' util. I'd say the only player on Sim that you can really, on Moist, that you can really put some, I guess, why are you fragging so low would be Sim, right? You can tell he was struggling on those entries. You can tell he was struggling a little bit on those retakes, or even just locking down sites. We saw him on the defense struggle with that operator once he got it in his hands. That is something to highlight. Again, something that will need to change when we go into Bind. Sim will need to have better entry capabilities, because unlike Jet, which can be a little bit of a more defensive agent in some ways, that's not what Raze is. Raze is a very offensive agent, and I want to highlight, in Moist series yesterday against PSM, Sim had a very difficult time as well. I want to bring that matchup here. Sim was not fragging super highly for Moist that time. Not on Jet. Obviously, they were pretty consistent, but on Raze, I believe that was that was no, that was Pearl. When he was on Raze, although he fragged decently high, one thing I want to highlight: Sim had a struggle to use his util well, in the sense I don't think he killed a single person with his showstopper. So, obviously that needs to change on Bind, which is a very Raze meta type of map. So I want to see that change. I want to see that sort of fire come out in Sim, and it could help maybe try and secure a 2-0, although I do think the guard will take this map. I do think if Moist can put up enough of a fight, if Sim can find that sort of entry, that duelist capability I want to see, they can at least try and keep it even, take it to overtime, possibly, try and put up a good fight. So that way when we go to the decider, which I'm expecting we go to, which will be Lotus, I'm expecting an even match there, right? Like, as long as Moist can prove to me that this match can prove that on Bind, they are just as good as the guard. Again, taking it to overtime, or at least keeping it close. 13-11 would be another good score for them, or like 11-13, right? Would be a decent loss, because it shows that sort of even match. So I feel like the guard is going to continue to play this consistently. I need Moist, those players that are lower, to step up, especially Sim. And as long as these, Thief and Proto and Brock are all playing at around the same level they did on Haven, I expect a powerful series. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the casters have to say, though, or a powerful map. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the casters have to say, though, about how that series went. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a listen.
This is blowing my mind.
No.
But more seriously, where's the headband? Can we get him one? It just looks weird.
The other side of the story is that they're in the Optic gaming facility. And Optic were the dogs on Bind. So, they're like FNSs with like clues all around the facility of how.
That's true. Optic with Ye was a different breed on Bind. But let's go ahead, get into the agent select. Let's see. What are these players? Are they going to try something new, or is this just going to be the first time we're seeing these teams on Bind in playoffs? If it's going to be a pretty standard, common thing that we see. We got both Tex and Sim on Raze, both Net and Fly on Viper, both Jonah and a Proto on Sage, both Valiant and Thief on Brim, and both Trent and Brock on Sky. So identical picks, but this is sort of the old meta that we saw on a lot of teams in Split 2 when we did see, or especially in Split 1 before Bind was out of the map pool, or even before challenges. Before this year, we would see this type of meta. Sage can be reused very usefully, right? Like, these are pretty basic teams. Clearly, these teams have practiced with these team comps. They're not trying any of that. We've seen Harbor and Viper, or Harbor and Omen. Like, we've seen sort of Harbor find its place on this map, but it looks like these teams aren't quite comfortable enough with that. Had we been against maybe M80, or had these teams been maybe against M80, we may see that Harbor come out on M80, but it is these two teams who, again, have been known to ban Bind, especially these top three teams really have not been willing to play on Bind very much, if at all. And so, that's sort of why we're going to see this sort of very old meta kind of come out. and nobody trying to switch things up. It's probably because they're just used to that type. Oh, wow. Anyways, I don't know why I said, oh, wow. But yeah, let's go ahead, and it looks like we're getting ready to get into this map. Moist, of course, is already a map up. If they want to, or if they can push through, maybe they can get a 2-0 here and really assert themselves dominantly. But of course, I'm expecting the Guard to take this map, but I don't expect it to be easy for them by any means. I expect possibly an overtime. I expected Haven to go into overtime as well. So, you know, I'm expecting the same thing here, and we will see if that is the case. Let's go ahead and get into it. And it looks like the Guard going to be starting on offense, going to be looking to go in through A, through short, through B lobby into A short will be the push for the Guard, or through mid into A, I guess you could call that. So yeah, we'll see if that's the case. Guess what, though? Moist is ready for that. They've got 4 of their players stacking short. They've only got 1 on B, so this will be a very tough pushback. But Valen shutting down these players, able to take him out. They're not expecting Brock there, but it doesn't matter. Brock whiffs enough of his shots that the Guard has time to react, and now it's a 1v5 for the Flya. For Flya. All of a sudden, the IGL gonna have to try clutch this one out. Now, I don't know if that's what we're gonna see here. Takes a little bit of damage. Oh, shots coming through. Grenade coming through. It's looking like off the bat, it's not going to be great for Moist on Bind. Let me go ahead and pull up the stats for you on the old. I don't have the new stats for the new Bind, but it is a pretty similar type of situation. It was before a little bit defense-sided. 51.4%. Ooh, what the heck? 51.4% defense-sided was the old stats. Just a little FYI. So, with the new changes, adding that TP close to A does make it easier for the offense to rotate, which does even it up a little bit. So I'd say now it's a little bit more balanced. I'd say it's about 50-50 now, but it's probably still a little bit in the favor of the defense. So Moist should have a little bit of an edge. Again, the Guard should just be trying to get 5-7. Taking that pistol round, definitely going to help them out here. If the Guard is willing to rotate, they could take away that advantage that the defense has. You know, willing to go through long TP, willing to rotate quickly. That could take away some of that defensive advantage. And we will see if they do end up doing that. Again, eco round now for Moist off of losing that pistol round. The Guard going to be pushing up here through long. It looks like it's going to be a B push, although they do have one ready for them in showers. And like I said, if they're willing to rotate, they could change the tide, and they are willing to rotate, it seems. Tech's going to be able to take out a Proto here. Not before Brock takes quite a bit of damage in B long. So it's going to be difficult for Moist here. In a 4v5, low health as well. Tex takes a little bit of damage. Thief able to flank from short, and he's able to find 2 picks, but they're immediately traded, or trade picks do come through from Valen, which does leave the player advantage still in the hands of the Guard. Fly going to be swinging Valen. Valen going to take him out. We didn't see a whole lot of action from Valen in the previous map, or at least not that I noticed. And now Jonah going to take out Brock, so Valen making himself apparent here to start off this map. The Guard, of course, taking the first 2 rounds. They won the pistol round, so they're going to take that second round. And I believe they won with 3 players left alive, possibly 2. No, I do think it was 3. 3. Yeah, it was. So 3 out of the 5 of the players remained alive, so that's a majority for the Guard. And they're even going to pick up some guns here. So there's going to be a good amount of guns for the Guard to work with in this round to try and put up a good fight against Moist. We will see how Moist decides to play this. And I will say, we've seen this sort of Viper Wall meta come out where you can place a Viper Wall from hookah in through long and into the TP, and then it'll block off A showers as well. We haven't seen that come out from Moist yet, but we may see it come through at some point. It does allow for some awkward, or it does allow, or mean you have to play a little bit awkward. A Grim Wall comes through, but Sim's grenade gonna take mighty advantage of the fact that the entirety of the Guard is short, excluding Net, and the grenade finishes off 3. The Grim Wall not gonna do much there for Jonah, and now Net in a 1v5. All of a sudden, the round, which I said the Guard could have put up a good fight in, they had some good guns to do it with, is not going to go their way, or it's looking like it's not going to go their way. This is the Guard's bonus round, or it was the Guard's bonus round. And now Nat finds himself alone, probably just going to try and save his gun. Moist doesn't have to push him. They can if they want. They can afford to lose a player and still be able to buy a gun for them next round. But, of course, again, you can just play it safe, get some good econ stability. They got the spike in their hands. It's not like Net's going to be pushing for a kill here. Or at least I don't think so. Yeah, you see Moist just holding this. They're just going to play it. Yeah, we've got 30 seconds. Let's just sit here. Not gonna even think about giving Net a chance. And now Net actually, I thought he was going to save his gun, but it does not look like he's going for that. Maybe he wants to take TP potentially. He's going to be peeking long here, and Flyat and Thief are waiting for him. He's able to get one, but he does go down. So not a flawless round for Moist, but I did say they could afford to lose a player. And actually, the player that they lost was the one player with decent money in that round, or going into that round. So, yeah, I mean, what on earth was that? I think that Sage actually trapped a few of those players there, and that's why the grenade was so effective at killing them. So yeah, that was just unfortunate. Well, I don't think the guard really thought that one through. Maybe it seemed like that was something they'd done before, but I guess they'd never been raised grenaded when they did that before. So yeah, good easy 3 kills for Sim to put him at the top of the frag leaderboard. Started off from Moist on this defense, and now we're on the first 5 from both sides. Of course, Econ gonna be better for Moist going into this round. Ultor being picked up. It's watched by a Proto. The Proto is able to be taken out by Jonah P. I said that weirdly. And not going to be punished. Jonah P isn't taken out. He does take quite a bit of damage, but yeah, no trade comes through. And Jonah can, of course, just heal back to full with the help of the Sky. Hold on to his heal orb as well. Grimwall coming through. It looks like Jonah wants to do some damage. Thief going to take out Trent. I think Jonah's been watching a little too much Grim here, I guess. But Sim going for the flank on Valiant short. They definitely don't expect Jonah on top of that box, but may be able to catch him off guard, because there's a flank coming through from Moist. Yep, and they do see him. They're going to take out Sim, kind of protecting Jonah, but Jonah is still taken out. Now the final 2 players left in U. Spike coming to a conclusion here, so the Spike does sort of have to be held. But time's being played beautifully. Spike can be held. It's now a 1v1. And Net does win it, but of course the round did go to Moist off of that, holding the Spike from Thief. So this round goes to Moist. They tie it up. And although it's expensive for Moist, they can afford to lose all their players there and still be able to buy. Although it does hurt their econ a little bit. Not a whole lot, and they should be okay. It doesn't a whole lot. And they should be okay to get some momentum moving in their favor here. Net able to take out to there. 2 ults available for Moist.
The guard are just as bad off economically, so I mean this could be
2 ults available for Moist. The Showstopper and an Orbital Strike, and those may definitely be used this round as the guard is actually back on a buy. They're able to scrape some money together to afford a buy. Although it is going to leave them on low eco if they don't win this, or if they lose a lot of their players this round. And yeah, they need to win this with the majority of their players alive, essentially. Dex pushed up in Hookah, or pushing Hookah through Sands, and, well, he catches Fly off guard and finds that pick there. It's now going to be a 4v5 for Moist. Brock challenging it a little bit, but he does back up. He's going to challenge long, where Jonah is waiting with the Guardian. He's going to challenge him. No damage done to either side. Brock just backs up. Skybird comes through. Brock now going to back up. He's actually running it over to A. He's expecting that the rotate will come through, because Sim is actually clearing into Hookah. But instead of rotating, the guard has just all gone long. They could rotate through TP. Net going to catch Sim off guard, although the flick nearly came through from Sim. Not quite there, so it's now a 3v5 for Moist. And the guard going to be pushing in through long, and Moist was not ready for that. Net still here in market. Looking for some damage. Not going to find it. Going through Hookah for Moist. I don't know why my voice turned southern there for a second. There is, I believe that's Proto. No, it's Brock coming in for the flank, shut down by Trent. It was walled off as well, so they knew where he was. Jonah and Valen gonna find the final 2 picks on Thief and a Proto, and this round does go to the guard. And it's starting to look like this map will not be easy for Moist, or at least they definitely are not as comfortable on this map as they did look on Haven. I did say this is a slightly defense-sided map, but it does seem like the guard is able to play this pretty well to turn the tides into their favor. We'll see if Moist can do the same on their offense. This is a pretty balanced map, especially after the changes. It's fairly balanced, so it's not super one-sided or anything like that. Whereas Haven was a little bit more offense-sided. So we should see a pretty close match And if the guard takes the advantage on their offense, it's very easy, or not easy, but it's very possible that Moist could do the same on theirs with how balanced this map is. Assuming Moist has practiced this map enough, obviously they let it through, so they give us some level of comfortability. I believe that Showstopper was used by Sam and it didn't find anything. Orbital Strike is available though. Not going to be used to ward off the long push though into Tree. Valen able to take out Fly. It's now a 4v5. They know Brock is backside. Spike gets tapped. Brock going to be able to take out Valen. It is traded off though, which Moist cannot afford. They are down a player. You can't trade if you're down a player. Spike going to go down. Orbital Strike comes out. Drone P inside of Cubby going to be able to take out Sim. It is traded off, but now it's still the player advantage for the guard. Proto or Thief need to do an individual play that results in multi-kills. A Proto able to take out Tex, and he gets away with his life and is able to position to try and find some more. Thief is spotted in Cubby, and they each, Thief able to take out Net in Fuka as a Proto takes out Trent. The unison play there, and now a Proto's res will get up off of this defuse, and Moist has kept it even, gonna tie it up. Okay, here's my prediction, alright? Here's my early caster prediction. If it goes tied up at the end of this half, I expect an overtime. I think it'll go overtime if it's tied up at the end of this half. But it has to be tied up. If it's one-sided in either direction, I'm not saying it'll go to that person, but it won't go to an overtime. That's my prediction. Alright, 3 ults available for Moist. Viper's Pit, Resurrection, and Seekers. The res, of course, we saw get up off of that defuse. So there are quite a few ults from Moist to work with here. That Viper's Pit may be used long to try and control it if they see anything. He may just jump peek out and then use it. And that is what he's doing. Lots of sound in A showers as the push is coming from the guard. Or being picked up. Sim throws the grenade to push them back. And he peeks through to take out Tex. Which now means Moist can play this round with a player up. This could be very, very good for them. Now, Econ is okay going into this round for both of these teams, but neither of these teams can really afford a loss. Res comes through from the guard. I believe he just got that up, maybe after picking up that orb. I don't think that was up before, unless I'm mistaken, misremembering. Whatever it was, the res comes through. The Seekers had already come out from Moist as well. There's still 2 ults available for Moist. Viper's Pit can definitely still come out B. Sam pushing out, trying to re-clear showers, gets taken out. Tex with the Showstopper coming out, going to take out Thief after Thief gets a trade pick by taking out Jonah. So that does leave the guard with a player advantage. And Net going to take out Brock, who is being pushed out of U-Haul by the Orbital Strike. It's now going to be a 2v4 for Moist to try and play. They know one is in U-Haul. It's now down to a Proto. He's getting mollied. He has to do something. He's just jiggle peeking inside of the molly. He gets punished for that. Net going to take him out. Fly is also within U-Haul. He's spotted by Trent. Did not win that exchange. And he's now going to be in a pretty tough spot here. Viper has a Viper's Pit, but at this point may just want to go for the save. Econ not great for either of these teams. Maybe a little bit better for the guard going into this round. But yeah, I actually think Moist may have to take an eco round off of this loss, which will allow the guard most likely to widen the lead that they have. Although it's tied up right now, we may see the guard able to get a good lead here. And I will say, one thing we saw in Haven was the rounds being traded back and forth, and we're starting to see that a little bit here. Now, on Haven, it was a lot of two-round win streaks and then 2-round win streaks. 2-round win streaks. And we saw to start it off, it was 2 rounds in the favor of the guard, then 2 rounds for Moist, and then it started this back and forth. But I did say if Moist didn't win that round, they'd have to go to an eco, and they didn't win it, so it's going to be an eco round here for Moist, which means I don't think we're going to see a back and forth pattern form with it being 1 round. Maybe the guard will win around here, and then Moist will win too. I don't know. Whatever it is, we'll see if patterns do form. 2 ults available still for Moist. That res and Viper's Pit still an option. Viper's Pit available for the guard as well, so they can get onto site. Thief is cleared out by Skydog. Trent wants to play off of that. He does damage not to the player he spotted, but to Sim, who was trying to defend the player that was spotted in Thief and be available to trade off. It is an eco round. Sim can just get healed up. And that's pretty much all the shield he was at before. Because he didn't, I don't think he had any. Ooh, Flya and Cubby. He's been able to cross the boxes. It's cleared out. Net going to be able to take him out. It's now a 4v5. Proto going to take out Jonah. Texas Boombot going to take out a Proto. Trent takes out Brock. Sim going to find a pick. The remaining 2 players from Moist, they know where they are. They're coming through Hookah. Trent able to take out Thief. Sim there to trade it off, but It's now a 1v2. He has to push through smoke as well. He has a boom bot to use. And a grenade. Boom bot is immediately destroyed. Looks like he wants to clear. He's worried about backside, you can tell. Both of those players for the guard are playing near tree. They're playing their numbers. They're playing together. The smoke about to drop, and it doesn't matter. Sim pushing through. Cut. A little mini one way there.
It's one of those situations where, as you kind of look at the timelines, the guard that wins pistol, the follow-up, they lose the bonus. Moist Moguls going a little bit of a run, but now the guards seem to be finding their footing here. Now,
Give me 1 second here.
Viper's Pit Seekers come into this one. Rez and Viper's Pit available for Moist Moguls. Op available for Sim defensively. And that could be the ticket. Kind of get them back on the right pace.
Yep.
2 ults available for either side. Still that Viper's Pit. Still that Resurrection. And of course, Fly, I've been waiting to use that Viper's Pit, using it now. Although we're past the halfway mark, so he may not get the Viper's Pit back up in this half. Regardless, 2 ults available for the guard. Seekers and a Viper's Pit of their own still have not had the opportunity to use that, or really, rather, they didn't have to use it yet. Viper's Pit was used to control showers, which means the guard can just run in through short. And actually, Moist did just leave short open, despite, you know, the Viper's Pit being used to control showers. They just left short open, and of course, that's where the guard went. Viper's Pit of guard's own comes out. Spike's still not down yet, actually. Guard has taken complete control of U-Haul, taking control of the site. It shows that there's a hole in that wall, in that Sage wall, and they're worried that some stuff is going to come through. Seekers come out, which actually finished breaking up that Sage wall. Rock able to take out Net. The push through U-Haul comes from Tex and Trent, and they each find a pick, but a Proto able to take out Tex. It's now a 3v3. Actually, that was not both players from... No, it was both players from U-Haul, I think. I don't remember. It is a 3v3 at this point. Sim has an operator, though, which will make it difficult to use on this retake. Although, Spike still is not down. And so the guard's like, alright, let's just get out of here. Alright, a Proto gonna res Brock, so now it's a 4v3. Player advantage now in the hands of Moist. So both of the ults that Moist had being used in this round, now that they're not on an eco, it makes sense. Valen going through elbow, gonna be peeking CT. I don't think Moist will be ready for it. Flash comes through. A Proto able to take out Trent. Valen's able to get one, but he does go down. Jonah gonna take out Flya. After Flya takes out Valen, but the player advantage is still there for Moist. No. I thought he was going to be able to just ADS and mow them down, but he is not able to. Brock going to pick up the operator and go to defuse Spike. And looks like maybe this could be the start of sort of that back and forth I was talking about. However, although Moist wins this round, there's not going to be good econ for them to work with. They did win it, but it was a very expensive round for them, and they lost all but one of their players, whereas the guard, who can definitely afford to win that round. So we may see Moist, they'll probably force this round, but they're going to have... may not all be able to afford guns. Actually, no, they should all be able to afford guns, but just something to keep in mind. There's no econ stability for them yet, excluding probably Sim, who's able to pick up, or who's able to keep the op. Although, econ evened out. Regardless, Moist did have to use both of their ults that round, but they do have the showstopper up. I do want to say, I don't think Sim has been able to effectively use that showstopper yet, and that was one thing I was worried about, was his inability to use the showstopper in the series yesterday against TSM. When he was on Raze on Pearl, he was not able to use his showstopper at all. Like he did use it, but it didn't find anything. So that was my worry coming into this, that maybe he wouldn't be able to use it effectively. He's got an operator right now, though, so he may not even be in a position to do so. Deep pushing up in short, not going to be spotted either. He's able to find a little bit of a see through that little smoke, just barely able to find the head of Jonah and take him out with a Spectre. Good pick there for the player with a low buy gun for Moist, which does give Moist an early player advantage in this round, which is definitely good considering, again, one of their players does not have a good buy, so it does allow Moist to have a little bit of an edge here. Showstopper still in the hands of Sim if he needs to use it, but he is patiently looking down B long. And especially off of that early pick, Moist was definitely expecting the possibility that the guard might rotate. Guard hasn't, though. They did back up a little bit, but they're still going to re-hit this. There is Net in showers, or getting ready to push through showers. Proto spotted by the boom bot in U-Haul. Rock going to take out Trent. Valen able to take out Thief for a trade pick. Valen also going to spray transfer over to a Proto, but Fly is Molly going to finish attacks off. Brock takes out Valen. Net takes out Brock. Now, instead of a 1v3 for Net, it's a 1v2. He has to plant the spike. Oh, he doesn't. He stops the plant. Stop the plant. Stop the plant. And, yeah, the round, it does go to Moist. Oh, and he swings around that box. Sim in heaven waiting with that operator. Showstopper did not have to come out yet. And is this the back and forth I was talking about? 2-round win streak from the guard, then returned with a 2-round win streak from Moist to keep it even. Will these last 2 rounds be traded back and forth to keep it tied 6-6 going into the next half? We'll see. The guard using their first timeout. Moist has not yet used a timeout. I imagine if the guard wins this round, Moist will then use a timeout of their own. Not entirely sure, though. That kill consistency I like to talk about. Do these teams have it? Kind of for the guard. They've got 14 kills for Valen, then a 5-kill drop down to Net, and then a 3-kill drop down to Trent, but then Trent, Jonah, and Tex all have 6 kills. So it's decent. And having the 2 players on top carrying, typically you'd want to see those 2 players with similar kills in order for, that's when I would be happy, but it's okay right now, and it's enough to keep it even. Versus Moist, look over there, it's a little bit closer, right? You've got 8 kills for Sim, which is 2 kills above, so a little drop down. To Thief, Brock, and a Proto, always 6 kills, and then it's only a 1-kill difference between a Proto and Flya, so much better kill consistency, I'd say, 10 out of 10. Would recommend kill consistency for Moist Moguls, versus a little bit of having to be carried by Valen for the guard, and then a little bit of a carry from Net as well. So the guard should really try to enable, especially their duelists on this offense, trying to entry, and Tex really hasn't been doing that role. To be fair, Tex is not, he's not one of the higher fragging duelists in challengers. Not to like hate on him, but that is just something to note. Like, he's not known for his ability to frag out, like, say, Koala Noob. But that doesn't change the fact that that is still his role as the duelist here. Especially on Bind, you want to be having a good, effective entry from the duelist. Showstopper comes out from Sim. He does get stunned, so he's going to wait a little while. And it looks like, once again, that Showstopper not going to find anything. Man, Sim... It's like as soon as Sim's Showstopper comes out, it's like all of the players swerve to avoid the Showstopper in every possible moment. I mean, that's what you typically do, but I don't know. Maybe it's just the timing of when Sim likes to use that Showstopper, when he goes to use the Showstopper, is just bad timing. I'm not sure. Orbital Strike available for both teams. Jordan B is only 1 ult point away from a resurrection. They may want to get that long just to have it to use. You actually see them peeing long. Maybe that's just to be cautious of it. Actually, probably is. Fly's been jump peeking out. He's waiting for a peek out. Hesitating. Oh, Orbital Strike comes out. Fly's been forced into tree, and of course, the guard knows that there could be somebody there, so they're looking to clear it. They send a grenade through, and the mollies are counteracted and used there. Ooh, the res comes through, and it does bait out Fly, who would like to prevent the res. Jonah going to be able to take him out, which does leave the guard with a player advantage. Although Sim able to take out Valen with the operator. And it looks like it's going to be a rotate for the guard. It's going to be Nat running through short, but Thief is actually in heaven, and he's got the Orbital Strike ready to use. Orbital Strike does come through, and it doesn't stop the plant. Wait, just barely in time, maybe? Yes, it does. Plant does get down. Thief going to start this retake as well. Give me one.
Jonah's still on a Guardian. Sim's still on an Operator. The Proto makes his way in.
Never mind. Sorry about that. All right. Moist does need to figure out how they want to play this retake. The guard has to be very, very aware of the fact that Sim has an Operator. Thief going to take out Trent. It's immediately traded off, but 2-player advantage going to be a player advantage maintained for Moist, and it wouldn't have mattered regardless. A Proto going to be able to win the 1v1. And the guard actually really wanted to win that round, because now they're going into the last round of the half with very low eco. So Moist in a very good position. They're going to be able to buy, of course. They're on a 3-round win streak. This is a really good place for them to be in. And they may be able to take the lead going into the next half. I mean, it's already tied up, or at the very least tied up for them at 6 rounds. So they're definitely in a position here to take the lead, which would be very, very good. I did say this map is a little bit defense-sided, but it is a more balanced map than some of the other maps. But if there is a side you're going to take the lead on, it is the defense. So we will see if Moist can do that here. You do see the guard actually able to scramble together kind of for a buy, other than Trent, who's going to have to be on a Stinger. But the rest of the players will have a buy. No ults in play for either of these teams. Trent is only 1 ult point away from Seekers, and you may want to push for those. You see Brock sending the dog through B-long TP. Doesn't see anybody in shower, so now he's just gonna back up. He's like, oh, may have almost gotten caught out there, and he honestly did. Jonah B gonna take out Fly, starting the entry. Brock able to take out Valen, to ward it back a little bit, but he's immediately traded off, which does mean now Moist gonna have to play down a player. Trent's been able to pick up a gun, so the fact that Guard did start this down a little bit on a gun diff, no longer an issue, no longer a factor. I believe it was Trent with the low buy gun, may have been somebody else. Regardless, it was only one of them, and one of them did die, so it's no longer a factor. Plus, they killed some players on site, able to pick up guns there. Trent going to be able to take out Thief, taking over the container. To find that pick. Seeker's now going to come out. Proto able to take out Tex through the Seekers. Now a 2v3. Sim able to take out Jonah P, which does even out that player count. Trent going to take out Sim. Proto able to trade it off, but Net's there to trade that pick off, and the guard barely scrapes by to tie it up. And what did I say? Hey, my prediction was that if it goes tied 6-6 going into the second half, that it'll go to overtime. I'm going to stand by that here. I think this will be an overtime type of map. We will see. I thought it was going to be a little... honestly, I was expecting... I'm not going to lie. I was expecting a first half that would go in the favor of the guard, especially just considering they pick Bind here, but it looks like they're a little bit less comfortable on Bind than you maybe would have expected. Should be said, the guard used a timeout in that previous half, and it still did not go in their favor. Moist did not. Moist has 2 timeouts to use, and we're in the second half, so if they need to, they've got some room to try and take it to try and take this half in their favor. They're not on the offense. I did say this map is a little bit defense-sided. The way you can counteract that is by being very quick to rotate. We'll see. The guard did that a few times, and it kind of worked out for them. They're able to keep it even. We will see if Moist can do the same here. Net behind box, going to be able to catch Sim, who's trying to entry through that smoke. Moist was pushing a little bit into A, but they're actually going to be doing a B push. They've managed to get the guard all the way over on A. So now that they're rotating into B, there's only going to be one to push them back. Trent in elbow. Able to get that stun on the dog through. He's not going to be able to stop the plant here. Proto hunting him down. Going to be successful in that attempt. He did get actually walled off. I think he walled himself off in the case that he died, but he didn't. Brock going to take out Tex. Net takes out Thief. Proto takes out Valen. Net takes out Brock. It's now a 2v2. Proto takes quite a bit of damage. He gets flanked as well, but Proto's able to take out Net before he goes down. It's now a 1v1 between Jonah and Fly. Jonah was low, but he's able to heal a little bit, and Jonah wins the 1v1. The guard takes the early lead in this half, but to be fair, I believe they won the first pistol round as well, and it was kept even by Moist. So it's not, you know, it's not over for Moist yet, but Moist definitely would have liked to have gotten that pistol round, because again, this map is a little bit defense-sided, so getting the pistol round could have helped them out there, but again, it's a little bit of it's one of the more balanced maps out there. I'd say it's about like 50.6% defense-sided, something like really close like that, especially because of the changes. Before it was like 51%, but now I'd say it's around 50-ish, 50-50-ish, just because the changes do help a little bit if the offense can rotate. Now, Moist did not bring out that Viper while I was talking about on their defense, but the guard has brought it out. You can just send it through, and it does block off a lot of vision for the offense. I don't know if Moist just didn't think they needed it, or if they haven't practiced with it. Oh, Sim able to... Oh no, Sim able to clear so much space through U-Haul, and he did catch Valen off guard, but he wasn't able to get that pick. He does get Valen down to 4 HP, but there's 2 healers on the team of the guard, on both teams, but point being, Valen's gonna get healed back up to full. Unfortunate for Moist, who could have been able to maybe turn the tides in their favor. Although, A site effectively taken. The guard was reading a B hit, and it was not a B hit. So the spike has been down. It's actually been down for a little while, so all that Moist has to do is play good time. They can possibly secure this map. Back and forth, going back and forth. Trades coming through. It's a 2v2. Trent takes out a Proto, though, and it's now a 1v1. Ooh, but Thief did have the drop. Trent's just sticking this. Yeah, he does. That defuse does come through. Trent barely able to win the 1v1. That being said, it is a bonus round, or that was a forced buy round from the guard, and now they're going to be going into a bonus round, and they have not great econ to work with, right? So this bonus round, they're not going to have very good guns to defend against the full buy from Moist, so Moist should be able to take this round with very minimal pushback. They do got to feel bad about that one, though. They were definitely in a position to win that round. and they did blunder that, but again, not the end of the world. They can definitely pull back here. Again, they did lose the first 2 pistol rounds of the first 2 rounds of the previous half. So it's not, it's not out of the book, out of the picture book. Resurrection available for Moist to use this round. I don't know how they always get these ults up so early. Sim gonna take out tags. That's some entry into showers a little bit. Able to find another pick as well before Jonah finally trades it off. I will say though, Sim's taking quite a hit of damage. Not yet dead. Trent is pushed up. He's in a lot of smoke right now. He does catch them off guard. Not able to quite spray transfer over to Flya, and Flya is able to trade it off. And then a Proto. Let's just risk Thief. Let's be safe. Valiant is in U-Haul. He's pushed out. He's on a Sage Wall right now. I don't know what he thinks he's going to do here. Maybe just waiting. He's probably, I know what he's doing. He's waiting for the wall to go down. And it is about to go down. And he's right behind it. He's ready. He stops the plant, but, not going to do anything else there. Sim going to take him out. Moist wins their buy run with the majority of their players alive, so they should be able to rebuy those 2 players that died. And this next round will be a buy from both sides. Both teams have a decent buy to work with. Actually, the Econ not going to be looking great for the guard, I don't think. It's going to be looking a little bit weaker here, despite that previous round being their bonus. Unless I'm mistaken, yeah, no, not a very good buy for the guard, unfortunately for them. So they do really they need this round more than Moist does. Moist does not really need this round to be able to buy next round, whereas the guard has 0 econ stability, 0 econ saved up, none of that good stuff. Although Jonah able to push out into shower and get his ult orb to get his ult up, so he now has a res. There's also an orbital strike in the hands of Valen. No ults available for Moist right now, although the orbital strike is almost there for Thief. Oh, just barely. That dog did spot a Proto. So they know there's at least one in the lobby, but it looks like Moist going to be rotating it over to A. Looks like they're maybe ready for that. My stream froze there for a second. Not sure about. Yeah, not sure why that happened. Moist going to be pushing into A. Yeah, it looks like the Grimwall comes out from Proto. I think that's. I actually saw that come out from the guard as well. Orbital Strike comes out from Moist. I believe that was from Moist. And off of that, the guard actually finds a pick. Orbital Strike could have been used to Heaven. Probably would have been a more effective Orbital Strike. Doesn't matter. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Spike goes down. It's a 4v5 now that Moist has to play, but Sim evens it out. Tex is pushing into U-Haul, trying to clear some space. He gets punished for it. Not going to be a 4v4. Net comes with the flank. Flank is being watched by Thief, who gets away before Net can take him out. Molly does push him back a little bit. Flank will come through. Rez comes through. Nobody from Moist going to be able to stop it, although Fly is able to take out Trent, which does maintain an even player count for these players. Orbital Strike comes out. Fly able to take out Tex. Orbital Strike going to finish off Valen after Valen takes out Fly. Jonah takes out Sim. Brock takes out Jonah. It's a 2v1. Net able to isolate the fights. He takes out Thief. It's winnable, but the Spike, no, it's not winnable. The Spike way too close to conclusion. And, believe, yeah, these players get away from the Spike. Round goes to Moist, and they tie it up. 2 rounds in a row, won by the guard. 2 rounds in a row, won by Moist. These are looking very familiar. This is starting to look very familiar to not just Haven, but to the first half, which went two rounds to the guard, then 2 rounds to Moist. And then we did a little weird back and forth. The guard gained the lead with a 2-round win streak of their own. Then Moist won 3 in a row, and then the guard won 1. So, I don't know. It's starting to look a little bit like the first half. That's my point here. And we could see the overtime. Hey, that was my prediction. If it goes 6-6 into the second half, it'll go to overtime. So, we may see that happen here. The guard taking a 10 out here. They don't want an overtime. They just want to finish this half because they know a map 3 is likely on the table, and they would like to prevent stamina being used up here. This is actually the kill consistency. Look at Moist. 14-14 for Sim and a Proto. Then you go down. It's 11-10-10. That's really similar kills versus the guard. Still has Valen carrying. Maybe not as big of a carry. The 3 kill difference between Valen and Jonah. Then 2 kill difference between Jonah and Net. Then a 3 kill difference between Net and Trent. And then a 5 kill difference between Trent and Tex. This is not where the guard wants to be. They need some of those players to suck it back up. I mean, look at Tex. Because Tex is falling so far behind, that means that that key duelist that the guard would like to have, not there versus Moist. has that duelist. They have that duelist on this offense. It's working out. Sure, his showstopper still hasn't really found very much, which, you know, was the one thing I was worried about. But he is, as a player, finding quite a few kills, even if his even if his ultimate isn't finding a whole lot. His op definitely was on the defense. Speaking of his showstopper, it's only 1 ult point away, as is the Viper's Pit, as is the Seekers. The Guard gonna have to be on an eco round. They went into that previous round with not the best econ. They did use some ults as well to try and secure that round. Valen able to push up and take out Sim and Fly and nearly dies, but he doesn't. Trade doesn't come through, and then Jonah takes out a Pro. The eco round for Moy is going to turn into a win, it looks like, for the Guard. Or, sorry, the eco round for the Guard. Yeah, it does. It's a flawless round. What? Okay, the flawless eco round for the Guard. Moy's, I mean, that's coming off of a timeout. Sure, that makes sense. But what on earth? Moy's not going to be happy with that one. They have 2 timeouts to use if they would like to use it after such a disappointing round. But to be fair, there's not a whole lot to criticize. That round just ended too quickly. Valen got away with too much, and from that point on, it just looked like the rest of the Guard was able to continue to pick up some pieces. Now Moist going to have to take an eco round here. There are 3 ults available for Moist. Those ults I talked about being 1 ult point away are now up, because all the players did die. Moist pushing up. They've got 2 going down into Hookah through Sand, and then they've got 2 going down Fountain, or sorry, through Long. Trent looking to stop the push in through Hookah. It does take quite a bit of damage in the process. Meanwhile, Flya able to get into in through U-Haul. Not quite able to transfer it over towards Valen, but he is able to find a nice cheeky little pick, and then it's now going to make it a 4v4. Showstopper available for Sim if he would like to try and use it. He is pretty deep. He's going to pick up the gun first, it looks like. Maybe allow his team to pick that up, because he is down to around half HP, although the heal does come through. He uses the showstopper. He finally finds something with it. He finds 2 with it. He does go down in the process, but it does make it a 2-for-1 special that puts Moist with the player advantage. And this is an eco round for Moist to return after the eco round from the Guard. They may just return with a thrifty round win of their own. Guard in a 2v3 needs to play this together. They need to play well together. Moist has numbers. They should play to those numbers, playing together. The wall comes off to allow the defuse to come through, but Brock just jumps over it. Jonah P able to take out Thief. He does go down, but... Or sorry, Jonah P able to take out Thief to mitigate a little bit of damage, but we just saw a thrifty win from the Guard, which, mind you, was a very dominant win. It was a flawless round, versus then we switched sides, and it was a thrifty win from Moist, which was not flawless, but still... Either way, each team gets a win on their eco round, and this is looking like one of, I did say it was going to be the most even matchup in North American Challengers playoffs, and they're not disappointing. 13-11 first map, now in the second map, still keeping even 9-9, trading these rounds back and forth. We'll see if they continue to be traded here, now that both of these teams are on a bye. Econ a little bit better for the Guard here, but I don't think they'll be able to survive a round loss regardless. Valen gonna take out Sim. Now Sim's peeking out through showers, but it's traded off by Brock, who is also peeking out through showers. Jonah wanted to go for another little Grim wall play. Not gonna work out here. To be fair, I think some of the videos Grim has been putting out is like, these pros suck or whatever, showing him killing a lot of pros with his walls. So I think the pros wanted to try to use the walls themselves to kill pros, because it worked for Grim, right? Tech's gonna take out Brock. It's now actually a 2v4, but the Viper's Pit is down. Spike's down as well. So as long as Flya and Thief can play this time well. Unfortunately, the Spike isn't actually in the Viper's Pit, and now Flya is dead. It's now down to Thief to try and clutch a 1v4. He may just want to save his gun, honestly, at this point. Spike not actually being held, because there was a Brimstone Molly, but the Spike was halved, so this round will go to the Guard. Back and forth continues. Moist going to be able to afford a buy. Oh, I thought their econ was worse than it was for some reason. Moist will be able to afford a buy now. I believe, though, they're going to be 4. Yeah, no, it is a buy. It just tricked me out because Fly only had a Spectre. I thought maybe it was going to be a half buy, but no. This is a full buy from Moist, with the exclusion of Flyer, who's just going to force and get a Spectre. The Guard going to be on a full buy. Their econ looking decently stable. They can survive a round loss here. If the back and forth continues, pattern continues, then Moist will win this next round. You'll see if they can. Moist going to be attacking a short. The Guard's ready for that, though. They've got 3 watching short. Fly's already... Oh, no, that's the Viper wall, I think, doing some of that damage. Or they're not a Viper wall. No, it was real damage. He just got healed. That's why it was coming back. Now Moist just going to back up. It looks like maybe they want to go through B. Unfortunately for Brock, he has to cross the line of fire of the guard. You see his crosshairs a little bit too far up, but that's because he's expecting the jump peek out. There's no jump peek yet for him. Meanwhile, the rest of Moist now going to be approaching their attack through hookah. Nobody going long for them, so the entirety of the push is coming through hookah. Sky Bird comes out, doesn't see anything in long. So they may be wary of this now. 2 ults available for the guard. Orbital Strike and Showstopper. Net gonna take out Flya. Now 4v5. Proto gonna take out Trent though, so now it's a 4v4. Tied it up. Orbital Strike comes out. Showstopper available for the guard. Heal's kind of gonna come through, but it's gonna be difficult for Moist to play. Net inside a tree. He will not get cleared, but it doesn't matter. Brock gonna be able to take him out. Spike will get to go down. Time not gonna be played by the guard. They just don't have the opportunity. Showstopper comes out from Tex. It is traded off, which does mean Moist still has the player advantage. 3v2 right now. Valen taken out by Thief inside of hookah, and then a Proto takes out Jonah P, which will keep this an even 10-10. And it is these rounds being traded back and forth, back and forth. That just shows how even this matchup is. And I think we're going to see an overtime, all right? I know I said it. I know I said it when we got to halftime, and it was tied 6-6. I'm still saying I think we're going to see an overtime. I'm not entirely sure this back and forth will continue, but what we might see is the guard win 2, and then Moist win 2. I don't know. Maybe we'll see Moist win 2, and then the guard win 2. I don't know. We'll see. But I do expect an overtime at this point. 2 ults available for Moist, Resurrection, and Orbital Strike. I will say Moist still has a timeout to use. I don't think the guard does. Thief going to take out Trent. It is traded off, though, by Jonah. Or it's not, like, Thief isn't taken out, but there is a trade pick that comes through in the same area. Ooh, Flya coming out of showers. Tex and Flya see each other. Tex wants to take Flya out. Flya just going to run through showers. He's just trying to clear some space here. Res. Oh, tried to res Trent there. Can't really do that. Moist going to be resing, and the guard would like to deny and find a pick, and they do. 2 pushing down long do find a pick. Meanwhile, Flya in A is actually able to get a trade pick himself, but Tech's able to trade that pick off, so it is a 3v3. An Orbital Strike came out. I believe that, yeah, that was from Moist to clear some space on the site. There are still 2 here, but they are low. Moist isn't. Moist is at full HP. Sim didn't have any shield, though, and he's taken out. Brock going to take out Jonah P. Brock going to take out Valen as well, and now it's a 1v2 for Tex. Once again, a clutch situation for the guard. We found both of these teams in multiple clutch situations. So they're down just 1 player. But that is the case once again for the guard here. Is Moist going to start a win streak here? 2-round win streak. They've been trading 1 round, 1 round, 1 round. But if Moist does win this round, it'll be a 2-round win streak. We'll see. Spike gets tapped. Flashes comes through. Both of these players playing from elbow. That flash went long to get all the way to CT. And it does bait out Tex a little bit, but he does turn his attention back towards elbow, but not enough. Thief able to take him out. This round does go to Moist Moguls, and they stop the pattern. It's not going to be a back and forth of 1 round trading. They now win 2 in a row. Will the guard return with a round win of their own? God, I believe they have enough to full buy. I believe they have enough for a buy. Actually, no, they don't. Man, I'm so bad at remembering what Econ is like. They are on an eco round now, so Moist should be able to take this. But I will remind you, the last time the guard took an eco round, they won it, and then Moist took an eco round, and they won it. So don't count the guard out. And the guard's eco round was a flawless round, so definitely could go their way again, especially considering Moist is pushing A, and it's an A read from the guard. Jonah has a Marshall. First to see that anybody may be A. Not going to find a pick. Nearly there. Net pushing up, hoping for an easy pick. Not going to find it. Sim going to find 2. Jonah P able to trade it off, but it's a 2-for-1 special. Fly going to take out Valen. It's now down to Jonah P in a 2v4. Now for the guard. Jonah P alone on this site, though, so it's a 1v4 for him. Stage wall goes up. He's not going to be able to break it. He only has a Marshall. He's trying to make sure nobody's on the wall, trying to prevent See that very long flank coming from Trent, but you see Flya, he's ready for the... Oh, no, he's not. Timing on that, he was just a little bit too slow for Trent. Trent was a little bit too slow for Flya to be prepared. So now they know where one is. Jonah P able to take out a Proto. Oh, they've evened it out. It's now 2v2. Jonah P gonna go for the res as well. Trent gonna take out Brock. It's a 1v2 now for Thief. He's got a shorty. He finds one, looking for more. He sends the molly. It's gonna play enough time. I think Moist has this. Does he? No, he doesn't. He has no health. And this round goes to Moist, although barely. The eco round for the guard nearly turned into a win, but Moist wins now 3 in a row to get to the 12th round. I did say I was predicting an overtime. If the guard wants to take it there, prevent the 2-0. I said we weren't going to see any more 2-0 in the playoffs at the start of today. We saw a 2-0 from M80, and now we may see another one. That'd be the 7th or the 5th in a row. No, the 6th in a row. Sorry, my brain stopped functioning. We could see the 5th or the 6th 2-0 in a row right here. Moist has the potential to do it. It's close. It's a much closer fight than any of the other 2-0s, but it's possible. It's a reality. The guard needs to push here. That was an eco round. They've got to buy. It's not over. They have Seekers this round. Moist has 2 ults of their own. Showstopper, Orbital Strike. If they lose this, they won't be able to buy next round. Sam with the Showstopper once again having a struggle to find anything with it. Entering, gets blinded, can't do anything there, gets taken out. It's now a 4v5. This round may not be over. Moist will definitely put up a fight, but it looks like maybe the guard can take it. And again, like I said, if Moist doesn't win this round, the eco will be low next, and they may have to give up that round and allow for the overtime, which I did say was a real possibility. Moist cannot fumble this bag. If they can just take this round, it could be a 13-10 final score, and it could be a 2-0 win for Moist. Again, much closer fight than any of the other 2-0s if it does end like this, but it could be a reality. Guard lost to Moist Moguls previously. It was a 3-map series, and the guard said it was just because they didn't have Tex, but now Tex is back, and he's underperforming. In this series, it may just weigh down the guard enough for Moist to take advantage. Will it, though? Flya gonna be able to take out Valen. That's evening it out. Flya, though, gonna get traded off by Tex. Proto gonna trade off Tex, though. It's now a 3v3. It's evened out. Thief has an Orbital Strike. He's gonna clear U-Haul with it. Ooh, Jonah P is spotted. He jump peeks. He knows the plant is going down. He does stop the plant. Plant needs to go down now. They're trying to stop it. They're not able to. Plant does go down, but Thief does get taken out. It's a 1v2. Can Brock clutch this up to finish it in a 2-0 fashion? He does it! He does it! He clutches it a 1v2 to finish it off. And it goes 13-10. It's a 2-0 victory for Moist Moguls. They're going to the upper finals. They beat the guard 2-0 in the playoffs. What on earth? Although it's close and it's hard fought, Moist Moguls just won 2-0 against the guard in the longest series yet in playoffs. It's still a 2-0. The 6th 2-0 in a row in the North American Challengers playoffs. What on earth is happening in this playoffs? Hey, you know what? My pick'ems are so right so far. But when does it end? When do the 2-0s end? I mean, is the upper bracket going to have this many 2-0s? This is not... I expected a 3-map series. I said this was going to be the most even matchup. And although it is the closest we've seen so far, it's still a 2-0. Not even going into overtime for the second map. I mean, what on earth? The guard picking Bind, you'd assume they had some sort of confidence. It was a pocket pick. Maybe they would bring something unexpected, but it seems that they should have been avoiding it. They shouldn't have let it through. And the 2-0 comes in. I'm just going to keep refreshing until they show Moist in the upper finals. They do show that he won. We'll do it soon. But, I mean, I have no words. I did say... Okay, here's what I'll say. I was right. What I said earlier. The guard brought in... The guard has already lost to Moist Moguls, right? Split 2. But it was a 3-map series, and they said it's because Josh RT wasn't or was there instead of Tex. And that if they had all of their players there, if the full roster was there, they'd be able to win the series. But they don't even take it to 3 maps. I mean, are you serious right now? What do you even say to this? A 2-0? Why does it only say 1-0 now? There you go. Just waiting for it to get put in. I want to see it. I want to see it. I mean, the guard doesn't even make it. I mean, last time the guard made it to the upper final and got knocked out to the lower final. I mean, look at the difference here. It's a similar sort of story, but instead of the guard making it to the upper final, it's Moist, and obviously that's what my predictions had, but I mean, I was even starting to walk back on that. I was even starting to think maybe it was going to go to the guard, but
and it definitely delivered on all of our expectations for the series coming into it. But those few final rounds, my adrenaline's pumping, and I'm not even in the damn game. I'm like so wired and amped up.
Yeah.
I'm like watching every moment, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that thief clutch towards the end, followed up by another clutch. It was clutch after clutch after clutch after clutch. Moist Moguls end up coming out on top, and now they are one best of 3 away from representing North America in Ascension.
I mean,
I did
hey,
not.
after a 2-0 like that, I mean, Moist could definitely, they definitely have potential to take M80 in the upper final. I think it's going to be, I mean, I don't even know what, how does the guard get 2-0'd there? I was expecting, all right, I'm going to be here till 7 p.m. And I mean, I'm sorry, I just keep refreshing. There you go. Moist in the upper final, the guard in lower round 2. We return tomorrow to start off the lower bracket before we go to play-in relegation, but what a way to end! What a way to end the upper final, or the upper bracket before the break. I mean, wow. Tomorrow's matches should be close as well, but it's going to be the lower bracket. Maybe not as exciting, but could it be the start of lower bracket runs for Shopify Rebellion, G2 Esports, FaZeClan, or TSM? That is the question that will be answered tomorrow. If you guys want to see it, we'll be streaming it live here. If you guys enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I hope you would consider it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. I mean, we'll see if the guard can make a good lower bracket run. All right. See you tomorrow.